cultivation world, I begin by getting struck by lightning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 751. Don't eat too quickly. In the evening, senior brother Fan, senior brother Nanming and the girl Susu came to Sufan's tea house together. One look at the frustrated expressions of the two people, and they only knew that they did not make it through this round, but fortunately they were not injured. As soon as they entered the room, they were stunned. They saw Sufan sitting in front of a grill, constantly turning the skewers on it. He also held a fan in his right hand, constantly fanning the wind, and from time to time he grabbed a handful of seasonings and sprinkled them on the skewers. His movements were very skillful. If you look closely, you will find that there is a smoking device under the grill, and the smoke produced by the barbecue will be sucked into a space jade bottle. You are here, wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Senior brother Fan and a few others came to the grill, looking at Sufan grilling skewers with a confused face. Especially this guy's technique is so skillful. Could it be that he worked as a barbecue worker in a restaurant before cultivating immortals? Susu curled her lips and looked down on this guy from the bottom of her heart. Even if you are poor, you don't have to deal with us like this. It doesn't take a few spirit crystals to find a hotel outside. Senior brother Fan and his friends were all from high-ranking families, so they lost interest after watching for a while. They came to the king table in the middle of the room, on which there were already a lot of braised dishes and cold dishes. Although the dishes seemed extremely rough, they had eaten everything before, just like the rich people in their previous lives who walked into the farmhouse, which gave them a very novel feeling. After a while, Sufan came in with 2 trays, on which various kinds of meat skewers were piled high. He placed the trays on the king table, then took out 2 jars of spirit wine from his ring, and then broke the mud seal and poured a bowl for each of them. When it came to Susu, Sufan asked specifically, "Junior sister, do you drink spirit wine?" The girl shook her head with a stern face and said, "I don't drink, don't worry about me, you drink yours." Sufan nodded, then took out a box from his ring, and after opening it, the tea house was suddenly filled with cold air. He took out a crystal bottle from the box and placed it in front of Susu. "Junior sister, if you don't drink, then drink some juice." Susu picked up the crystal bottle in front of her and felt it was cold to the touch. The light yellow water in the crystal clear bottle rippled. She pulled out the stopper, then took a sip, and her eyes suddenly lit up. "Brother, what kind of spiritual juice is this? I used to grow some spiritual peaches, but I couldn't eat them after picking them, so I made juice. In fact, Sister Jen was bored in the secret realm, so she asked him to buy some seeds of spiritual fruits and vegetables and planted a lot of them in the portable secret realm. She summoned a large number of ghost soldiers and generals to open up wasteland and plant crops in the portable secret realm. After a few years, the spiritual fields, spiritual vegetables and spiritual fruits in the secret realm have already been fruitful." Sufan raised his glass and clinked it with senior brother Fan across from him, saying, "I toast to you, senior brother. I hope you can help me take care of junior sister Chen Qing when you return to the sect in the future. Don't worry, I have already entrusted this matter to several senior sisters in the sect. In fact, you don't have to worry. Junior sister Chen Qing has a very high talent in formation. Now she is the lifeblood of her master, that's why she should be entrusted with someone to take care of her. If no one helps her, she will definitely make her fellow disciples jealous." Sufan drank a glass with senior brother Fan, and clinked it with senior brother Nanming. "Senior brother, I toast to you with this glass of wine. I hope you can help us say a few good words for our Henshin Deo Palace in front of our uncle in the sect." Hearing Sufan's words, senior brother Fan and senior brother Nanming couldn't help but sigh. Let alone anything else, this guy's nostalgia alone makes people feel good about him. Most of the cultivators in the world of cultivation are cold-hearted, and there are few people like him. Even Susu, who is not easy to get along with, has changed her impression of him a lot. Haha. "Junior brother, you are too polite. Now that you have made it into the top 1000 of the Deo Association competition, several senior uncles in the sect attach great importance to you and hope that you can join our Hanhei Deo Palace." After hearing what senior brother Nanming said, senior brother Fan and Susu were both stunned. They didn't expect that Hanhei Deo Palace would actually recruit this kid. For a disciple of a small plane, this is definitely a rare opportunity. Su Fan understood what senior brother Nanming said, and he smiled bitterly. Junior brother, I have admired Hanhei Dao Palace for a long time, but the time of my master who I worshipped in Chixishan is coming to an end. He has been very kind to me. I can't just leave like this. I have to let my master live out his life in peace. Hearing what Su Fan said, senior brother Fan was stunned. Brother, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You have to think about it. Su next to him didn't expect Su Fan to think so. Is this guy crazy? You are a country bumpkin from a small dimension, but you are favored by a great master from a super dimension. That is a blessing you have cultivated for several lifetimes, and you actually want to give up. Brother Nanming did not persuade him after hearing this. Not everyone can enter a great master from a super dimension. Since you are ungrateful, I can't ask you to join me again and again. Su Fan and brother Nanming drank a glass of wine, and then he pointed to the skewers of meat on the tray on the king table. Try my cooking skills. There is no other place like this. It is definitely unique. After he said this, he saw brother Fan picking up a skewer and about to eat it, so he quickly persuaded him. Don't eat too fast. After hearing what Su Fan said, brother Fan put down the skewer of meat in his hand, looked at it carefully, and then took a bite. It tastes good. I have never eaten anything with this taste. Before he could finish, he felt that the piece of meat he swallowed seemed to explode in his body. With a bang, an extremely hot heat flow instantly rushed into his body recklessly. Senior brother Fan quickly put down the skewer of meat and began to cross his legs and practice kicking to dissolve the heat in his body. After a long while, he finally exhaled a long breath of hot air. Brother, what kind of meat is this? It's quite strong. Su Fan smiled and said. This is the black blood dragon loach that I got occasionally before. Eating it can enhance the strength of the physical body. The three of them immediately became excited after hearing this. The physical strength of the immortal sect cultivators is quite average except for physical cultivation. Although the 7th level beast is rare, they are all from large sects and are not ignorant people. But this kind of thing used to be eaten in high-end restaurants. Although the dishes are more exquisite, the quantity is small and the price is expensive. It's not like now that it's piled up on a full tray. Moreover, Su Fan's method is the essence of Jinzhou barbecue in his previous life. At least you can't taste this taste in other places in this world of cultivation. Senior brother Nanming and Su also picked up a skewer to try it, but before they could eat, they saw Su Fan also picked up a skewer of meat and started eating. The problem is that he ate one skewer and nothing happened, and in the blink of an eye he ate 2 more skewers. Senior brother Nanming and Su hadn't eaten yet, so they didn't feel anything, but senior brother Fan had just taken a bite and almost tortured him to death. But how could this guy be fine? He had already eaten several skewers in a row, and he didn't use his internal energy to dissipate the hot breath. I didn't expect his body to be so strong. Could this guy be a demon? Senior brother Fan had only taken a bite just now, and he almost tortured him to death. If he had eaten like that, he would have exploded and died long ago. At this time, senior brother Nanming and Su also started eating. As soon as the skewers entered their mouths, their eyes lit up. It was really delicious. But then they were miserable. When the hot breath exploded in their bodies, they quickly crossed their legs and practiced internal energy like senior brother Fan. Su was particularly uncomfortable. Her physical body was already very weak, and the bite of the black blood dragon loach skewers almost took her away. After a long time, she exhaled a long breath of hot air, and then slowly opened her eyes. It must be said that although the 7th level black blood dragon loach was powerful enough, it was indeed very beneficial to the physical body. She could even feel the changes in her physical body. She originally laughed at Su Fan and thought that this meal was shabby. Who would have thought that just these black blood dragon loach skewers, this meal was already of high quality. Moreover, she also tasted the several braised dishes and mixed vegetables on the table, which turned out to be all kinds of spirit beast meat and spirit vegetables and fruits. If such a table was in those high-end hotels, it would not be possible without hundreds of spirit crystals, and the amount of food was also very small. The meal lasted until midnight before the group dispersed. Su Fan returned to the portable secret realm, sat cross-legged in the hall of the thatched cottage, took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead. Today, Su helped him get the information about falling stars in the sect. After all, it is a large sect in the super plane, and the information about this legendary dangerous place is very detailed. If it is in Cultivation, even those old monsters in the refining void realm probably don't know about this place. After a long while, Su Fan put down the jade slip and showed a bitter smile on his face. Falling Stars is really worthy of its reputation. It is definitely an extremely dangerous place. However, Su Fan didn't take it seriously. Anyway, he was not going there alone. There were so many elite disciples from several star fields to send him there together. Even if the place was dangerous, he would definitely not be the first to die. The next morning, Su Fan had just finished breakfast when the communication array on his waist vibrated slightly. He took off the communication array from his waist and took a look, and found that it was a message from Senior Brother Fan. "Brother, are you free tonight? Brother, what's up?" I was also asked by someone. "A senior from Zuanayu Sword Sect wants to see you." Su Fan frowned when he saw the message from Senior Brother Fan. The man who asked Senior Brother Fan to see him should be a fellow disciple of Master Mingshan. What exactly is his purpose in looking for him? This bunch of sword madmen is not easy to deal with. How did he find you? How did he know about our relationship? You can find out about this kind of thing once you check it out. Seeing that you and I have been getting close recently, he came to me for help. What exactly does he want to do with me? What else can he do? Thank you for showing mercy. This senior and junior brother Mingshan are from the same sect, and he is also among the top 1,000 on the battle record list. He probably knew your strength from junior brother Mingshan, so he took this opportunity to make friends with you in advance. Su Fan was stunned. Is there such a reasonable person among sword cultivators? If the other party is really such a person, he really wants to meet him and appreciate the style of this sword cultivator. He is a sword cultivator. Does he need to befriend me? Why not? You are going to the Falling Star Sky Ruins soon. When you get to that dangerous place, who doesn't want to have a few strong people in the team? You can pull a few. Who can make it into the top 1,000 of the Daohui Grand Competition? Who is weak? Okay, then meet him. Let's see what the other party means by then. Anyway, it will definitely not be a simple thank you for showing mercy to Mingshan's Henjin. In the evening, just like the blue sky full of sunset clouds, the afterglow of the sunset seems to sprinkle a layer of gold on the entire Taipei Immortal City. Su Fan came to the door of a luxuriously decorated hotel, looked up at the plaque, and then walked in. As soon as he entered the lobby of the hotel, a female giant and cultivator greeted him with a smile. "Welcome, Senior, to the hotel. I'm looking for Senior Brother Fan from the Liang Immortal Sect. You are Master Fan Su. Please follow me." The giant and female cultivator led Su Fan through the hotel lobby and along a long corridor to a beautiful pavilion. "Senior, Master Fan is inside." Su Fan nodded and thanked her, then came to the pavilion and announced his name to the several followers who were guarding outside. Disciples of the big sects like these superplanes love to show off, and everyone is followed by a group of people. Su Fan followed the followers to the second floor, pushed the door and walked in, and saw that several people were already sitting in this luxurious private room. In addition to Senior Brother Fan, Senior Brother Nanming and Susu were also there. The two cultivators sitting next to them should be the disciples of the Zuanayu Sword Sect who we're going to meet today. Why are you here just now? Let me introduce these two to you. They are Senior Brother Su Long and Senior Brother Mu Yuan from the Zuanayu Sword Sect. Both of them were handsome, both dressed in green robes, and a chilling aura permeated their bodies. Su Fan smiled and bowed to the two of them, saying, "Cultivation Fan Su, I'm honored to meet you two senior brothers." The two of them quickly stood up and bowed in return, then exchanged a few pleasantries and sat down one after another. "We came here today mainly to thank Junior Brother Fan Su. Junior Brother is a straightforward person who would rather be straight than bend. We have been worried about him a lot. We have all seen the video of your fight. If it weren't for Junior Brother showing mercy, he probably wouldn't have been able to walk out of the secret realm alive." After hearing what the two said, Su Fan couldn't help but be a little surprised. He had seen many sword cultivators, but few were as eloquent as these two, and every word they said was very appropriate. In my opinion, Senior Brother Mingshan is definitely a model among sword cultivators, and his future achievements are definitely limitless. After hearing what Su Fan said, the two of them became more enthusiastic, and with Senior Brothers Fan and Nanming helping to liven up the atmosphere at the table was very good. After 3 rounds of drinking, Senior Brother Su Long glanced at Su Fan and finally told him the purpose of their trip. Chapter 752. This is a bit scary. Junior Brother, we are about to go to Falling Star Ruins. We will form a team at that time. I would like to invite you to join us. What do you think? After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan could not help but be stunned. To be honest, he really didn't want to team up with others. But Su Fan was not very familiar with the situation in Falling Star Ruins. It was his first time to go to such a dangerous place, so of course he had to find a few strong disciples to form a team. Senior brother Fan and senior brother Nanming next to him were all shocked when they heard that they wanted to recruit Su Fan to join the team. They knew this group of sword madmen in Zuanayu sword sect too well. On weekdays, they were arrogant and never took the disciples of other sects seriously. But from the attitude of senior brother Su Long and senior brother Mu Yuan towards Su Fan today, it can be seen that they seem to value this guy very much. Seeing Su Fan's hesitation, senior brother Mu Yuan next to him also spoke. Don't worry, junior brother. Most of the members of our team are sword cultivators, and they are all very strong. The environment of Falling Star Ruins is complex and dangerous. Now the disciples of various sects are forming teams and recruiting strong disciples like you to join. If this team is mostly composed of sword cultivators, they must be strong, and joining them is a good choice. Thinking of this, Su Fan smiled. Of course, I am very happy to join the team of the two senior brothers, but I am worried that my strength is not enough, and I am afraid that I will drag the feet of the senior brothers. After hearing Su Fan's words, the two sword cultivators laughed. Junior brother, we still know your strength. When we arrive at Falling Star Ruins, we will have to rely on you a lot. Junior brother, don't worry, we have collected a lot of information about Falling Star Ruins, and asked many uncles and ancestors who have been there in the sect about the situation, and have also done a lot of preparation. Hearing the two say this, Su Fan was completely relieved. This team is still quite reliable. Su Fan had no idea that when the news of his victory over Master Mingshan reached Zuanayu Sword Sect, it caused a great uproar in the sect. Junior brother Mingshan, one of the 10 elite disciples of the sect, was defeated by a disciple from a small plane. How could this group of arrogant sword cultivators accept such a result? However, when they saw the video of the two fighting, they all fell silent. The sword cultivators of Zuanayu Sword Sect have all seen big scenes and have extremely rich combat experience. After watching the video of the fight, they were shocked to find that Master Mingshan and Su Fan were as if the two were one realm apart. If Su Fan had used that last sword, Master Mingshan would have died without a doubt. Apart from anything else, Su Fan had slashed out nearly 10 big moves containing the power of the law in succession, and no one of the Yuanying realm disciples of Zuanayu Sword Sect could do it. This shows that this guy's physical body has reached an extremely abnormal level. Even many demons who claim to have strong physical bodies may not be able to catch up with him. With such strength, if he fights alone, even if the nearly 1,000 disciples on the Daohu Grand Competition are counted, it is estimated that there are not many who can defeat this guy. What puzzled them was that how could a person with such abnormal strength be a disciple of those small planes? For this reason, Zuanayu Sword Sect began to conduct a careful study on Su Fan, and finally concluded that this kid's strength was unfathomable. And according to the judgment of several masters in the God Transformation realm in the sect, this kid must have hidden most of his strength when fighting with junior brother Mingshan. This is a bit scary. What kind of monster is this kid? Where did he come from? It happened that the disciples of each sect were forming a team, and senior brother Su Long and senior brother Mu Yuan thought of Su Fan. The team they formed was mostly composed of sword cultivators, and the team lacked a strong physical cultivator, so they thought of him. Because they already knew Su Fan's strength, the two of them respected Su Fan very much today. The cultivators in the world of cultivation only believe in strength, and this is even more true for sword cultivators. Su Fan smiled, then bowed to senior brothers Su Long and Mu Yuan. In that case, I'll ask you two to take good care of me in the future. Seeing that Su Fan agreed to join, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. With the addition of Su Fan, a disciple with a strong body, the team's last shortcoming was finally made up. Senior brother Su Long took out a jade slip from his ring and handed it to Su Fan. Junior brother, this is the information we collected about the Falling Star Ruins. Go back and take a look. If there's anything you need us to do, you can ask now. Su Fan took the jade slip and said, Senior brother, I don't need anything here. Just let me know when the time comes. After senior brother Su Long and Mu Yuan left, senior brother Fan he looked at him with a complicated expression. Originally, I wanted to introduce you to a fellow disciple who was also forming a team, but I didn't expect these two sword lunatics to get there first. Senior brother Nanming also smiled bitterly and said, I also helped you contact a team, but now it seems I don't need to worry about it. After hearing this, Su Fan said apologetically, two senior disciples, why didn't you tell me earlier? I wanted to tell you today that we have already contacted them, and my fellow disciple wants to meet you. Senior brother Pham said with a frustrated face, of course, it would be great if you could join the Zuan-Yu sword sex team. Yes, although those sword lunatics of the Zuan-Yu sword sect are arrogant and domineering on weekdays. They are indeed powerful. After senior brother Nanming finished speaking, he thought for a while and said, although you have joined the Zuan-Yu sword sex team, I will introduce you to a few fellow disciples. After all, Falling Star Ruins is very dangerous, and it would be good for friends to take care of each other when you get there. Yes, Falling Star Ruins is so big, and the environment is very complex and dangerous. In addition, several genius disciples from the star field have gone there. If you encounter danger inside, more friends means more ways. Senior brother Pham said, I will contact my fellow disciples and ask them to come and meet you now. Senior brother Nanming also took off the communication array from his waist and began to contact his fellow disciples. Su Fan waved his hand and said, forget it, I won't bother you. But senior brother Fan and senior brother Nanming didn't listen to him at all, and called their respective fellow disciples over. However, the people that senior brother Fan and senior brother Nanming called came here for their sake. Except for saying hello to Su Fan when they first came, they didn't even look at him and didn't take him seriously at all. How could these elite disciples from the super plane take a disciple from a small plane seriously? Su Fan didn't care either, he didn't want to get to know these people in the first place. When we meet these guys again at the Falling Star Sky Ruins, we will just treat them as a group of strangers. In the next few days, Su Fan and other disciples who made it to the top 1,000 of the Dao Association competition were arranged to live in luxurious caves outside the city. The cave that Su Fan was assigned to was a quiet valley covering hundreds of acres, with extremely rich spiritual energy. There is also a quiet and elegant courtyard in the valley, with a waterside singing stage, painted buildings and carved beams, and between the corridors, the breeze brings a refreshing coolness, and every blade of grass and tree is ingenious. Not far from the courtyard is a wide flower garden, where many exotic flowers and plants are growing. Bees, butterflies, birds and insects are playing in the flower garden, a scene of birds singing and flowers blooming. At the end of the valley, there is a spiritual spring as green as emerald, and next to it is a simple wooden pavilion, with vines entwined, and outside the pavilion is a green bamboo, with the autumn wind blowing and making the bamboo leaves rustle. Su Fan walked around the valley and was very satisfied with this cave. After all, it is a super-dimensional sect as the main venue of the Taoist meeting. Taipei Immortal Palace will consume a lot of resources just to arrange nearly 1,000 elite disciples. Chen Rong naturally followed him, and several female foundation-building cultivators were arranged in the cave to take care of Su Fan's daily life. On the night of moving into this cave, Su Fan called the eldest brother and other fellow disciples of his Henshin Taoist palace to come and drink wine in the cave for a whole night. Although the disciples of his Henshin Taoist palace are rough and drunkards, compared with the complicated and messy things in other sects, there are more human touches in the sect. It may also be because Henshin Taoist palace is located in a remote place, and the sect is relatively poor. Anyway, Su Fan feels very comfortable in the sect, and the master really regards himself as a disciple and teaches him with all his heart. Since Su Fan traveled to this world of cultivation, he has been drifting around like a rootless duckweed. Even after he had a family, his sect still treated him as an outsider. They were just like staying at someone else's house. Henshin Dao Palace was the only place where he felt a little sense of belonging, and he was willing to do something for the sect in the next few days. Su Fan finally had some peace and quiet. The other disciples of his Henshin Dao Palace had already set out on their way home, leaving only Hongfa Xianzhen alone, waiting for the arrival of several masters of the refining void realm in Chixishan. However, those were all matters between the plane of Chixishan and the upper sects of the various super planes, and had nothing to do with him. Senior brother Fan didn't know what he was busy with, and he had disappeared since that day. Senior brother Nanming was similar, but he asked Susa to send him some information about Falling Star Sky Ruins and intelligence about several other star fields. At this time, the disciples who were within the 1,000th place in the Daohu competition were partying every day and night, making connections everywhere, and small teams were also formed in this process. And Su Fan had joined the team of Zuanayu sword sect a long time ago, so he had nothing to do with it. So he was free all of a sudden, and no one came to disturb him. In addition to the necessary practice every day, he would lie on a reclining chair in the wooden pavilion next to the spiritual spring at the end of the valley and stare blankly every day. Chen Rong would always stay near him, waiting for his orders at any time, like a close maid. Only the big sects in the superplane have such a foundation, and the female cultivators in the Jinden realm can only do the work of serving people. In some places in Chixishan, Jinden cultivators can become overlords. But here in Qingluanshan, there are Yuanying cultivators everywhere, which can be said to be worthless, let alone Jinden foundation building and other small cultivators. In the afternoon, the sun poured through the gaps between the trees, the breeze from the mountains blew, the light spots swayed gently on the ground, and the sound of bamboo leaves rustled. Su Fan had just finished his meal and collapsed on the reclining chair in the wooden pavilion, half closed his eyes and swayed leisurely. Chen Rong outside the wooden pavilion had already set up a small red clay stove and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for him. The girl brought a teapot, poured a cup of spiritual tea for Su Fan, placed it on the table next to the recliner, and brought over a few plates of exquisite snacks before leaving quietly. Su Fan opened his half-closed eyes and glanced at the girl's back. This girl is gentle, quiet, and thoughtful, and takes good care of Su Fan every day. Su Fan has rewarded her with some things these days, which also made the girl grateful and wished to stay by his side and serve him every day. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. When the spiritual tea entered his mouth, he felt a refreshing fragrance, which made him feel refreshed and a bit refreshing. The treatment of these elite disciples is quite good. Just for the top quality spiritual tea every day, Taipei Fairy Palace has to spend a lot of spiritual crystals. At this time, the communication array on Su Fan's waist vibrated slightly. He took off the communication array from his waist and took a look, and found that it was a message from senior brother Su Long of Zuanayu Sword Sect. Junior brother, our team members are all here. Let's get together tonight at the Mingxiang Garden in the city. Su Fan wanted to decline, but after thinking about it, he decided to go over and take a look. After all, they were members of the same team, and they should at least meet before going to the Falling Star Sky ruins. Senior brother, I will be there on time tonight. Su Fan cut off the contact and was about to put away the communication array when he found that senior brother Fan had sent him a message. Brother, I organized a party tonight, come and have some fun. This guy has been missing for several days, and finally showed up today. Senior brother, I have an appointment tonight. Senior brother Su Long from the Zuanayu Sword Sect wants me to go over. Oh, let's do it another day. Su Fan thought for a while and sent him another message. If you have nothing to do tomorrow night, call senior brother Nanming and come to my place for a drink. Su Fan was actually just being polite. This guy is very busy every day, so how could he have time to come to his place? Okay, I'll find senior brother Nanming tomorrow, and we'll go to your place together, and have the same barbecue we had the other day. What the hell? Su Fan was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to agree. If he told him not to come now, he didn't know if this guy would get angry with him. Okay, come if you want. In the evening, Su Fan arrived at Taipei Fairy City and came to the outside of Mingxiang Garden, according to the address given by senior brother Su Long. He looked up at the shop sign, then walked into Mingxiang Garden. Chapter 753. Am I that awesome now? Su Fan walked into Mingxiang Garden, a private place similar to the club in his previous life. As soon as he walked in, he was attracted by the scenery inside. This is simply a royal garden. There are towering ancient trees, strange rocks, pavilions, corridors and winding paths everywhere. There is also an artificial lake transformed from liquid. Liquid uses a clever structure to make the water flow all year round. There are green lotus and pink lotus in the spring, and spiritual carp roaming, full of vitality. There is a curved corridor on the bank of Liquid Lake that leads directly to the island in the middle of the lake. There is a palace-shaped building there. Standing on a small building, you can overlook the whole view of the lake, with waves and clouds. He was led to the island in the middle of the lake by a female cultivator, and was taken into the small building after some notification. Su Fan came to the second floor, where more than a dozen cultivators had gathered. Seeing him coming, senior brother Su Long and senior brother Mu Yuan of Zuanayu Sword Sect hurried over. Brother, why are you here just now? You are the only one missing. After saying this, brother Su Long took his arm and came to the front of everyone. Brothers, let me introduce you. This is Brother Fansu from Chiksashan, and he is also the last candidate for our team. After listening to Brother Sulong's introduction, more than 10 monks in the room were all surprised, and even 2 of them frowned. It seems that Brother Sulong and Brother Mu Yuan did not explain to everyone the reason for calling them in. This brother looks unfamiliar. Since he was chosen by Brother Sulong, he must have something extraordinary. What the hell? Su Fan sneered inwardly. As soon as he arrived, someone came up to pick a fight. He smiled and glanced at the person who spoke. This was a monk who looked to be in his 30s. Dressed in white, carrying a long sword, he looked calm, his demeanor was as majestic as the morning glow, and his temperament was as pure as the spring moon willow. However, under the sword-like brows, a pair of hawk-like eyes stared at Su Fan sharply, which actually gave him a bit of a sharp needle-like feeling on his face. Su Fan arched his hands towards the man and said, I mainly practice physical cultivation, so of course my strength cannot be compared with that of you brothers. Please take care of me. At this time, Brother Mu Yuan smiled and said, Brother Dongyan, this Brother Fansu just defeated Brother Mingshan of our Zuanayu sword sect in the Taoist Association competition. After hearing what Brother Mu Yuan said, the people in the room once again set their sights on Su Fan. They never thought that this unprepossessing disciple from a small plane could actually defeat Master Mingshan. Several of the cultivators believed that even if they met Master Mingshan, they would not dare to say that they could defeat him. Even Brother Dongyan nodded. Although he did not say anything, he reluctantly recognized his strength. Senior Brother Sulong clapped his hands and laughed. Now that everyone is here, let's start the feast. Then, all the members of the team took their seats. Because most of the people at the table were sword cultivators, the atmosphere was a bit dull. Fortunately, Senior Brother Sulong and Senior Brother Mu Yuan helped to liven up the atmosphere, and the table at least looked quite harmonious. Su Fan didn't say anything either. He just drank and ate by himself, looking at the dozen or so team members present without making a sound. In addition to nearly 10 sword cultivators, there were also 3 disciples of the immortal sect. From their expressions, it can be seen that they were all disciples from the same sect. What surprised Su Fan the most was that the person sitting next to him was actually a demon cultivator. The other party must be very strong to be able to join the team composed of disciples of the immortal sect, and he must have his own strengths. When Su Fan was thinking about this person, the other party actually took the initiative to talk to him. Devours, I am Zuki from Tuangayao Temple of Mangudan. Su Fan cupped his hands towards him and said with a smile, Devours, you are from the demon sect, right? Zuki chuckled and said, well, I'm Major in Shadow Dao. Hearing what he said, Su Fan immediately understood. The reason why Senior Brother Sulong called Zuki into the team might be to equip the team with a scout who is good at stealth and reconnaissance. However, he still thought that the configuration of this team was too biased towards attack. Although the attack firepower of more than 10 sword cultivators and 3 immortal sect magic cultivators was simply amazing, there were too few auxiliary personnel. Only he, a physical cultivator, and Zuki's shadow cultivator were obviously a little top-heavy. Once they were trapped in a complex environment, they would definitely face an unfavorable situation. Moreover, in the harsh environment of falling star sky ruins, they not only had to guard against the local indigenous beasts, but also had to face the cultivators from other star fields. Especially now that they didn't even know the situation of several other star fields, no matter how strong the team's attack power was, it might not be able to exert its due strength at that time. To be honest, Su Fan now regrets joining this team. Since he came here, he felt that Senior Brother Sulong and Senior Brother Mu Yuan's original intention should not be like this. The 2 of them should have tried to build a team with both offensive and defensive capabilities at first, which can be seen from the fact that they recruited him and Zuki. But their team-building ideas must have been strongly opposed by the sword cultivators in the team. Although Senior Brother Sulong and Senior Brother Mu Yuan were the initiators of the team, they were obviously unable to suppress the other sword cultivators in the team in terms of prestige and strength. It is estimated that if the 2 had not argued for their rights, this group of people would have even established a pure sword cultivator team. This is a bit troublesome. This team seems strong, but in fact there are many problems. Thinking of this, Su Fan smiled and glanced at Zuki, and then sent a thought to him. Devours, do you think our team is strong? After receiving Su Fan's thoughts, Zuki was obviously stunned for a moment, and then glanced at the other people at the table. It is definitely powerful, But, the team's configuration is a little insufficient. It is impossible for you to rely on just one physical cultivator. After all, he is a cultivator of the demon sect, and his ideas coincide with his. Although he can really handle a lot of things by himself, things cannot be seen in this way. I will make some suggestions later. If you have any ideas, we can exchange them first. Zuki was stunned. He didn't expect Su Fan to have such an idea. These sword madmen have always been stubborn. There is no point in talking to them. If things go wrong, they will definitely cause conflicts. Fellow Taoist, be careful with your words. At worst, I can just quit. It's better than being dragged down by these sword madmen. When I arrive at the Falling Star Sky ruins, after receiving Su Fan's thoughts, Zuki couldn't help but smile bitterly and understood his difficulties. In fact, Zuki had already seen the problems of the team, but he didn't care much. He was a shadow cultivator. If things went wrong, he could just leave. Anyway, he is a shadow cultivator, and he always likes to be alone. Even if he goes to the Falling Star ruins alone, it is not a big deal. But Su Fan, a physical cultivator, is not so good. If he really falls into danger, he can't run away even if he wants to. Of course, the other party does not know Su Fan's foundation, so it is normal to make such a judgment. It is said that there are cultivators from the demon race and the insect race in the several star regions that will go to the Falling Star ruins with us this time. After sending this thought, his eyes swept over the 3 immortal sect disciples opposite. Those 3 are disciples from the Zushin Dao sect of the Red Leaf Sky. Although they all major in magic, they also minor in psychedelic, talisman and puppet respectively. I minor in ghost and poison. After receiving 2 thoughts from Zuki in succession, Su Fan immediately understood what the other party meant. The current problem of the team, to put it bluntly, is that there are too many sword cultivators. These sword madmen are almost all specialized in sword. Apart from going up and rushing a few times, they can't do anything else. If this team wants to be well equipped, there are too many supplements. Su Fan thought for a moment and sent another message to the other party. Dao, what positions do you think the team needs to fill urgently? It would be great if we could recruit another demon cultivator who specializes in zombie or bone cultivation. What the team lacks most now is cannon fodder. Once we are surrounded by a swarm of insects, if we don't have a cannon fodder, we can't afford it with just a few people in the team. Damn, this is what I am best at? There are countless ghost soldiers and generals in Su Fan's Juin secret realm, and there are at least thousands of corpses, skeletons and ghosts of various human races, ghost races and other races. Not to mention those in the nascent soul realm, there are more than 10 corpses of old monsters in the god transformation realm. I don't know until I think about it. I'm shocked when I think about it. Su Fan feels that he knows too much. In addition to the main body cultivation, he also knows a little bit of the soul, formation, zombie, bone, demon, poison, shadow and so on. If you add the thunder sword that has been nurtured in his body for many years, he can be said to be half a sword cultivator. This is not Su Fan bragging. Those Daoisms that he knows a little bit about are even stronger than many cultivators who mainly practice these Daoisms. As early as decades ago, Su Fan's soul strength was comparable to that of a cultivator in the god transformation realm. The soul Dao cultivators of the same level were simply vulnerable in front of him. Moreover, he was confident that with only the thunder sword in his body, he could fight many elite sword cultivators to a standstill. Those demon and shadow Dao cultivators in the demon sect were all younger brothers in front of his demon-eyed body and mist body. Although the Daoism of the zombie Dao and the white bone Dao is quite bad, it can't stand up to his awesome materials. Even those super-dimensional demon sects can't find a few disciples with so many Yuanying realm and god transformation realm corpses. Not to mention the puppet Dao, he has countless mechanical puppets seized from the Sulan tribe, and the number is almost impossible to count. Because the Sulan people like to put a large number of mechanical puppets in space boxes as big as containers in the previous life. Not to mention that the ghost generals can control hundreds of 5th and 6th order war puppets. Although these mechanical puppets cannot fight against Yuanying realm monks, they can be used to fight against cannon fodder legions. In the end, the formation is a little worse. Although the Taoist tradition is good, the contact time is too short and the accumulation is not enough. But the formation is more than enough as a secondary Taoist tradition. In addition, the poison path, blood path and curse path, although there is no Taoist tradition, the power is extremely powerful. At least those monks who mainly practice these Taoist traditions will definitely be unlucky to meet him. Moreover, Su Fan has two powerful contracted beasts, Zuxo and Ghost Crow. Even the cultivators of the Xianzhuang beast control path and the contracted creatures may not be as powerful as him. Ghost Crow is needless to say, both its attack ability and flying ability are very strong. Zuxu is even more awesome, especially after waking up from this sleep, its strength has increased several times. These two guys alone can make him rampage in the Falling Star Sky ruins. In addition to Su Fan's various methods, he doesn't need to team up with others. It's enough for him to venture into the Falling Star ruins alone. Damn, it's careless. Su Fan's strength is growing too fast, so fast that even he often underestimates his own strength. How can he not only be able to withstand monsters, but also have no shortage of attack methods, and can turn into a demonic body to escape when he can't beat them, and there are countless cannon fodder to consume when he is trapped. If other people knew that he had so many methods and trump cards, they would have to hit their heads to death. This is a monster that only appears once in a million years. Su Fan just took a brief inventory and was stunned by his own strength. Am I so awesome now? Zuki next to him saw that Su Fan was a little distracted, so he sent him another thought. Devours, what do you think? After receiving the other party's thought, Su Fan shuddered and came back to his senses. Devours, I'm sorry. I was a little distracted just now. I think what you said makes sense. In addition, the team should be equipped with a few monks who are also good at formation and divination. Devours, your opinion is good, but it seems that it is unlikely that the team can fill all these positions. Su Fan understood what Zuki meant. Now, nearly 1,000 disciples who went to Falling Star Sky ruins have almost formed teams. They can't just poach people from other places. Even if there are some lonely ghosts left who have no one to recruit. Most of them are monks who like to be alone and don't want to form a team with others. Yet, I guess even if I say it, it will be useless. Devours, it's better not to mention this matter. It's not worth it to have a conflict with those sword-crazy people. There is no reason to talk to them. In fact, Su Fan just said that just now. The life and death of this team has nothing to do with him. Anyway, these people are not familiar with him. He won't blink an eye if they all die. If he really encountered a crisis, he had plenty of ways to escape, so why offend these unreasonable sword madmen for such trivial matters? Of course, since he had decided to venture into the Falling Star Sky ruins alone, he should also make some preparations in the next step. At present, Su Fan needed to replenish the talismans, elixirs, and other cultivation materials, as well as daily necessities such as food, clothing, housing and transportation. In addition, the ghosts in the Juan secret realm and the mechanical puppets seized from the Sulan people should be sorted out. After all, the Falling Star Sky ruins is a very dangerous and murderous place. Coupled with the elite cultivators from several other star fields, even if his strength is against the sky, he cannot be careless. Chapter 754 I finally made it. The banquet lasted until midnight, and Su Fan didn't say a word. The main reason was that no one wanted to pay attention to him. The prejudice in the hearts of the disciples of the super plane can't be reversed in a short time. Of course, Su Fan was also happy to do so, and he wished that no one would bother him. If it were someone else, he would definitely take this opportunity to try every means to integrate into this circle, but he had no idea at all. Instead of using this hot face to stick to other people's cold buttocks, it is better to be free alone. Even in his previous life, Su Fan had become that kind of mess, but he was still at ease and managed his little life in a colorful way. In this life, if you want to achieve something, you are either a celestial dragon or you are gifted in some aspect. Su Fan didn't touch either of them, and he didn't want to get involved, so he chose to lie down directly. He put down his ideals, but found that ordinary life would also bring him many surprises. If you don't have so many desires, your life will be good. As long as you don't ask for things you can't get, happiness is actually very simple. Although the disciples of the big sects in the super planes didn't like him, the demon cultivator Zuki next to him kept communicating with him through his mind. Maybe it was because of his demon cultivation, Zuki's position in the team was also quite awkward. The two of them were both wanderers in the world. People in the same situation would naturally get close to each other. After the banquet, Su Fan and Zuki had become very familiar with each other and exchanged contact information. He didn't mean to make friends with him, but he felt that this guy was the only one in the whole team who could be trusted. When he arrived at the Falling Star Sky ruins in the future, If the group of sword cultivators got excited, he didn't want to go crazy with them. He estimated that this demon cultivator Zuki must have the same idea as him. Su Fan returned to the cave and found that Chen Rong and several female foundation building cultivators in the cave were waiting for him. "Why don't you rest? Don't do this in the future," the girl laughed and said. "Senior, I will rest until you come back." "I can't sleep well," Su Fan smiled, then entered the hall of the cave and sat down cross-legged. Chen Rong personally brewed a pot of spiritual tea for him, and several other female foundation building cultivators were ordered by her to busy around Su Fan. Looking at the table filled with exquisite tea and spiritual fruits, and the spiritual incense burning in the room, Su Fan was a little uncomfortable. "Okay, you guys go." After hearing his words, the girl waved her hand to send the female foundation building cultivators away, and then knelt in front of him. "Senior, is there anything else?" Su Fan took out a store drink from his arms and threw it to her, then waved at her with a smile. The girl showed a hint of surprise on her face, then knelt down and said, "Senior, I'll take my leave." Seeing Chen Rong's back disappear at the door, Su Fan waved his hand to set up a ban in the room, and then his figure slowly disappeared into the air. As soon as Su Fan entered the portable secret realm, his eyes suddenly condensed. Although he didn't sense any breath, his intuition told him that the guy Zuxu must be hiding nearby. Since Zuxu woke up, as long as he returned to the portable secret realm, this guy would definitely keep playing all kinds of sneak attacks on him. Su Fan walked towards the thatched cottage calmly, and swung his right hand in the air next to him, and immediately grabbed a piece of soft hair. In fact, he really didn't notice Zuxu's location at all, but countless times of wandering between life and death made him extremely sensitive to crises, and his move just now was purely instinctive. Zuxu's huge phantom appeared in the air, and his huge head arched Su Fan hard, like a child who was caught doing bad things. In fact, Su Fan and Zuxu played this trick every day, which can be regarded as training in advance. There is always a ruined beast that is good at hiding its breath around you, and it tries every means to sneak attack you every day. This kind of life is very exciting. Su Fan can clearly feel that his sensitivity to crises has become stronger and stronger. He and Zuxu were tired for a while before coaxing this guy away, and then a black bird flew over from nowhere, landed on his shoulder and chirped. Su Fan stroked the ghost crow with his hand, and then said, "Go, play by yourself." The ghost crow rubbed his face with its head for a long time, and then disappeared with a whoosh. When Zuxu was not awake, the ghost crow was not as clingy as it is now. It often played around in the portable secret realm, and sometimes it was not seen for several days. Now it has to spend some time with him every day. He raised two contracted beasts, and there was nothing he could do about it competing for favor with each other. Su Fan returned to the thatched cottage and saw Sister Zhen squatting in the yard, excitedly sorting out the spoils of Qin Yuan and others. He killed several disciples of the big sects in the first few rounds of the Taoist competition. After all, they were elite disciples from the super plane, and of course they were all very wealthy. "Master, you are back. I have sorted out the things in these rings." He took the rings handed over by Sister Zhen, then entered the thatched cottage and sat cross-legged in the hall. Su Fan weighed the ring in his hand. He would sell the things in it in the city tomorrow to exchange for spirit crystals, and then replenish some cultivation supplies and daily necessities. With food in hand, he would not panic. This time when he went to the Falling Star Sky ruins, he always felt that something would happen. In order to be prepared, he must make preparations to avoid being caught off guard when encountering a crisis. Su Fan sat in the thatched cottage for a while, and suddenly remembered something. He stood up from the ground, then left the thatched cottage and returned to the cave outside. Su Fan left the hall of the cave and told Chen Rong not to disturb him. He came to a closed instrument-making room next to the cave, waved his hand to set up a ban, and then entered the Juan's secret realm. As soon as Su Fan appeared in the secret realm, the cold breath that came to his face made him shudder. He hadn't been here for a long time. After years of cultivation, the yin energy in this Juan's secret realm has become more and more dense. At this time, the ghost of Yaksha emerged in the air, floated in front of him, bowed and bowed. "Old slave, welcome my master." Su Fan waved his hand, then looked at it. The ghost of this guy has become more and more real, and his soul has reached the point of being condensed and not dispersed. He is only one step away from the realm of Ghost Emperor. Look at him, and then look at that spendthrift woman Sister Zhen. There is no comparison at all. When Su Fan thought of Sister Zhen, his head hurt with worry. This girl is too out of tune, she is so carefree, she knows how to be silly and happy every day, and she has never been seen worrying about her realm. Su Fan didn't know how much resources he spent on Sister Zhen, it was purely forced feeding, but until today her realm is still negligible. If this was used to cultivate Yaksha, this guy would have broken through to Ghost Emperor long ago. Moreover, Yaksha not only practices hard, but also very studious. Su Fan handed over all the inheritance of the Ghost Way that he had seized to Yaksha and Sister Zhen. Sister Zhen had long forgotten it, but Yaksha did not slack off at all, and studied hard every day. Moreover, since this thing followed me, it has been working hard and doing all the dirty and tiring work, and I have never seen it complain. Su Fan felt a little guilty. Although it looks a little ugly, it is loyal. Well, he is obsessed with looks. Even if Sister Zhen is not good looking, she is beautiful, and it is pleasing to see her around him every day. Look at this thing again, it is simply unbearable to look at. Su Fan took out a few jade slips from the ring and threw them to Yaksha. They were all several sets of magic sect traditions he got from Ken Yuan. Su Fan was too lazy to look at these sets of inheritance of the magic sect now, so he simply gave them to Yaksha to figure out. Take some time to think about these sects during this period. You can practice with the corpses of the nascent soul realm in the secret realm. After taking over a few jade slips, Yaksha's ghost eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a trace of excitement. When a ghost has cultivated to the level of Yaksha, except that its ghost body is slightly weaker than that of a cultivator, it can actually be regarded as a ghost cultivator, so it can also practice some other sects of the demon sect master. Rest assured, this old slave will not disappoint your expectations. Seeing what he said, I felt relieved. You are about to break through. After hearing Su Fan's words, Yaksha knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few times. This old slave has been practicing hard day and night, and now I have touched a little edge. Now I am waiting for the opportunity to break through. Well, I know, the opportunity has come. I will personally protect you and help you break through the realm of Ghost Emperor. Yaksha burst into tears and choked with excitement. This old slave thanks the master, and I will definitely be loyal to you in the future. It's not easy for me to work hard and never complain all these years, and the master finally starts to pay attention to me. This guy looks so aggrieved, and he looks more wrong than doughy. It looks ugly to begin with, and it is even more disgusting when it cries. Okay, stop crying, what a shame. Yaksha quickly stood up from the ground, pretending to wipe the tears from his eyes. I don't know where a ghost like him got so many tears. If this guy can really break through the realm of Ghost Emperor, he will be a good helper in the future. The ghost has the characteristics of immortality, and has signed an extremely strict contract with a monk, so it is extremely loyal to the master. The ghost monks of the demon sect often have a personal ghost slave by their side. Even if the ghost monk breaks through to the realm of transformation and refining emptiness in the future, the person he trusts most is definitely his personal ghost slave. Moreover, most of these personal ghost slaves grow up with the monks, so the relationship between the personal ghost slaves and the ghost monks is often very deep. But it's different when it comes to Su Fan. His personal ghost slave is always the unambitious Sister Zhen. And the hard-working Yaksha, whether in terms of qualifications or the degree of hard-working cultivation, can beat Sister Zhen by many streets. But Su Fan still likes the watery Zhenji, and is always lukewarm towards Yaksha. It seems that he is too harsh on Yaksha, so he should be nicer to it in the future. In the future, Yaksha will be Su Fan's helper. Zhenji, that prodigal thing, can't be relied on, so let her be his housekeeper. He didn't want to be a ghost cultivator in the first place. Zhenji and Yaksha were both ghost slaves taken in by chance. In fact, according to Su Fan's original idea, he just took in 2 ghost slaves and raised them as pets for fun. He really didn't have any other ideas. Who would have thought that Yaksha would grow up? If Yaksha breaks through the realm of Ghost Emperor, it is equivalent to the existence of human Yuanying realm. Although the strength of Ghost Emperor is relatively weak, he can do a lot of things for him and is definitely a good helper. Next, Su Fan told Yaksha about his trip to Falling Star Shiangsu. He asked him to reorganize the ghosts, zombies, skeletons and other ghosts in the Juan secret realm and make sure they can fight. In fact, over the years, Sister Zhen and Yaksha have subdued a large number of ghost soldiers and generals, as well as low-level zombies and skeletons for them to drive. However, most of the ghost teams under Sister Zhen are used by her to farm, build buildings, and maintain the flowers and plants in the secret realm. The ghosts under her are very good at controlling various mechanical puppets. If one day she doesn't want to cultivate immortality, she can go out to do real estate or build a farm. In addition, the ghost team under Sister Jen is particularly good at cleaning the battlefield. If they scrape the ground, they can definitely scrape 3 feet of the ground without missing even a little bit of the spoils. Yaksha is much more reliable. The ghost army under his command has long been trained by it interfierce cannon fodder army. In addition, a large number of corpses and skeletons of Yuanying and Huishan realms in the Juan secret realm have also been temporarily handed over to it by Su Fan, so he will have to rely on Yaksha to assist him in fighting in the future. There is no way. Sister Jin has now fallen into a life player. It is definitely impossible to expect her to help me go out to fight. Moreover, Su Fan also had his own selfish motives. He was reluctant to let this caring girl go out and face all kinds of dangers. All kinds of dangerous battles, as well as some rough and earthy work, had to be done by Yaksha. Despite this, when Su Fan came to the Juan secret realm this time, he also specially determined Yaksha's future position, which was to help him lead all his ghosts and spirits. This also made Yaksha grateful and tearful. I finally made it. This guy was so excited that if he knew Su Fan's true intention, he would definitely cry in the toilet. The next morning, Su Fan walked around Taipei Immortal City. Because it was the main venue of the Taoist Association, Taipei Immortal City attracted a large number of cultivators from all over Qingluanshan during this period. Even many disciples of major sects and other planes of Chaoguang Star Domain came here from afar to join in the fun. So now the prices in the city have increased several times. It costs a lot of spirit crystals to find a restaurant to have a meal. Moreover, in order to hold this centennial Taoist meeting, Taipei Immortal Palace has moved all the low-level disciples in the city out of the city. Now, except for some low-level disciples of Taipei Immortal Palace who serve the Taoist meeting, the rest of the cultivators are all at the nascent soul stage or above. Walking on the streets of Taipei Immortal City now, cultivators in the spiritualization stage can be seen everywhere, and even old monsters in the refining void stage are not as rare as before. You may meet one after walking a few steps. Su Fan changed his body, appearance and aura, disguising himself as a casual cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul. Anyway, it would take some time to go to the Falling Star ruins, so he simply set up a street stall in a scattered stall market in the city. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 755 This Laodang is not a good guy. The Scattered Stalls Market in Taipei Immortal City is located in a small square in the West City. There are many monks who come here to set up stalls. Now the city has gathered disciples from all planes of Chaoguang Star Domain, and they are all monks above the nascent soul realm, which also makes the quality of the things in this Scattered Stalls Market very high. In addition to the scattered cultivators of the nascent soul realm from all over the country, some disciples of the sects will also come here to join in the fun, in fact, just for the sake of novelty. Therefore, the Scattered Stalls Market has changed the situation of fake goods everywhere and poor quality in the past. You can often buy what you like by strolling here. This also attracted a large number of monks to come. The whole square was crowded with people, and most of them were nascent soul realm monks, and even a few of the transformation god monks could be encountered occasionally. Su Fan spent a lot of time to find a location. He took out a piece of animal skin from the ring and spread it on the ground, and then placed the things in the ring on it in different categories. The spoils he seized were all from disciples of several super planes. Whether it is elixirs, talismans, Taoist instruments and magic weapons, or various rare materials for alchemy and making instruments, the quality is quite high. Of course, there are also a large number of 6th level formations that Su Fan usually uses for practice, which he also took out. Su Fan sat cross-legged on the ground and took out a formation book to read. He had just read it for a while when business came. Several sect disciples came to his stall. They looked through it for a while, and suddenly they became excited, and then they picked it up with great interest. Most of the cultivators who are stranded in the city now are cultivators from all over Qingluanshan, mostly small and medium-sized sects, cultivation families and independent cultivators. Moreover, Cheoguangstar region is extremely vast, and superplanes are a minority after all, and most of them are sect disciples from some small and medium planes. The things on Su Fan's stall are all from the disciples of the superplanes, so they are still very attractive to them. Of course, the disciples of the superplanes will definitely not come to such a place. If others knew that he, an elite disciple who ranked within 1,000 in the Daohu competition, came here to set up a stall to sell things, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire Cheoguangstar region. In a short while, several sect disciples had selected a lot of things. Su Fan's price was not low, but he never bargained, and he was very aggressive when selling things. Anyway, it was up to you to buy or not, and if you don't buy, get out. Because the price he set was much lower than those shops on the street, it was actually very cost-effective. Although Su Fan's attitude was not good, the other party pestered him for a long time, and seeing that there was no opportunity, they all took out spirit crystals to pay. After that, there was no shortage of people in front of his stall. It was not even noon yet, and there was nothing left on the stall. In fact, compared with his wealth, the few spirit crystals he sold today were not much. But grasshoppers are also meat. Now Su Fan is already a cultivator in the late nascent soul realm. When he breaks through the spiritual transformation realm in the future, the cultivation resources he needs will increase several times. In addition to the formation of the family's loss, the spirit crystals consumed are like running water. So now he will no longer think of himself as a rich man as he did before. Su Fan simply sold the remaining things to the monks at the stalls next to him at a low price, and then he went shopping in the scattered stalls market. He wanted to pick up some bargains, but after shopping for a long time, he didn't see anything he liked. Just when Su Fan wanted to leave, he was suddenly attracted by the things on his stall. Su Fan first came to the stall next to him and squatted down. After buying 2 things, he came to the stall quietly. The owner of the stall looked to be in his 50s or 60s. His hair and beard were all white, but his face did not look old. His eyes were particularly bright and shining. A wisp of snow-white beard hung down to his chest, which really had a bit of immortal style. Although the other party was extraordinary, he was shabby in his bones. At first glance, he was a casual cultivator. The things on the old man's stall were all broken pieces of magic weapons, unknown materials, black bones and other strange things. Su Fan picked up a piece of dry black animal bone and asked, "Daoao, what kind of animal bone is this?" "Haha, Daoao actually recognized this piece of ancient Chilean bone. You have good eyesight." "What a good eyesight, there is no such thing as an ancient Chilean now." Su Fan quickly threw the bone on the stall and waved his hand. He could see that this old deng was not a good guy. "I am short of money and can't afford it." The old man laughed and said, "Daoao, if you are interested, the price can be negotiated." The other party was obviously a person who made a living by talking all year round. It's better not to show off his little Taoist skills in front of him. Thinking of this, he directly picked up a tattered wooden statue. This wooden sculpture is about half a meter long, and there are dense runes engraved all over the body. Now it is almost impossible to see the patterns in it. "Daoao, this is something from the Wu sect, right?" The old man smiled, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then disappeared. "This is something I got from the Wu sect tomb back then. At that time, more than a dozen fellow Daoists were killed there." He reminisced for a while, and said, "This thing has been in my hands for more than 100 years, and I have never sold it. If Daoao likes it, I will give it to you." Su Fan couldn't help but look confused when he heard this. "What's going on?" "Daoao, you can't do that. I just think this thing is interesting. I'll buy it instead of giving it to you." "Okay, if you want to buy it, Daoao, give it to me as you see fit." Su Fan quickly took out 10 spirit crystals from his ring and placed them on the old man's stall, and then put the wood carving into his ring. The old man took the spirit crystals and sighed. He took out a mottled animal skin from his ring and unfolded it in front of Su Fan. "This is what I got from that tomb. I haven't figured out its origin in all these years." Su Fan glanced at the animal skin and almost laughed. "This is just a woman book. The Wu Gout Ag taught him Wu Wen back then, so he knew what was written on it. This is just a personal biography of a woman priest. And it has no value at all." Su Fan also understood the other party's intention. The tattered wooden sculpture was just a bait to catch big fish. However, Su Fan certainly would not show it, and a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. "Daoao, can I take a look?" The old man laughed and handed the animal skin to Su Fan. Su Fan took the animal skin, picked it up and looked at it carefully again and again. After looking at it for a long time, he raised his head and looked at the old man. "Devours, can you give up this thing?" The old man shook his head when he heard it, and then snatched the animal skin back. "Devours, this thing is not good." Su Fan suppressed his laughter and said, "How about this, Devours, I'll give you a price, 5,000 spirit crystals." After hearing his words, the old man showed a trace of hesitation on his face, but then shook his head. This old man thought he was sure of Su Fan, and deliberately showed a tangled look, but immediately refused. It was to let Su Fan see a glimmer of hope, so that he would continue to raise the price. And he guessed that the old man still had a lot of women's things in his hands. If someone wanted women's things, they would definitely have to buy them from him. But the other party never thought that Su Fan was the human flesh god tower of Wugad. At least in the entire Cheoguang Star region, few people knew women's things better than him. "Devours, I won't sell it, Devours, I really won't sell it, no," Su Fan sighed, and then he stood up from the ground. "In that case, I won't take away someone's love. Goodbye." After he said that, he turned around and left. The old man was immediately confused and watched Su Fan disappear in the dense crowd. It was not until Su Fan disappeared that the old man realized that he had been fooled by this kid. His face was full of regret, and there was a hint of sinisterness in his eyes. Then he took off the communication array from his waist and sent a few messages in a hurry. The old man had guessed that the wooden sculpture must have an extraordinary origin. Su Fan left the scattered stalls market and turned into an alley. After a while, he had returned to his original appearance. He suspected that the old man was an evil cultivator, so he played a trick on him to avoid trouble. After all, he was in a foreign land, and who knew what kind of background this old man had behind him. Not long after Su Fan left the scattered stalls market, dozens of cultivators gathered near the market from all directions, and the leaders were actually several gods. They gathered together for a secret discussion, and then quickly dispersed and searched around. Unfortunately, Su Fan had already changed his original appearance and disappeared into the vast sea of people on the street. Su Fan replenished various supplies in the city, and then returned to the cave outside the city. After returning to the cave, he told Chen Rong not to let anyone disturb him, and then entered the temple and sat cross-legged in the hall. He took out the wooden sculpture from the ring and gently placed it in front of him. Because Su Fan is the human god tower of the witch god Ag, he's extremely sensitive to the breath of witch sacrifice. So just now at the scattered stalls market, he felt a trace of the witch door breath from a long distance away, the breath of connecting with the witch world through sacrifice. He is very familiar with this. In the past, he often communicated with Ag of the witch world through the witch characters all over his body. The material of this witch wood sculpture seems to be similar to the witch door doll that Su Fan got at the beginning, and it should also be an outlander. The appearance of the wood sculpture is already tattered, the patina has fallen off seriously, and there are several fine cracks at the bottom, but it gives people a sense of vicissitudes. Although the witch pattern on the wood carving was modeled and the basic lines could no longer be seen, each witch pattern was engraved vividly. Su Fan looked at it repeatedly for a long time, and he could already conclude that this witch wood carving was definitely made by a great man in the witch world. As for why it ended up in Kinglun Heaven, he could not guess. The entire Cheoguang Star region was dominated by the human race's Taoist sect, not to mention the witch sect. Even the powerful Buddhist sect had no place to stand. Although there were many races in this world of cultivation, the human race only occupied a very small part, and there were no unique conditions like the demons, beasts, and other races. But the human race was self-reliant and never perished. Not only did it not say that, it had also laid down vast territories in this world of cultivation. The human race was not only the Taoist sect, the witch sect and the Buddhist sect were also equally domineering and fierce. It was a pity that the three branches of the human cultivators were not united, and they were also in endless disputes with each other. There had been countless fierce battles in history. Thinking of this, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. He took a deep breath, then his eyes focused, and dense blood-colored divine patterns suddenly appeared all over his body. In the whole hall, a blood-colored witch formation with him as the center formed, covering the witch door wooden sculpture. Buzz! Su Fan faintly heard a low humming sound, and the witch door wooden sculpture suddenly permeated with the heavy vicissitudes of life. The sad breath that had gone through countless years came to his face, and the obscure witch door divine patterns on the wood sculpture began to flash with blood light, as if they had come alive all of a sudden. Just when Su Fan was excited, the witch door wooden sculpture suddenly became silent again, and slowly restored its tattered appearance. Su Fan sighed. This witch door wooden sculpture was too badly damaged. There is another possibility, that is, he used his human flesh divine tower as a medium for stimulation, and perhaps the energy was not enough to stimulate this wooden sculpture. There is no way. With his current strength, he cannot control something like this, which may be made by the hands of a powerful person in the wizard world. But what is certain is that this wooden sculpture is definitely not simple. Su Fan should be considered to have picked up a big bargain this time. He put the wooden sculpture into the stored ring. It seems that he can only make a long-term plan later. It would be great if he could contact Agi from the wizard clan. This woman will definitely be able to see the origin of this wooden sculpture from the wizard clan. Although he did not activate this wooden sculpture from the wizard clan, Su Fan was in a good mood after all because he had picked up a big bargain. At this time, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. Su Fan took off the communication array disc and took a look, and found that it was a message from senior brother Fan He. Brother, prepare more delicious food. I didn't eat enough last time. This foodie really doesn't regard himself as an outsider. Don't worry, there's enough for you. I have 2 bottles of top-grade spirit wine, which were given to me by my ancestor. Let's make them tonight. That's great. I'll make a bed for you tonight. By the way, I got you some information about other star regions. I'll bring it to you tonight. Su Fan chatted with senior brother Fan for a few more words. Just when he was about to put away the communication array, senior brother Nanming's message arrived. Junior brother, Su and I will go there tonight. Do you need me to bring anything else? Senior brother Nanming just loves to be polite, and always feels that he is a level behind senior brother Fan. No, I have everything I need. Then I'll bring a few bottles of spirit wine. What the hell? Bring so much spirit wine, do you want to drink to death? By the way, Susa asked me to tell you if there is any juice from that day. This girl is always making trouble, very difficult to get along with, and has nothing good except her good looks. Don't worry, there's plenty of juice, you can drink as much as you want. Susa and I got some information about other star regions for you, I hope it can help you. Chapter 756. At midnight, the moon was bright and clear, and the silvery white moon halo gradually became clear and transparent, crystal clear, flawless, cold and elegant. In the small courtyard of Su Fan's cave, several people sat around the dining table drinking and chatting. They drank a lot today. Not only did they drink up the several jars of spirit wine brought by senior brother Fan and senior brother Nanming, but there was nothing left of the 2 jars of spirit wine that Su Fan brought out. If the cultivators use their magic power to eliminate the power of alcohol, they can definitely drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, but that would lose the fun of drinking. Therefore, when the cultivators gather, they will deliberately restrain their magic power and enjoy the fun that food and strong wine bring them. Today, several people were a little drunk, especially senior brother Fan, whose tongue was a little bit straight when he spoke. Senior brother Nanming was okay, because Su was watching on the side. At least he didn't lose his composure. Su Fan was originally a physical cultivator, and his physical body was unmatched. Although he couldn't drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, it was no problem to deal with these 2 scums. Have you heard when we will set off? After hearing Su Fan's words, senior brother Nanming glanced at Su beside him. The girl rolled her eyes and said, yesterday, I heard from a senior brother in the sect that it seems that we will set off at the end of the month. Senior brother Fan hurriedly said, brother, it's only a few days away. Have you prepared all your supplies? It's already this time, and you just remembered what you did before. There's nothing you can do. He is the eldest son of a cultivation family, and he doesn't have to worry about these trivial matters. It's almost ready. Senior brother Fan picked up the wine glass and took a big sip, then took out a store drink from his arms and handed it to Su Fan. Brother, this is a little gift from my buddy, don't think it's shabby. Su Fan took the store drink handed over by the other party, his eyes condensed, and his spiritual sense scanned the stored ring. This guy is also thoughtful, giving him 4 7th level talismans. To be honest, although senior brother Fan has a strong aura of a child from a rich family, his character is really nothing to say. Senior brother, we don't have to do this. Senior brother Fan laughed loudly and then hugged Su Fan's neck. Brother, do you know how much spiritual crystals you made me earn? Take it. When you come back from Falling Star Sky Ruins, try to get into the top 200 of the battle record list. I'm betting all my wealth on you, top 200. Senior brother, you are a bit conservative. Su-fan believes that it is no problem to get into the top 100. If he tries hard, it won't be a big deal to get into the top 10. Even the top 3 is not impossible. You have to know that for every top 100 on the battle record list, the odds of the betting station will double accordingly. The difference can be imagined. Although he thought so in his heart, Su-fan opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. In fact, with his current strength, it is not impossible to get the top spot, but he really doesn't dare to show off. He killed several elite assassins of the Frigate River Hall and is now on the blacklist of this organization. It is said that the tentacles of this organization have spread throughout the world of cultivation. As long as they find a trace of him, Su-fan will have to continue to wander around the world. So for his own safety, Su-fan must let it go and kill more than 100 in the battle record list. After all, he is just a disciple of a small plane, and the only disciple of a small plane in this 100 years of Dao meeting competition in Cheoguang Star Domain. Once Su-fan kills into the top 100 of the battle record list of the Dao meeting competition, it is likely to attract the attention of those who are interested. Don't worry, senior brother, I dare not say anything else, but there is no problem in the top 500 of the battle record list. Hearing Su-fan say this, the eyes of senior brothers Nanming and Susu beside him suddenly lit up. Although this guy's tone was very plain, he made them feel a strong sense of self-confidence, and it was definitely not the kind of bragging that swelled his face to make a big statement. Nowadays, almost no disciples within the 1000th place of the Dao meeting competition killing list dare to boast so much. Even those arrogant and unruly sword cultivators dare not. Those who can make it into the top 1000 of the battle record list are not simple. Senior brother Nanming thought for a moment, took out a jade bottle from his ring and handed it to Su-fan. Junior brother, this is a top-grade healing pill that the sect rewarded me that year, 9 transformations regeneration and replenishing Yuan Bao pill. Hearing the name of this pill, Su-fan was stunned. He had really heard of this top-grade healing pill, which was definitely the best of the best among the healing pills. Senior brother, how can this be? How could Su-fan dare to take this pill easily? This favor was too great. Senior brother Nanming laughed and said, Junior brother, you took all the things from Fan, but you don't want my things. Do you look down on me, your senior brother? This was too heartbreaking. Su-fan couldn't refuse to take it now, or you look down on him. No matter how arrogant he was, he didn't dare to look down on the elite disciples of the sect in the super plane. Okay, take it. This 9 transformations regeneration pill is absolutely rare. When it comes to life and death, this is the magic pill that can save your life. Legend has it that the most amazing thing about taking this precious pill is that no matter how badly you are injured, it can keep your foundation for cultivation. At this time, Susu next to him also took out a copper coin about the size of an inch from the ring and handed it to Su-fan opposite. Junior sister is not as wealthy as my 2 brothers, so I can only give you a Ruai copper coin to wish you a long-lasting fortune. Su-fan looked at the Ruai copper coin in his hand and was immediately confused. What the hell is this? Sister, you are really willing to give it to me? This is the treasure that the ancestor gave you back then. After senior brother Nanming finished speaking, he turned around and explained to Su-fan. Junior brother, my ancestor is also a divination expert. This Ruai copper coin contains 3 divination opportunities of the ancestor. If you encounter any difficult decision, you can take it out and try your luck. Damn. This Ruai copper coin is too awesome. The ancestor of brother Nanming's family must be a master of refining the void. And the results of his divination must be very accurate. Thinking of this, Su-fan hurriedly handed the Ruai copper coin back. What a joke. Let me owe you such a big favor. What do you 2 want to do? Before Susu could speak, brother Nanming pushed the Ruai copper coin that Su-fan handed back. Junior brother, my sister's kindness, if you don't accept it, you look down on me. What the hell? This guy actually played emotional kidnapping with him. In fact, Su-fan really thought too much, mainly because poverty limited his imagination. Although these things seem precious, in the eyes of the children of the rich and powerful families, they are just toys at best. They have a lot of these things in their hands, and it is not a big deal to take one out at random. Brother Nanming and Susu, the brother and sister, are also optimistic about Su-fan's future, and they are just investing in advance to keep a low profile. Although Susu's personality is not pleasing, it does not mean that she is stupid. Don't think that everyone can catch their eyes. These children from rich and powerful families are very smart. As long as they can make it into the top 500 of the Taoist Association's battle record list, even the disciples of the superplanes are willing to befriend them. Anyone who can come back alive from the falling star ruins will have unlimited future prospects. It was not until the sky was slightly bright that the three of them ended the drinking party. Su Fan returned to the hall of the cave and sat cross-legged. He looked at the things that Brother Fan and others gave him one by one, and then sighed. This is all human favors. At this time, Chen Rong came in from outside and knelt in front of Su Fan. Disciple thanks the true Lord. Tonight, while the sister was serving beside him, Su Fan casually said to Su, asking her to help take care of this girl. Su certainly would not refuse such a trivial matter. He casually threw a jade talisman to the sister and asked her to show the jade talisman when she encountered problems in the sect in the future. In Su Fan's view, this was just a small matter. But in Chen Rong's eyes, it was extraordinary. With Su's jade talisman, it meant that she had a backer in the sect. Although Su was mean, such people were the most protective of their shortcomings. So with this jade talisman, the sister's life in Taipei Fairy Palace in the future would definitely be much better. It's okay, you've been busy all night, go and rest. Chen Rong didn't move after hearing this, but straightened up and took off her robe. Su Fan looked up and was immediately blinded by a white body. You, put it on quickly. Although he said so, the robe under him had already stood up. Since swallowing the blood of the foreign combined demon, Su Fan has become a teddy bear who enjoys the world and the air. I am not a sycophant, nor a fickle person. It's just that I can't repay the great kindness of the senior. Only this body is still clean. Su Fan moved his buttocks and tried his best to hide the embarrassment of his body. Nonsense. How can you do this? Get out. Get out quickly. In the early morning, a scorching sun jumped out from the horizon, and the golden sunlight pierced through the morning mist and sprinkled all over the world. Su Fan lay on his back in the hall, and a ray of sunlight fell on his face through the window lattice. He slowly opened his eyes, covered his eyes with his hands, then sat up from the ground and rubbed his face with both hands. Maybe he had been holding it in for too long, and the absurd night last night made him feel refreshed. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Su Fan felt that his spirit had grown a little. Moreover, his whole body seemed to have been restarted. Now his soul strength is even stronger than some ordinary cultivators in the spiritualization realm. It is extremely difficult for his soul to grow even a little bit. It seems that he will have to release it once in a while in the future. The harmony of yin and yang, the law of nature. Cultivation must also be scientific and follow the basic laws of nature. At this time, Chen Rong walked in from outside quietly, and her face blushed slightly when she saw Su Fan. Senior, breakfast is ready for you. Although the two of them had been having fun all night last night, she did not show any transgression at this moment, and was still respectful. Su Fan glanced at the girl inside secretly. There was no way. He had inherited many habits of the demon clan, and his body could not withstand the slightest easing. Just sleep. Taipei Immortal Palace arranged these beautiful female cultivators to come and serve them, which actually included this service. In the eyes of those disciples of the big sect, this was still a big deal. It was just that he could not accept it for a while. Although he has been in this world of cultivation for many years, he is still a modern man in some aspects. Oh, thank you for your hard work. After hearing Su Fan's incoherent words, the girl's face became even redder. In fact, she had been mentally prepared for this when she was assigned here. Who knew that this senior didn't understand romance at all, and she was not someone who was willing to lose face, so she didn't make up her mind to enter this abode until last night. Moreover, Chen Rong just wanted to repay the senior's kindness, and had no other thoughts at all. Thinking of the wisps of electricity last night, the girl couldn't help trembling all over, and her face was as red as a thing. She knelt down quickly and said, Senior, I have no way to repay you for your kindness. Su Fan didn't say anything, but just smiled slightly. He stood up from the ground, went to the yard outside, sat at the dining table and started to eat breakfast. At this time, Su Fan's eyes suddenly condensed. He put down his bowl, and then stood up from the dining table. The air in the courtyard was slightly turbulent, and a figure slowly emerged in the air. This was a middle-aged cultivator, with a sturdy physique, more than 9 feet tall, wearing a simple linen suit, with a rough and weathered appearance, messy long hair, an unkempt appearance, but his figure was exceptionally tall. Fuck. This is a big man in the refining void realm. Su Fan hurriedly walked over and knelt down, kneeling respectfully in front of the other party. Disciple, I pay my respects to the Grand Master. Looking at the figure and temperament of this big man, it is clear that the other party must be a physical cultivator, and he should be from this ancient Taoist palace. Chen Rong and several foundation-building female cultivators in the courtyard were frightened and trembled, and hurriedly knelt down. Let's go inside and talk. After the middle-aged cultivator finished speaking, he walked straight into the abode and sat cross-legged in the hall. Su Fan asked the girl to brew a pot of spiritual tea, and then followed her in happily, standing respectfully opposite his fellow master. Come and sit down. Su Fan knew that Zhenshin Dao Palace didn't pay much attention to those red tape, so he hurried over and sat cross-legged. It must be said that facing the big boss of the refining void realm, the pressure is not ordinary. At this time, Chen Rong walked in from outside tremblingly with his spiritual tea, and kept her head down and dared not raise it. Leave it to me, you go. Su Fan took the tea tray from the girl, and then waved her away. He picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for the old monster in the refining void realm opposite. You should call me Master Hongcheng. I just came out of retreat not long ago, and I heard that there was an extraordinary disciple in the sect, so I wanted to come and see you. Disciple thanks Master Hongcheng for his care and concern, and you are worried. Seeing that Su Fan was still respectful, Master Hongcheng frowned. Boy, we are both barbarians who practice physical cultivation. Don't do those useless things. Do you have wine? I can't drink tea. It seems that this master is also a wonderful person. Su Fan understood. He finally knew where the rough style of Zhenshin Taoist Palace came from. Okay, let's have a sip first. Chapter 757, We monks should strive for self-improvement. Su Fan stood up from the ground, went out to ask Chen Rong and the others to bring some spiritual vegetables, and then returned to the house. He took out a jar of top-grade spiritual wine from his ring, as well as 2 large bowls, and poured a bowl for Grandmaster Hongcheng. Grandmaster Hongcheng picked up the large bowl, gulped down a bowl, and then wiped his mouth. It's delicious. Your wine is good. Su Fan also quickly picked up the bowl and followed suit. When Chen Rong and the others brought the dishes in, the 2 of them had already drunk several bowls of wine. Grandmaster Hongcheng raised his wine glass and clinked it with Su Fan. You are a good kid. You made our Cultivation famous throughout the Chaoguang Star region. This glass is for you. After hearing Grandmaster Hongcheng's words, Su Fan quickly raised his wine glass in fear and trepidation. Grandmaster, I am in awe. Grandmaster Hongcheng raised his bowl and drank a bowl, then laughed. You little guy, why are you so scared? You made it into the top 1000 in the Daohu competition, which is a great honor for our Zhenshin Dao Palace. He took out 4 rings from his arms and placed them in front of Su Fan. This one is a reward from me, the other 2 are rewards from the sect and the other 10 super immortal sects of Cultivation, and the last one is from Biqiang Immortal Sect. Looking at the 4 rings in front of him, Su Fan's hair stood up with excitement. How can this be so embarrassing? It's too polite. Brother, disciple, thank you, master. Su Fan quickly knelt in front of Master Hongcheng and kowtowed respectfully. Get up, get up. This is what you deserve. Our ancestors of Cultivation have never done it, but you have done it. At this point, Master Hongcheng was full of emotion. Before I came, several ancestors specifically asked me to bring you a message. Thank you for everything you have done for our Cultivation. Su Fan heard it and quickly bowed to the sky several times. Thank you for your concern for your disciple. Grandmaster Hongcheng laughed a few times and said, okay, let's drink. I heard that you declined the offer from the Hanhei Dao Palace. When the Hanhei Dao Palace proposed to recruit Su Fan, he said he would consider it, and then the matter was dropped. In the eyes of the people of the Hanhei Dao Palace, this was a decline. In fact, Su Fan was really entangled at the beginning, and he couldn't make up his mind for a while. Finally, when he saw that the Hanhei Dao Palace didn't come to him again, he stopped thinking about it. He didn't care much. For him, it didn't matter where he practiced, as long as he lived comfortably. The disciple didn't decline it either, he just said he would consider it. Grandmaster Hongcheng got anxious when he heard it, and said, are you stupid? This is such a good opportunity. He glared at Su Fan with a look of disappointment, and said, do you think the Hanhei Dao Palace is a small family like our Zhenshin Dao Palace? They are a big family in the super plane, and you are still taking advantage of them. There are many big families in the superplane. He knelt in front of Hong Chang Xianzhen again and buried his head deeply in the ground. I am a casual cultivator with very poor aptitude. I have been wandering around without roots. Only Zhenshan Dao Palace treats me as one of their own, and I also treat the sect as my home. Hong Chang Xianzhen listened and pointed at him, and didn't say anything for a long time. What can I say about you? It's not good for a cultivator to be too nostalgic. At this point, he said solemnly, tomorrow I will go to Hanhei Dao Palace to pay homage to several Taoist friends from the upper sect. I will help you talk about this matter then, Grandmaster, disciple. Before Su Fan finished speaking, Hong Chang Xianzhen interrupted him with a wave of his hand. This matter is settled. After that, he sighed with emotion and said, when you reach the God transformation realm, you will know how difficult it is to make further progress in cultivation. Su Fan really didn't think how difficult it was to practice. If he wanted to pursue speed regardless of anything, he would have gone to the Star Domain battlefield long ago. That evil secret method blood magic mist, combined with the witch's blood shadow descending Gouda ray, is a perfect match. As long as the materials for the blood sacrifice are sufficient, the progress of cultivation will be very fast. Except that the state of mind can't keep up, there are almost no side effects. Of course, Su Fan knew that Master Hong Chang was doing this for his own good. After all, the great sects in the superplane not only have extremely rich spiritual resources, but also have extremely long traditions of various Taoist traditions. The physical tradition of Zhenshan Taoist Palace comes from Hanhei Taoist Palace, but Hanhei Taoist Palace is not a pure physical cultivation sect. Physical tradition is only a branch of the Taoist tradition, inherited from Hanhei Taoist Palace. There are also many Taoist traditions such as magic, alchemy, illusion, divination, talisman, instrument, puppet, beast control, harmony, etc. The scale of a branch of the Taoist tradition of other sects is equivalent to the entire Zhenshan Taoist Palace, which shows the foundation of the great sects in the superplane. But despite this, Su Fan really couldn't bear to leave the atmosphere of Zhenshan Taoist Palace. Disciple will follow the master's instructions. You are too casual, the road is difficult, and we cultivators should strive for self-improvement. Then the father and son drank until they were drunk. Although they were two realms apart, the Zhenshan Taoist Palace had such a tradition. When drinking, no one cared about seniority. Before coming, Hong Chang Xianzhen went to a friend who had traveled in the Falling Star Xiangsu and got some information for him. This is not the information that senior brother Fan and senior brother Nanming found from their family, but something that others have personally experienced. The old man was thoughtful, and he begged for this at the risk of his face. Hong Chang Xianzhen stayed until noon and left. Su Fan sat cross-legged in the hall and couldn't help feeling a lot of emotions. It seems that I can't go back to Cultivation in the future. Okay, if I can't go back, then I can't go back. I can practice anywhere. Su Fan sighed and took out 3 storage rings from his arms. He first picked up the storage ring that the top 10 super immortal sects of Cultivation had rewarded him. He scanned it with his spiritual sense, and a hint of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. He saw that the storage ring of 1,000 square meters was filled with various top-grade treasure pills, 7th-level talismans, and top-grade Taoist treasures. There was everything. There were even a lot of rare spiritual ingredients. Spiritual rice, spiritual noodles, and spiritual tea and spiritual wine. Although there were no extremely rare things in the storage ring, it was a huge number, and the quality was extremely high, and most of them were things that even cultivators in the transformation realm could use. The 9 top-grade immortal sects in Cultivation had suffered a heavy loss this time. At least in the next many years, even if he broke through the transformation realm in the future, Su Fan would not worry about cultivation resources for the time being. Even if he went bankrupt again in the future, he could sell these things outside for spiritual crystals, which would make him instantly financially free. Su Fan put away the storage ring with satisfaction, and picked up the storage ring of the Bikyong Immortal Sect. Perhaps knowing that he lacked materials to study the Dao of Formation, the ring was filled with various high-level Dao of Formation materials, enough for him to squander for many years. The most valuable were 2 sets of 8th-level Immortal Formations, one of which was the Tai Concealing Heaven and Locking Spirits to steal the Immortal Formation for concealing the breath. If this set of Immortal Formations was set up, it might be able to hide from the divine sense of the big guys in the refining void realm, not to mention the cultivators in the transformation realm. The other set was the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths Wu Ji Black Tortoise Gold Transformation Immortal Formation for defense, which could block a few attacks even from the full force of the old monster in the refining void realm. Su Fan breathed a long sigh of relief, and finally he would not have to worry about Dao of formation materials anymore. It must be said that Dao of formation was too wasteful, and it bankrupted him. Although the Baekhyang Immortal sect was rich, so many high-level Dao of formation materials and 2 sets of 8th-level immortal formations would also require some money from the family. Su Fan knew that the reason why Baekhyang Xianzong made such a big investment was simply to express gratitude to him for sending Chen Qing to Liang Xianzong and Qingluanshan. This also made Baekhyang Xianzong's status in Chixishan soar, and it will definitely be on par with the top 10 super immortal sects in the future. Damn, Baekhyang Xianzong got it for free. At the beginning, a group of old guys in the sect drove him out of the sect. Well, for the sake of master and junior sister Chen Qing, I won't bother with him. Su Fan put away Baekhyang Xianzong's storage ring, and picked up the storage ring that Master Hong Cheng rewarded him. His eyes condensed, and his spiritual sense swept over the storage ring, and he was stunned. He saw that the storage ring was empty. Except for a hammer about an inch in size and a jade slip, there was nothing else. Su Fan took out the small hammer in the storage ring, held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. The shape of this hammer is ordinary, just like the hammers that the laborers used to smash the walls in his previous life. The hammer body is simple and unadorned, without the complicated cloud patterns carved on other magic weapons. However, holding the hammer in his hand gave him a heavy, solid breath like the earth. Su Fan frowned, then took out a jade slip from the ring and placed it on his forehead. Fuck. He just took a look and couldn't help but swear. This is a fairy weapon, this inconspicuous little hammer. Named Demon Subduing Sky Splitting Mountain Hammer, was a fairy weapon that Hong Cheng Xianzan often used when he just broke through the realm of refining emptiness. Old man, you are kidding? This is a fairy weapon, how can he, a cultivator in the nascent soul realm, control it? Su Fan frowned and checked the contents of the jade slip again. After reading it for a long time, he was relieved. He put down the jade slip, and his heart was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Although this demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer is a real immortal weapon, Su Fan can really use it. Before breaking through the realm of refining emptiness, Hong Cheng Xianzan collected various top-grade materials for many years in order to create his first immortal weapon. Finally, not long after breaking through the realm of refining emptiness, he successfully created his first immortal weapon. Compared with other Taoist sects, the functions of physical cultivation magic weapons are not so mysterious and strange. The emphasis is on one force to defeat 10 skills and one force to break all methods. When Hong Cheng Xianzan created this demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer immortal weapon, it was the same. The main pursuit was to make it harder and heavier, and other functions were not so prominent. Therefore, the high-level magic weapon of physical cultivation can be barely used by cultivators of a lower realm, as long as you can lift it. Of course, when cultivators in the realm of transformation use the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer, they will definitely not be able to exert the full power of this immortal weapon. It is estimated that even if the cultivators in the realm of transformation try their best, they can only exert 1 or 2% of the power of this immortal weapon. Furthermore, if a cultivator in the spiritualization realm uses this immortal weapon, it will definitely not last long, and at most it can only swing it a few times. But that is equivalent to 1 or 2/10 of the power of a physical cultivator in the void refining realm, which is enough to hammer a cultivator in the spiritualization realm to death. That is an immortal weapon, and it is good enough to swing it a few times. What else do you want? At the critical moment, it can definitely be the final blow. Although Su Fan is only in the nascent soul realm now, he should not be able to use this immortal weapon. But since he broke through the 6th level of the heavenly demon saint body art, the strength of his physical body has already reached the level of the spiritualization realm. So Su Fan still has no problem using this demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer. Just this immortal weapon alone, the things of those super-immortal sects in Chixishan and the Northern Dome immortal sect combined may not be as precious as it. Have you ever seen a master in the void refining realm give away his immortal weapon? After Su Fan joined the mountain's Hendao Palace, although the masters in the void refining realm did not meet him, they have always paid attention to him and have seen through him inside and out. Of course, Hong Cheng Xianzan also knew the situation of this kid, so he rewarded him with this immortal weapon. Su Fan looked at the small hammer in his hand excitedly. I am also a person with an immortal weapon. If there's any cultivator in the transformation realm who dares to show off to him in the future, I will smash you to death with one hammer. Su Fan suppressed the urge to try this immortal weapon and put the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer into the stored ring. This is a fairy weapon. Once it is activated, the noise will be very loud. Grandmaster Hong Cheng, you are my grandfather from now on. Su Fan calmed down his excitement and put the stored ring away, and then picked up the stored ring awarded to him by this Henshin Taoist palace. His eyes condensed, and his consciousness swept over the storage ring, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The reward of this Henshin Taoist palace is still so simple and unpretentious. There are 1 million spirit crystals in the stored ring alone. Nowadays, even some small families would not reward their disciples with a lot of spiritual crystals like this Henshin Dao palace. There are also more than a dozen top-grade immortal pills and precious pills, which are all top-grade pills taken by the cultivators of the transformation realm to heal the body and nourish the spirit. One of them, the Spring Wind and Rain Dew transformation pill, is particularly precious. It is said that it can bring the dead back to life. This healing pill alone can be easily sold for millions of spiritual crystals on the market, but it is still in short supply. Because no one would sell such a life-saving precious pill, which is equivalent to having an extra life. In addition, there are 5 8th level immortal talismans, 3 of which are attack talismans and 2 are immortal talismans for body protection. And then, there is nothing else. It must be said that although this Henshin Dao palace is very poor, giving these rewards is already considered to be exhausting the power of the sect. Needless to say, the spiritual crystals, Su Fan has just experienced bankruptcy, and now his attitude towards spiritual crystals is almost obsessed. 5 8th level immortal talismans, everyone says they are good after using them. Back then, he relied on the help of several 8th level immortal talismans to slaughter several cultivators in the Heavenly Rift Valley. Now, Su Fan's main threat actually comes from cultivators in the godly transformation realm. The masters of the refining void realm and the combination realm would never attack a cultivator like him in the nascent soul realm. If the news got out, how would they live? Chapter 758, Harmony of Yin and Yang is the way of heaven. In the early morning, a brilliant light suddenly appeared, revealing a large area of white, and the whole earth was awakened from its slumber. Su Fan stood in the square of Taipei Immortal City, looking at the huge flying boat in the distance. This is a huge star-filled flying boat, hundreds of feet long, more than 10 stories high, and as black as ink. The boat is engraved with dense runes. The cultivators within the 1000th place in the Taoist Association competition are finally going to Falling Star Sky ruins. At this moment, many people gathered around the square, all of whom were disciples from various sects who came to see him off. Last night, Senior Brother Fan and Senior Brother Nanming invited him to a luxurious hotel in the city. They drank until the early morning, and then the two of them went directly to the square to see him off. Su Fan met Senior Brother Su Long and Senior Brother Mu Yuan and others in the square, and then stood silently in an inconspicuous place, patiently waiting to set off. Dao, how are you? At this time, a thought came to his mind. Su Fan turned around and saw Zuki standing not far away looking at him calmly. Although the two had not been in contact since they separated last time, the marginal figures in the two teams naturally came together to form a small group. Moreover, they used their minds to communicate from beginning to end, so even the other members of the team did not know the relationship between the two, which was very consistent with the style of the demon sect cultivators. The two and the others could not pee in the same pot at all. If the team encountered a life and death crisis in the Falling Star Sky ruins, they would probably be sacrificed. Although the probability was not high, they had to be on guard. Dao, do you have any information about the Falling Star Sky ruins? We can exchange it, there is some information. An elder in the sect has been there. Demon sect cultivators are generally very realistic and never show their true colors. However, Su Fan likes this way of communication. After all, the two did not have much friendship and only came together temporarily because of their own interests. I also have some information, which was given to me by a senior who once traveled in the Falling Star Sky ruins. No problem, I'll contact you after I get on board. The two of them communicated with their minds without any signs, and the other members of the team could not find it at all. Suddenly, Su Fan sensed something was wrong. It seemed that someone in the crowd around him was spying on him. He used his consciousness to slowly spread outward without any expression, but found nothing. I am being targeted by someone. Su Fan guessed that it should be Feng Qingshu's backup plan. That guy is really a thief who is not dead. I don't have time to deal with him during this period. When I go back, I must kill this bastard. That's not right. Among the disciples within the 1000th place in the Centennial Daohu competition, except for him, who is a disciple of a small plane, the rest are disciples of major sects in various superplanes. No matter how powerful their Feng family is, they can't ask these genius disciples to do such a thing. So there is no need to guess who this person who is spying on me is. It must be Feng Qingshu's brother. Su Fan sneered to himself. He decided to kill the disciple who was said to be the most gifted in the Feng family in the past 10,000 years and let them pay some interest first. Everyone, get on board. Following the shout of a cultivator in the god transformation realm, nearly 1,000 cultivators in the square began to board the flying boat one after another. Su Fan boarded the flying boat with a crowd. The facilities inside were very luxurious. Each disciple was assigned an independent luxurious cabin. He pushed the door and walked in, and saw Chen Rong greeted him with a smile. Disciple, pay homage to the true Lord. As Su Fan's personal maid, the girl also had to follow him to the falling star sky ruins to take care of his daily life. Su Fan smiled and glanced at her, then stepped into the cabin. He walked around in this luxurious cabin and was very satisfied with the environment here. The area of this luxurious cabin is as much as 400 or 500 square meters, including a hall, bedroom, study, practice room, talisman making room, weapon making room and other functional rooms. There is even a spiritual spring bathroom of several dozen square meters in the cabin. Soaking in the warm spiritual spring, you can enjoy the scenery outside through the porthole. Not only is this cabin extremely luxurious, but the decoration of the entire flying boat is also extremely luxurious and grand. After all, the journey across the star field is often very long, so the various facilities on this flying boat are very complete. Buzz, with a dull humming sound, the flying boat slowly left the ground. Su Fan came to the hall of the cave and sat cross-legged. Through the huge porthole, he watched the flying boat rise to the sky and then sail away quickly. At this time, the girl brought the spiritual tea that had been brewed long ago and poured him a cup. Su Fan took the teacup and pulled the girl into his arms with one hand. Ah, caught off guard, the girl exclaimed and fell into his arms. Her little face was already red. Since the last time they were together, Chen Rong has been serving him almost every day these days. Despite this, Chen Rong still abided by the rules and never made any overstepping actions, which made Su Fan very satisfied. Moreover, the girl was really pure, with eyes like a pool of clear water, just like a college student in the previous life, with a clear stupidity in her eyes. Especially when teased, the shy look that the girl naturally revealed was indescribably charming and moving, which made him a little obsessed. Such a beautiful female cultivator, who has already reached the golden core realm, is actually without roots and support in a super-dimensional sect. There must be a reason. Senior, the artificial spiritual spring here is good, the true Lord must like it. Hearing the girl blushing and whispering in his ear, Su Fan immediately became energetic. The little girl has now learned to provoke fire. Well, go and prepare. Chen Rong got up from Su Fan's arms with a red face, and then ran away. Su Fan had seized a lot of dual cultivation techniques in the past, both from the immortal sect and the demon sect, but he didn't even bother to take a look at them before. Now it just came in handy. Every day, he tried different ways with a girl. It can be said that the romance was endless. I don't know if it was an illusion, or it might be because he had been holding it in for too long. Since the two of them started practicing together, Su Fan felt that his magic power had become more transparent and smooth, and even his soul had grown a little. Yin alone cannot grow, and Yang alone cannot be born. The harmony of Yin and Yang is the way of heaven. So these days, Su Fan no longer practiced hard, but was completely immersed in the gentle countryside, just as if he was giving himself a vacation. In the following days, the disciples of various sects on the flying boat were not idle, and various gatherings emerged one after another. Su Fan was also invited by senior brother Su Long to participate in a team gathering, but the result made him a little disappointed. Dozens of people sat together and chatted, which was simply boring. So Su Fan simply closed the door and refused to see guests, and then stayed at home every day with a girl, and his life was both comfortable and corrupt. During this period, he secretly met with a demon cultivator Zuki, and the two exchanged a jade slip. The other party's information about falling star sky ruins was quite good, and it also greatly improved and supplemented his intelligence. This Starfield flying boat flew for more than a month before it passed through the first space gate. And then the flying boat will pass through several space gates and several huge star fields before it can reach the space gate closest to falling star sky ruins. The long journey took several months, and finally arrived at the destination of this trip, a supply point outside falling star sky ruins. Boom! With a dull roar, the Starfield flying boat slowly landed at an airport. Su Fan and Chen Rong said goodbye, and just as he was about to push the door and walk out of the cabin, he saw the girl behind him kneeling on the ground. Disciple, I wish the true Lord a long life. He smiled slightly, but did not look back, and directly pushed the door and left the cabin. Su Fan followed the crowd and got off the Starfield flying boat. As soon as he got out of the cabin, he saw a huge square. Although the supply point is called Xiangsu Market, its scale is no smaller than any fairy city he has seen. This is a market jointly managed by several surrounding star fields. Every day, monks from various star fields arrive here. There are nearly 100 supply points like this in the entire falling star sky ruins, but they are relatively small in scale. According to the information Su Fan has, the area of falling star sky ruins is extremely vast. There are hundreds of relatively large space fragments scattered throughout the entire sky ruins airspace, and there are countless smaller fragments. However, there are only a few fragments whose environment is suitable for the lives of monks, and the rest are mostly unexplored dangerous areas. These dangerous space fragments have suffered devastating damage due to the collapse of the plane, and the environment has become extremely harsh. Legend has it that falling star sky is a plane with extremely developed cultivation resources, with countless high-end monks who once held the power of life and death over dozens of surrounding star fields. Because falling star sky squeezed the surrounding star fields too much, it was eventually besieged by dozens of star fields and destroyed. This was also the main battlefield of the Starfield War that year, and countless monks from dozens of star fields were also turned into dust with the collapse of the plane. In those days, falling star sky had many powerful sects and races, and also had a long tradition of Taoism. Some falling star sky monks who escaped the disaster also moved to other star fields and inherited part of the falling star sky tradition. These traditions also created countless powerful sects in the following hundreds of thousands of years, but these traditions were only a small part of the falling star sky at that time. There are also countless long-standing traditions that collapsed with the falling star sky and were lost in the long river of history. Although the space debris environment of falling star sky ruins is very harsh and dangerous, it still attracts countless monks every year to explore the ruins of the sects in the heyday of falling star sky. For countless thousands of years, a large number of monks have fallen here, including many masters of the transformation realm and the refining void realm. Because some of the space debris of falling star sky ruins are very fragile, most areas are on the verge of collapse and cannot withstand the power of high-level monks. Therefore, most of the people who came to the falling star Xiangsu from various star regions to adventure were Yuanying realm monks. At this moment, the airport was full of dense crowds, and in addition to the human race, there were also monks from various races such as the demon race and the monster race. It's just that the places where the monks of various races landed were not together, and even the living areas in the market were clearly divided. The Chaoguang Star region had sent a large number of monks to the Xiangsu market in advance. So as soon as the flying boat that Su Fan and others were riding landed, someone had already arranged accommodation for them. Although the scale of the Xiangsu market is not small, there are too many monks coming here from various star regions every day, so the conditions in the market are very ordinary. Su Fan was assigned to a single room of only more than 10 square meters, and it is said that this condition is still a sky-high price. Because large star-field flying boats cannot fly in the harsh airspace of the falling star Xiangsu, they must change to a special type of flying boat for the next journey. The next morning, Su Fan and others were called together. A master of the refining realm in the Chaoguang Star domain told all the disciples who came about the mission. This time, nearly 1,000 elite disciples from the Chaoguang Star domain will explore a newly discovered space fragment together with disciples from several other star domains. Because this space fragment has never been set foot on by a cultivator before, according to the rules of the falling star sky ruins, whenever a new plane fragment is discovered, the sect or ethnic tribe that first arrives at this space fragment will have the exclusive right to develop and explore it for the next 100 years. However, This unknown space fragment was discovered by the high-level masters of the Cheoguang star domain and several other star domains. In order to compete for the exclusive right to develop and explore this space fragment for the next 100 years, this grand event of the joint exploration of cultivators from several star domains has taken place. After learning about the whole story of this mission, Su Fan couldn't help but take a breath. There is no need to guess that this time, the cultivators from various star domains will definitely set off a bloody storm in this unknown plane. Not only Su Fan frowned, but the faces of others also became extremely solemn. Originally, they thought that this time they came to the falling star sky ruins, they would compete here to determine the rankings like the previous Taoist competitions. Who would have thought that this time they came to the falling star sky ruins and they would have to complete an extremely dangerous mission. The other star fields participating in the exploration will send their most elite disciples to participate. Not to mention the bloody battles, many people will not be able to leave here alive, and the loss rate will definitely not be low. What makes Su Fan and others feel the most upset is that everything in the space fragment they are going to explore this time is in an unknown state. The information they prepared about the falling star sky ruins before they came is no longer of any reference value. Because the situation on each piece of space fragment in the falling star sky ruins is different, no one knows what kind of situation they will face. Now this space fragment has been completely closed by the high-level bosses of several star fields. The cultivators of several other star fields have already arrived, waiting for the arrival of the Cheoguang star field. In a few days, they will be sent to that unknown space fragment. Chapter 759, Death of a Man. Birds flying to the sky, immortality lasts for eternity. The mission to explore unknown space fragments will last for a year. When the mission is over, all the disciples who are still alive will be automatically teleported out. Exploring in an unknown environment like this is an extremely dangerous mission, and all the disciples will have to face attacks from other star domains. Su Fan estimated that among the nearly 1,000 disciples in Cheoguang star domain, it would be good if 30% of them could survive in the end. This is the time to compete with trump cards. The more trump cards one has, the greater the hope of survival. Fortunately, Su Fan was well prepared and had just received a lot of rewards. He had a lot of trump cards. In addition to Zuxu, who had just awakened, and contract servants such as Gui and Yaksha, he still had a lot to do in this mission. Of course, it depends on their luck, which depends on fate. When a person dies, the bird flies to the sky, and he will not die for thousands of years. After several masters of the refining realm and Cheoguang star domain introduced a mission, they distributed a jade slip and a stored ring to each disciple. The stored ring was filled with various top-grade elixirs, talismans, formations, Taoist instruments and other cultivation materials, both in quality and quantity. In order to grab the right to develop and explore this unknown space plane, the top leaders of Cheoguang star domain have done their best. The supplies for nearly 1,000 elite disciples alone are an astronomical figure. The jade slip contains the situation of several other star domains, and the situation of each star domain is introduced in great detail. The star domains that jointly explored the unknown space fragment with Cheoguang star domain this time are Huanggu star domain, Jiaodao star domain, Qianshan star domain, Zhuangsu star domain and Shenhe star domain. Among them, Huanggu star domain and Jiaodao star domain are star domains ruled purely by the demons, each consisting of hundreds of powerful ethnic tribes, and their combat effectiveness is very fierce and violent. Qianshan star domain is a star domain ruled by the Xianren clan, and its strength is also quite strong. Although the Xianren clan belongs to the humanoid race, its appearance and culture are very similar to those of the human race, but the Xianren clan has extraordinary qualifications. All members of the Xianren clan are born with the best bloodline, and they will awaken their bloodline from the moment they are born and become a cultivator directly. Therefore, the celestial race claims to be the people of God, and looks down on the human cultivators. In their eyes, the human race is just the lowest race. However, the celestial race has a very poor ability to reproduce offspring, so although they are natural cultivators, the number of their people is always small. The population of the entire celestial race added together is probably not as large as an ordinary plane of the human race. However, the celestial race is good at enslaving the demons, monsters and insects under its rule, and has countless slave armies. The Zhuangsu star region is a star region jointly ruled by 4 races, the human race, the monster race, the demon race and the insect race. Therefore, The Zhuansu star region has plain wars all year round, and several races have killed each other for territory. Therefore, although the cultivators in the star region are fierce and brutal, the hatred between several races is already deep-rooted, so they cannot work together at all. According to the analysis of the great powers in the Chaoguang star domain, the cultivators of several races in the Zhuangxiu star domain will fall into a state of division immediately after entering the unknown space plane. It is estimated that several races should be attached to other star domains. The Shenhe star domain is a pure human-ruled star domain, but this star domain is more complicated. The three sects of Taoism, Buddhism and Wu jointly rule the entire star domain. Although the Shenhe star domain basically maintains a relatively peaceful state, the three sects have been fighting openly and secretly for many years, and they are all seeking peace in the struggle. However, although the human race is good at internal fighting, they often unite to the outside world on major issues. Not only that, the Shenhe star domain has sent people to communicate with the Chaoguang star domain in private, and the two star domains ruled by the human race have basically reached an agreement not to attack each other. There is no way. If we talk about individual combat effectiveness, compared with the powerful demons and celestial beings, the combat effectiveness of the human race is still slightly insufficient. Especially those perverts of the heavenly race, it is said that each of them is so powerful that if the human cultivators encounter them alone, they basically have no chance of winning. Even the demon elites of the two star fields of Ancient Star Field and Jiaodao Star Field may not be the opponents of the human cultivators. The demon cultivators are also very strong. Those powerful big demons are not inferior to the elite demons. Fortunately, the human race's Taoism is relatively restrained against the demons. In other words, the Zerg is still easier to deal with, but the golden Zerg of the Insect King level, each Insect King commands an endless number of low-level insects, which are overwhelming and boundless. Anyway, the cultivators of these star fields are all very strong. If the two human star fields kill each other again, they will definitely not be able to compete with the other races. Su Fan put down the jade slip on his forehead and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He has seen the cultivators of the demons, insects, and demons, and to be honest, they are just so-so. But this was the first time he had seen this celestial race. He had only seen it in some ancient books before, but it was almost always mentioned in passing. According to this jade slip, the celestial race monks are good at performing various magic arts, and it is said that they are extremely powerful. What on earth is this magic? It can't be the same as the various Western religions in the previous life. If that's the case, these guys are really hard to deal with. Who can stand it if they summon angels to the earth at any time? While Su Fan was thinking about it, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. He took off the communication array disc from his waist and took a look. He found that it was a message sent by Senior Brother Su Long of Zuanayu Sword Sect. All team members come to me immediately. This message was obviously a mass message. It should be a meeting of team members to discuss the next plan. Su Fan did not reply. He put away the communication array disc, then got up and left the room. When he rushed to Senior Brother Su Long's room, most of the team members had already arrived and were all sitting cross-legged in the room. The room, which was not big to begin with, was already packed. Senior Brother Su Long stood in front, waiting for the team members to arrive. After all the team members arrived, Su Long took a deep breath. I just received intelligence that the way the cultivators from several star fields entered the space fragment this time is said to be completely disrupted. After hearing his words, the team members were immediately confused. Senior Brother, after we entered the space fragment, the team members can't gather together, then why do we still need to form a team? Anyway, no one can find each other in there. It seems that those old monsters in several star fields want us to have a melee. By then, even if the team gathers together, there will probably be only a few left. What are you afraid of? We are sword cultivators. At most, we can kill them and make a river of blood. Everyone was shocked by the news and started to make noises. Senior Brother Su Long smiled bitterly, then waved his hand to quiet everyone down, and he took out a miniature array plate. This problem has been considered before we came. After he said that, he raised the palm-sized miniature array plate in his hand and showed it to everyone. This is the position array I prepared for everyone. The main array is with me and Junior Brother Mu Yuan. As long as a team member drops a drop of blood essence, when they enter that plane, the position of all team members within 1,000 miles can be displayed. Su Fan sneered secretly. What's the use of this? Even the smallest space fragments in the falling star ruins must be hundreds or thousands of miles in radius, but no one goes to such small fragments. And those large space fragments are often hundreds of thousands of miles in length and breadth. Once all the cultivators in several star fields are completely disrupted, this thing is useless. It is said that in the space fragments of the falling star ruins, because there are countless large and small space cracks, various communication arrays and other communication tools often fail in such an environment. Not only Su Pham thought so, but others also looked disapproving. Now everyone knows in their hearts that when they enter that unknown space fragment, it will be impossible for the team members to gather together. Su Pham sighed secretly, and a feeling of helplessness rose in his heart. In fact, this mission is a bet between several high-level monsters in several star fields. The bet is the right to explore and develop the unknown space fragment for 100 years. And the monks from various star fields are nothing more than chips on the gambling table. They either win or lose everything. Now no one knows the situation in the unknown space fragment. They are thrown in blindly. Who knows whether the environment inside is suitable for the survival of monks? If they encounter a special harsh environment, none of these thousands of people will come out alive. Anyway, they are just some Yuanying realm monks. If they die, they die. In the eyes of those big men in the refining and fusion realms, the death of thousands of Yuanying realm monks is not a big deal. Once the right to explore and develop the unknown space fragment for 100 years is obtained, the rare minerals and sect relics inside will be an inestimable wealth. After all, falling star sky ruled the central plane of dozens of star fields in the past. It is said that the entire plane is vast and boundless. The area of the other dozens or hundreds of planes added together is not as large as falling star sky. Central planes like this are also very rare in the entire world of cultivation, and can even be said to be rare. In its heyday, falling star sky was not only extremely rich in spiritual vein resources, but also full of countless rare minerals, as well as the ruins of countless ancient inherited sects and the remains of various ethnic tribes. Although senior brother Su Long tried his best to appease everyone, the meeting of the team still ended in dissatisfaction. Everyone was mentally prepared to fight alone after entering the space fragments. Who would listen to you at this time? Not only the team that Su Pham was in, but also other teams were the same. After receiving the news that everyone was dispersed, the team no longer had any meaning to exist. Of course, the organizational structure of each team is still retained, and various magic tools for determining the direction are also distributed to everyone. Although when they first entered the space fragments, the personnel were scattered in all directions and could not gather, but in the later stages of the mission, the surviving members of the team were still able to gather together. The problem is that you have to survive, because the most dangerous time is the first few days after entering the space fragments. If anyone can survive to the middle and late stages of the mission, none of them is simple. What Su Pham is most worried about now is not encountering monks from other star fields, but the environment in that unknown space fragment. If you really encounter an extremely harsh environment that is not suitable for the survival of monks, no matter how good you are at fighting, it will be useless. You will be in trouble at that time. As long as the environment in this unknown space fragment is fine, it will be no problem for him. Even if I encounter the legendary powerful celestial race, I can't beat you, so can't I just run away? Su Pham returned to the cave, sat cross-legged on the ground, and sorted out the things in his ring. At this time, he moved his heart and suddenly remembered something. Su Pham quickly took out a Ruai copper coin given to him by Su Su from the ring. This is a magic weapon refined by a high-level monk of the way of divination. If you don't use it now, when will you use it? He closed his eyes, kept reciting the things he wanted to divine in his heart, and then held the Ruai copper coin in his hand and input a trace of spiritual energy. Pa! Su Pham threw the Ruai copper coin on the ground in front of him, and saw the coin, which was about an inch in size, spinning on the ground. The coin spun for a long time before slowly stopping and falling to the ground. At this time, an idea came to his mind, which was a bunch of obscure characters. Su Pham had never been exposed to divination before, and he couldn't understand what it meant. Fortunately, at the end of this divination, he understood the conclusion, which was that there was no dangerous blood disaster. Only then did Su Pham feel relieved. It may be because he was cheated of money by those fortune tellers more than once in his previous life. Even if he traveled to this world of cultivation, he was not very interested in divination that speculated on other people's fate. But this time, He really hoped that the result of the divination of the Ruai copper coin was true. Su Fan shook his head and put the Ruai copper coin into the ring. I don't know if it was due to psychological effects, but now he is not as nervous and uneasy as before. At this time, the communication array on his waist vibrated slightly. Su Fan took off the communication array from his waist and took a look. He found that it was a message from the demon cultivator Zuki. Devours, let's meet later, it's already this time, why should we meet? Anyway, we are all in different places after entering the space fragments, and no one can find each other at that time. However, Su Fan still wanted to see this guy and find out what his purpose is in looking for him. After all, the demon cultivators are all gloomy and strange. Okay, come to my place later, okay, I'll go over right away. After a while, the demon cultivator Zuki came to Su Fan's room and sat cross-legged in front of Su Fan. He didn't say anything, but took out something from the ring and placed it in front of Su Fan. Chapter 760 Mission begins. What Zuki took out was a round jade pendant with a Tai Chi diagram engraved on it. He separated the round jade pendant with a Tai Chi pattern, and then placed the two pieces of the yin-yang fish in front of Su Fan. Devours, this thing is called yin-yang jade pair. Let's each take one. When we get to the space debris, we can sense each other's approximate position. Su Fan picked up the two jade pendants and looked at them carefully. This thing is much more reliable than senior brother Su Long's positioning array. At least it can sense the general direction of teammates. However, Zuki is a demon sect cultivator, and the two of them didn't have much friendship before, so he didn't trust this thing at all. This thing is good, Devours, how many have you given out in total? Su Fan said this out of the blue, and Zuki's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. To be honest, Devours, I have only given the yin-yang jade pair to you, that means you have to give it to others. Although he has always been wary of Zuki, he didn't expect that the other party had so many ideas. Su Fan didn't care. This thing was dispensable to him. It would be fine even if he was alone in the space fragments. I underestimated Zuki. This guy was not simple. Now it seems that he must have not only communicated with me with his mind during this period. This guy wanted to play the role of a mastermind. Well, I accept the things. After hearing Su Fan's words, Zuki chuckled, dripped a drop of blood on a yin-yang fish, and handed it to him. Su Fan glanced at him and also dripped a drop of blood on the other piece of yin-yang fish. Zuki took the half of the jade pendant handed to him by Su Fan, then stood up from the ground and bowed his hand. Devours, I'll take my leave first. Watching Zuki's figure leave the room, Su Fan glanced at the piece of yin-yang fish in his hand, and then shook his head. This group of shadow Taoist monks of the demon sect have always been sneaky. Seeing that he was in a hurry, he must have gone to find other people again. Who knows how many of these things he will give away. Su Fan couldn't help but start to speculate that among the nearly 1,000 elite disciples who came here now, many of them might contact each other privately like Zuki did. After all, in the initial stage of the mission, the members of each team would definitely not be able to gather together, so they could only contact some of them. Not long after Zuki left, senior brother Su Long's message arrived. The other party also came to his house, with the same purpose as Zuki, and gave him a positioning magic tool, which had a similar function to that of the yin-yang jade pendant. Su Fan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that senior brother Su Long, who had such thick eyebrows and big eyes, would actually do such a thing. It was understandable that he came to find him. After all, he knew a little about his strength. But why did Zuki give this thing to him? Could it be that this guy also saw his foundation? A few days later, nearly 1,000 disciples from the Cheoguang Star region boarded a flying boat, left the Shiangsu market, and headed all the way to the vast falling star Shiangsu. This flying boat was more than 100 feet long, with only 2 floors. Although it looked big, it seemed a bit nervous with nearly 1,000 people squeezed on it. The area of the falling star sky was already vast. After the plane collapsed, countless large and small space fragments were scattered in a vast airspace. Many airspaces were filled with dense and small fragments, forming large areas of unknown areas, and there were space cracks everywhere caused by the collapse of the plane. Although countless monks have explored for many years, only a small half of the falling star sky ruins has been explored to this day. Even in the areas that have been developed and explored, the airspace situation is extremely complicated. Only veterans who have been driving flying boats in this complex airspace for many years can cross this complex airspace. Because the falling star sky ruins is full of irregular space cracks, space gates can only be established in a few specific airspaces. Therefore, on the way to the destination, the flying boat has to pass through several dangerous airspaces and needs to fly through dense and small space fragments. Whenever crossing such dangerous airspace, everyone will crowd in front of the porthole to watch the rare spectacle outside. Watching the flying boat whizzing through the dense space debris, even Sufan was sweating in his heart. The guys driving the flying boat were like risking their lives. Many times, they were only a few dozen meters away from those tiny fragments. The whole process was very thrilling. Fortunately, falling star sky ruins has been developed for many years, and these complex and dangerous airspaces have long been explored for safe routes. Despite this trip still shocked everyone. The flying boat flew for more than a month, passing through several space gates in succession, and then arrived at the unknown plane fragment. At this moment, everyone was crowded in front of the porthole, looking at the unknown space fragment in the distance. Sufan stood behind the crowd, and through the porthole, he could vaguely see the huge plane fragment floating in the airspace in the distance. The area of this unknown space fragment is estimated to be at least hundreds of thousands of miles in radius. Outside this unknown space, dense and tiny fragments are quietly suspended in the airspace, and the fog is so hazy that the situation inside cannot be seen clearly. As the flying boat continued to fly forward, it finally stopped at the edge of the space debris. It was not until the flying boat came close that Sufan and others realized the hugeness of this unknown space debris. Standing in front of the porthole of the flying boat, they could not see the end of both sides. The flying boat stopped and hovered at the edge of the space debris. Everyone fell silent. They knew that the mission was about to begin. Sufan stood in front of the porthole and took a deep breath. The bets of several Star Domain old monsters began, and their chips were about to be placed on the gambling table. At this time, Sufan suddenly heard a thought in his ear. When we get inside, please take care of us. When the time comes, help each other. Sufan never thought that Zuki was so hidden that even he almost misjudged him. This guy knows how to hide his shortcomings. Like him, he is also a 10,000-year-old cunt. Junior brother, I will rely on you for this mission. Then, senior brother Sulong also sent him a thought. This guy doesn't look like a sword cultivator at all. He is a false believer among sword cultivators. He will definitely not go far on the road of sword cultivation in the future. Of course, such people will at least live longer. In fact, not all the people in the sword sect are stupid. At least the management cannot be two sword cultivators. Brother, what are you talking about? I'm counting on you to protect me in there. At this moment, the flying boat was completely silent, the atmosphere was extremely depressing, and everyone's expression was very solemn. But Sufan knew in his heart that although the surroundings were very quiet, they were filled with various silent exchanges. Everyone, pay attention, the mission is about to begin. As a voice sounded in everyone's ears, everyone shuddered and then became fully alert. Sufan closed his eyes and silently waited for the mission to begin. Suddenly, a disciple standing next to him slowly disappeared into the air. Then, the people on the flying boat began to disappear one by one. Buzz! Sufan suddenly heard a buzzing sound in his ears, and then he seemed to fall into an endless abyss, falling down continuously. Bang! He fell on a barren land, and quickly opened his eyes, released all his consciousness, and took in all the movements within a radius of dozens of miles. I had something to do at work today, so I came back too late. I rushed to write a small chapter of more than 2,000 words. I will make up for it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Please forgive me. Chapter 761 I want to conquer a large territory. Sufan's eyes condensed, and he completely released his spiritual sense. He carefully explored the surroundings, but did not find any traces of other monks. This unknown space fragment is hundreds of thousands of miles in radius. Thousands of people coming in is like throwing a handful of sand into the sea. He took a deep breath and began to look at the surrounding environment. Coming here is like stepping into another world. There are barren lands everywhere, almost no vitality, but the air is filled with some very thin spiritual energy. The sky here is gray, as if covered with a layer of gauze, and dense particles are suspended in the air. The whole world seems to have been weathered. If you step on it, it will make a cracking sound, and the ground will crack into pieces. Even the wild grass all over the ground is completely solidified like fossils, and it will turn into ashes with a slight touch. The forest in the distance has also turned into a piece of dry and twisted strange trees, densely entangled together, like a devil with bared fangs and claws, hideous and weird. Su Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the environment here is quite harsh, it is not a problem for monks to survive here. He took out a palm-sized microarray disc from the ring, and after activating it, a huge light curtain popped up. On the light curtain was a blank map. The red dot on it showed Su Fan's current location, and the red area around the red dot represented the area he was currently exploring. The mission of the monks from several star fields this time was actually an exploration mission. The larger the area explored by each monk who entered the space fragment, the higher the score. If two monks from different star fields meet, as long as they snatch the other party's microarray disk, they can take the area explored by the other party as their own. After a year, the star field with the largest explored area will have the right to develop and explore this unknown space fragment for 100 years. Su Fan took out the piece of yin-yang fish that Zuki gave him, and the other party's position at this time was displayed in the southwest direction. He took out the positioning magic weapon that Su Long gave him, and the direction displayed was northeast. The two people pointed south and went in opposite directions. Forget it, ignore them. Now these two people may be far away from him. Since there is no one around, I should explore by myself and occupy as much territory as possible. Thinking of this, Su Fan took a deep breath. As soon as he thought of it, a dark bird emerged from the air, flew around him a few times, and then landed on his shoulder. Su Fan touched the head of the ghost crow with his hand, and then said, "You go around, just don't transform, tell me immediately if you meet other cultivators, go." The ghost crow nodded its little head, and then whoosh flew away, and its figure instantly disappeared into the air. Su Fan slapped the J talisman on his waist again, and a black smoke instantly rushed out of it, and then turned into a hideous ghost. "Old slave, I pay my respects to my master." Su Fan nodded and said, "You arrange some ghost generals to be on guard within 1,000 miles, and report immediately if you find other cultivators." Yaksha bowed his head, and then the ghost disappeared into the air. Su Fan took out a microarray disc again, and after activating it, a large light curtain rose up. Looking at the red area on the light curtain map that continued to extend to the surrounding area, he was immediately surprised. Unexpectedly, the area explored by the monks' contracted slaves was also the monks' territory. There's such a good thing. Su Fan quickly sent a thought to Yaksha, ordering him to release all the ghost soldiers and let these low-level ghosts float to the surrounding area continuously, as far as they can float. He sent another thought to Guin, flying to death for me. After issuing two orders, Su Fan stepped on the crackling ground and walked forward. While walking, he held the microarray disc and observed the changes on the light curtain map, and saw that the red area on it began to spread rapidly in all directions. At this time, Su Fan was in a plain area, so the countless ghost soldiers sent by Yaksha floated very fast, and were spreading rapidly to the surrounding area at a speed visible to the naked eye on the map. There was also a red line that was constantly advancing forward. Su Fan kept giving orders to Yaksha, asking it to send ghost soldiers to cover some unexplored areas. His request to the ghost crow was to fly forward all the way until it met other cultivators, then turn around and draw circles around. According to the rules of this mission, as long as this area has been explored by someone, other cultivators can only gain control of this area by killing the other party. As long as the surrounding large area of land is circled first, the other party who approaches this area will either return or come to kill him and take possession of this exploration area. At this time, Su Fan felt like he was playing a strategy game in his previous life, as if he was commanding thousands of troops to expand the territory. Looking at the expanding red area on the light curtain map, he couldn't help but sigh. "I want to conquer a large territory and plant a red flag all over the world." At this time, Su Fan's eyes condensed and found that a blue area appeared in the direction where the ghost crow was moving. "Ghost crow, turn." He quickly sent a thought to the ghost crow, asking it to turn urgently. At this time, the red line on the light curtain map instantly turned to the left and began to draw circles. Su Fan laughed, wondering how big the area explored by the cultivator on the other side was. Thinking of this, his heart moved, and then his eyes focused. As his thoughts came, he saw the area of the map on the light curtain began to expand rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, the area explored by the cultivator on the other side was in full view. Not only that, as the map was enlarged, in the end, All the areas explored by the cultivators in the entire space fragment had appeared on the map. The areas that have been explored on the map are distinguished by 6 colors, namely red, blue, green, gold, purple and white, representing the cultivators of the 6 star fields. Moreover, the various colors on the entire map are intricate, and all areas of the same color will be isolated and cannot be connected together. The cultivators of the Cheogwang star field are scattered in various areas of the map, and they are far away from each other. This is fucking. In this environment, you can't hide even if you want to. Because the map is clear at a glance, the areas where all the cultivators are located are clearly shown on the map. Moreover, he saw many areas with different colors, which were also rapidly spreading around. It seemed that he was not the only one who found the bug in the mission rules and was sending all the contracted creatures to expand the surrounding areas. Fortunately, none of the monks around Su Fan took advantage of the loopholes in the rules, and the areas where these monks were located were being enclosed by him. He looked at the colors of several areas around him, and they were all monks from different star fields. Su Fan stopped and was not going to move. He just waited for them to come. He held the microarray in his hand and kept commanding the ghost crow to change direction. The ghost crow flew very fast. It had only taken a short time for it to draw a huge circle around. Su Fan summoned the ghost crow back. It had completed its mission. Now it was up to Yaksha. At this moment, endless ghost soldiers and ghost generals were under the command of Yaksha, flooding all the blank spaces in the circle at a speed visible to the naked eye. After all the areas in the circle were occupied, Su Fan ordered Yaksha to take back all the ghost soldiers and ghost generals. Although these low-level ghost soldiers and ghost generals are cannon fodder, they cannot be sacrificed in vain. Once the monks from different star fields launch an attack, Su Fan's cannon fodder ghost army will definitely be annihilated in an instant. At this time, the monks from several surrounding star fields also discovered their intentions from the map. It's a pity that at this time, Su Fan has already completed the enclosure, and the area they are in has been almost swallowed up. These monks from different star fields can only develop in other directions if they want to expand their territories. Suddenly, Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he saw a blue light spot on the map, rapidly approaching his direction. Then, several light spots of different colors around him also moved, and were surrounding him from all directions. But only one white light spot did not move, but moved in other directions. You don't have to guess that this white light spot is a human monk from the deep sea star field, and the 2 star fields have signed a secret agreement not to attack each other. Su Fan sneered and waved his hand to collect the ghost crow on Yaksha around him. He put away the map again, and then put the miniature array disc into the ring. It would take some time for these monks from different star fields to reach him, enough for him to make some arrangements. In this unknown fragmented space, even the nascent soul monks dared not use various escape techniques, because after the plane collapsed, the space in many areas had been completely broken, forming countless space cracks. If you use an escape technique like the void escape method of the near and far away, it is likely to be shattered by the space cracks. In this space fragment, the monks can only fly with magic weapons, and even so, they have to be careful. If you fly wildly without any care, you may plunge into the space cracks. Although many space cracks will appear from time to time, most of the time they are hidden in the air. Unless there are some particularly large space cracks, they will appear in the air, but there will be various large and small space cracks around such space cracks. So here is murderous intent at every step, and you will be mixed into meat sauce by the space cracks if you are not careful. Although the area where Su Fan was located was on a plane with relatively few spatial cracks, he still did not dare to be careless. After a long while, a light spot appeared on the distant horizon, and in an instant it turned into dazzling light and rushed over. This was a man in a white plain robe, with long golden hair, a straight figure, a handsome face, a gentle face like jade, and a white robe spotless. Behind him was a pair of golden wings with a wingspan of several feet, emitting dazzling golden light, which also set off his divine light, like a god cast by light. His figure and appearance were almost the same as those of the human race, the only difference was that he had a vertical eye on his forehead. In addition, his hair was golden, his eyes were blue, and his eyes were extremely cold, without even a trace of humanity. This was obviously a cultivator of the heavenly race. He put away the golden wings behind him and used his divine sense to explore the surroundings. But he did not find any trace of monks around him. His cold blue eyes narrowed slightly, and the vertical eye on his forehead began to emit a golden light. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked into the distance, and the golden light from the vertical eye on his forehead disappeared. A black dot appeared on the horizon in the distance, running towards here at a rapid speed. As the black dot slowly approached, the opponent's huge figure slowly appeared. This was a demon monk who was more than 10 feet tall, with mottled black scales covering his whole body, and covered with hideous bone spurs and uneven bone armor shells. If you look closely, it is covered with countless scars, some of which have scabs and are dark red, like spider webs all over the body. The huge head looks like a fierce Tyrannosaurus rex, with a curved horn on the top, and from time to time it opens its mouth, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Boom! The demon cultivator suddenly jumped up when he saw the celestial cultivator, flew hundreds of feet away, and landed heavily on the ground, creating two huge deep pits. The surroundings shook violently, stirring up endless dust and gravel flying in the air. As it landed, its body was already arched, and its whole body was like a drawn hard bow, and then its thick demon arms suddenly popped out. Swoosh! The demon cultivator waved his hand and threw out a mottled bone stick. The thick bone stick, several feet long, with a vast and terrifying huge force, overturned the world and smashed towards the celestial cultivator in front. Although it was just a rough bone stick, it set off a terrifying force like a tide, almost overturning the entire world. Wherever the bone stick passed, the weathered mottled land on the ground was instantly swept up by this terrifying vast force, and was carried away to roll and cover the front. The indifferent blue eyes of the celestial race monk on the opposite side narrowed slightly. Although he knew that the demon cultivator on the opposite side must have misunderstood and thought he was the one who invaded the territory. But the celestial race monks are very arrogant. They not only look down on the human race, but all races in the entire cultivation world are garbage in their eyes. He gently waved his right arm, and suddenly a dazzling light flashed all over his body, and a golden beam of light flashed and disappeared. Compared with the devastating attack of the demon cultivator, the golden beam of light of this celestial race monk did not fluctuate at all, and even the surrounding air did not produce a single fluctuation. Swish! Only a barely detectable sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the golden beam of light had already whizzed towards the bone stick with vast power. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 762. This guy is too narcissistic. Celestial race monk instantly hit the bone stick of the demon clan monk with great power. Boom boom! Although the animal bone thrown by the demon clan monk exuded a destructive momentum, it was still smashed away by the dazzling beam of light. Seeing that the animal bone he threw was knocked away, the demon clan monk stopped immediately and took the animal bone in his hand with a wave of his hand. At this moment, the demon clan monk had recognized the identity of the other party. Its pair of vertical eyes revealed violence and madness, staring at the celestial clan monk opposite. Although the demon clan monks believe that they are a noble race, the human race, the insect race and the demon race are all lowly races in their eyes. But they only look up to the powerful celestial race and think that they are a noble race like the demons. But in the eyes of the celestial clan monks, the demons are the same as other races, all lowly garbage races. The celestial race is so narcissistic, as if they are the only ones in the world of cultivation who are favored by the heaven. The slight disdain and contempt in the eyes of the celestial race cultivator immediately angered the demon cultivator. Awoo! The demon cultivator roared to the sky, and the whole body was filled with demon smoke. The already huge demon body swelled a little bit. Boom! It stepped on the ground with its feet, and suddenly there was a loud sound that shook the earth. The ground was stepped into pits several feet in size. The huge demon body soared into the sky and rushed directly to the celestial race cultivator opposite. It jumped high, holding the several foot long animal bone in both hands, and smashed it hard at the celestial race cultivator. A giant demon shadow several tens of feet high rose into the air behind it. The thick animal bone in the demon cultivator's hand seemed to condense into a huge bone of more than 100 feet. In an instant, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, and the world was turned upside down. The whole world seemed to have lost control, and a storm that destroyed everything was rolled up, as if the end of the world had come. Wherever the bone stick of more than 100 feet passed, the void had a feeling of depression and distortion. The cold eyes of the Heavenly Clan cultivator on the opposite side suddenly condensed. The opponent was obviously activating the totem power of his ancestors. Even he did not dare to resist this attack. The Heavenly Clan cultivator's body flashed with golden light, and he disappeared from the spot. Boom boom, the phantom of the bone stick of more than 100 feet fell heavily, and a deep pit was smashed into the ground. The weathered surface exploded into powder, and cracks spread around. The shock wave that was like a substance swept across, and the already fragmented ground collapsed and shattered layer by layer, stirring up sand and dust flying all over the sky, and then was blown away by the airflow generated by the aftermath of the explosion. Next, the two fought fiercely, and the sky and the earth changed color for a while. Dazzling golden rays of light almost split the void, and pieces of dark magic mist burst out in all directions, roaring down like a tornado. The monks who could enter this fragmented space were all elite monks from various races. The two of them were evenly matched in strength, and they fought back and forth. Awoo! At this time, a shrill howl suddenly came from the distance. The two people standing in the battle retreated almost at the same time, and all looked in the direction of the sound. Bang! Then a brown giant bear more than 10 feet tall suddenly fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Its two thick legs sank into the mottled and weathered ground. The monks of 3 different races confronted each other in a triangle, and no one took the initiative to attack. The atmosphere around them suddenly became extremely depressing. At this time, the demon monk and the violent bear monster exchanged glances. Although the monks of the 2 races were also mortal enemies in this space fragment, the celestial race was obviously more threatening. So the demon cultivators and the violent bear monster reached a consensus in an instant, that is, to destroy the celestial race cultivators first, and then solve the problems between them. In fact, the most crucial point is that the demon cultivators and the violent bear monster both mistook the celestial race cultivator for Su-Fan. After all, they had just entered the space fragment not long ago, and had not yet completely figured out the colors of each race. The celestial race cultivators were usually arrogant and did not bother to explain to these 2 lowly races. At this time, the celestial race cultivator also secretly cried out that it was not good. He felt the malice of the demon cultivators and the violent bear monster. His eyes condensed, and his whole body suddenly shone with a golden light. A dazzling golden light shield instantly rose up and enveloped him. Almost at the same time, the demon cultivator and the violent bear monster also launched an attack on him. Boom! The violent bear monster, which was more than 10 feet tall, stood up, waved his giant palm and slapped it hard, and was immediately blocked by the golden light shield. The violent bear's body was extremely strong. With just one palm, he smashed the golden light shield, making it shaky and dim. The demon monk followed closely, and the animal bone in his hand once again condensed into a huge bone of more than 100 feet, and smashed it over with a roar. Bang! The golden light shield covering the celestial race was instantly smashed. Although the protective light shield was blown up, it also gave the celestial race monk a few breaths of time to launch a new magical power. He saw his hands suddenly open to both sides, and a golden light column instantly fell from the sky, bathing the celestial race monk in golden light. In just a few breaths, the celestial race monk swore a sword, as if he had become a different person. The demon monk and the violent bear monster suddenly became panicked. At this time, the terrifying momentum burst out from the other side made them instinctively feel threatened. Awoo! The violent bear monster roared to the sky, blood all over its body, and its already huge body instantly swelled by 30%. It suddenly raised a huge bear paw, which turned into a giant paw that covered the sky and the sun in an instant, and then slammed it to the ground. Boom! As the giant paw that covered the sky and the sun fell, it seemed as if an extremely terrifying and vast force descended on the earth. A huge pit with a radius of thousands of feet was smashed into the ground, and the shock wave visible to the naked eye swept in all directions like a tsunami. The violent bear monster, after going berserk, could destroy the world with a full strength attack. Even the figure of the demon monk next to him retreated several miles away in an instant, fearing that he would be involved in the aftermath of the explosion that almost overturned the entire sky. After the gray smoke dissipated, the demon monk and the violent bear monster stared at the huge pit, but they did not find the breath of the celestial race, and the golden light column that fell from the sky did not break. At this time, a figure bathed in golden light slowly floated into the air. The heavenly clan monk glanced at the demon monk and the violent bear monster with a cold look, made a complex hand seal with his left hand, and waved his right hand gently. Swish, a dazzling golden light whistled towards the demon monk and the violent bear monster. This time the light was completely different, as if a sun that was about to destroy the world was about to descend on the earth. It was as if a terrifying big man was about to cross the border. The aura emitted by the golden light was as dazzling as the sun, almost illuminating the entire world. Wherever the hot and dazzling light passed, the earth turned into a scorched earth, and even the thin spiritual energy in the air burned fiercely. At this moment, the demon monk and the violent bear monster had only one thought in their minds, that was to escape. They knew very well that once they were illuminated by this terrifying light, they would be burned into nothingness in an instant. It was a pity that the dazzling light was too fast, almost instantly, and the demon monks and the violent bear monster had no choice but to resist. They all took out their life-saving trump cards and gritted their teeth to withstand the terrifying light. The terrifying bright golden light seemed to penetrate the void of heaven and earth, and all matter within a radius of dozens of miles turned into nothingness. The weathered and mottled earth had turned into a piece of scorched earth that was as black and shiny as glass. After all, they were the most elite monks of each race. The demon monks and the violent bear monster actually survived this terrifying beam of light. But they were all seriously injured. The demon monks had few intact bone spurs and bone armor shells all over their bodies. The violent bear monster was even worse. The brown fur was gone, and some places had exposed scarlet flesh, as if a layer of skin had been peeled off. They stared at the celestial race monk floating in the air. At this time, the beam of light that fell from the sky had disappeared. The unfamiliar celestial race monk just now seemed to have returned. "Serve me as your master, and I can spare your lives." At this moment, the demon monk and the violent bear monster received a thought almost at the same time. "Awoo!" The violent bear monster slapped his chest with his bare paw several times and roared to the sky. It seemed to say, "Orcs will never be slaves." The demon monk was not angry, but he suddenly stuck the several-meter-long animal bone in front of him. The dense barbarian patterns on the animal bone emitted a dazzling light, and a huge giant demon phantom rose into the air behind it. This demon has communicated with a totem of his ancestors and is ready to fight to the death. The celestial race monk floating in the air looked down at the demon monk and the violent bear monster below, and his cold eyes revealed a playful expression. Suddenly, there was a slight fluctuation in the air near the violent bear monster, and then its huge head soared into the sky, and blood splattered everywhere. Bang! The huge bear head fell to the ground, and Gulu stopped at a distance, revealing the violent bear monster's eyes that were still open. Almost at the same time, a flash of sword light flashed, and the demon monk was cut in half in an instant, and the giant demon phantom behind it also exploded. A figure emerged from the air, and Su Fan looked at the celestial race monk floating in the air with a smile while holding the demon-slaying sword. Just now, he had been hiding nearby, sitting on a small stool and watching a shocking drama. He took advantage of the moment when the celestial race magical power ended, summoned Zuxu, and then sneak attacked the seriously injured and dying demon monk and the violent bear monster. All their attention was on the celestial race monk, and they didn't notice Su Fan and Zuxu hiding beside them. It has to be said that the celestial race monks are indeed very powerful. The light column that just fell from the sky must be extraordinary, indicating that there is someone above the other party. At that moment, the celestial race monk should have been possessed. Because the breath he exuded at that time was different, like a completely different person. To be honest, even Su Fan was very afraid of the terrifying bright golden light launched by the other party at that time. It seems that these celestial race monks are really playing the way of divine arts. This thing is really troublesome. Who can stand it if the gods come down to earth at any time? Fortunately, the light column has disappeared now. At this moment, the strength of this celestial race monk is just so-so in Su Fan's eyes. After all, like the incense of the human race, or the possession of the witch sacrifice, there is a certain time limit. Faced with this sudden drastic change, the face of the celestial race monk also changed. Although he knew that there was a person hiding around him, he didn't take it too seriously. He is just a piece of trash who is good at hiding his breath. He dare not even show his face. How strong can he be? At that time, the demon monks and the violent bear monster arrived one after another, so this celestial monk put all his energy on them. It was not until Su Fan showed his true body that his expression became solemn. This lowly human monk actually made him feel an extremely dangerous breath. Especially there is a strange beast that is good at hiding its breath hidden around. Until now, it has not revealed its tracks, and even he has not detected a trace of breath. But even so, This celestial monk still did not take Su Fan seriously. Low-level races are low-level clans, at most they are just trash with strong strength. Although you are a human, for your good strength, follow me in the future. At this time, Su Fan received a thought in his mind. He was stunned. The guy opposite was too narcissistic. Who do you think you are? You still want me to mess with you? Who gives you the courage? Su Fan was too lazy to communicate with the other party. The brain circuits of this kind of people were not on the same frequency as him. He raised the Demon Slayer sword with both hands and slashed it without thinking. Zhang! A shrill sword chant resounded through the world. And the sharp whistle shocked the sky and tore through the wind and clouds. Reverse wind slash! A flash of sword light passed by, and the time between heaven and earth seemed to have stopped at this moment. The air had already twisted, as if it would break at any time. The sharp sword edge exuded a majestic momentum that could split the entire world in half, and it slashed towards the Heavenly Clan cultivator on the opposite side. Facing Su Fan's powerful reverse wind slash, the Heavenly Clan cultivator on the opposite side sneered. With such strength, he dared to be arrogant in front of him. His eyes condensed, and golden light shone all over his body. He waved his hand lightly. A dazzling beam of light swept past a whistling sword light on the opposite side. Boom boom, the dazzling golden light and the terrifying sword light collided fiercely, erupting with an extremely terrifying aura of destruction, almost shattering the void. But at this moment, the cold eyes of the Celestial Clan revealed a trace of fear. Through the diffused smoke and dust, he saw another sword light flash across the opposite side, and this time the sword light actually contained a trace of the power of the law. I have been busy these 2 days and have not made up for the small chapter I missed the day before yesterday. I will spend 2 days on the weekend. Chapter 763. How dare you threaten me? The first time Su Fan drew his sword, he did not use the infinite slash or the void slash, but deliberately used the against the wind slash. This also made the Celestial Clan cultivator on the opposite side underestimate his strength. When Su Fan used the infinite slash to slash down, he immediately killed the opponent by surprise. The dazzling golden light that the Celestial Clan cultivator casually threw out was instantly shattered by Su Fan's ordinary sword light. After slashing the opponent's golden light, the silent sword light almost did not stop, whistling and slashing towards the Celestial Clan cultivator. In a hurry, the opponent's body flashed with golden light, and a golden shield rose up, covering his body. Boom! The golden shield of the Celestial Clan cultivator had not yet been fully propped up, and it was shattered by Su Fan's sword light containing the power of the law. Although the golden shield was chopped and exploded, it also bought some time for the opponent to calmly activate a protective J talisman. Then a golden giant shield blocked him. Boom! With a loud sound that shook the earth, the golden giant shield was also chopped and exploded by a sword, but the sword light that chopped and exploded the opponent's 3 spells and talismans disappeared. However, the huge impact force still shocked the celestial race monk and sent him flying backwards. He flew several miles away and barely stabilized his body. At this moment, the celestial race monk's face became solemn, and a trace of sinister flashed in his cold eyes. He never thought that he would be forced into such a mess by this lowly human race. The celestial race monk made up his mind, took out a J talisman from the ring, and then bit his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood on it. With a pop, he crushed the J talisman that was soaked with his blood, and instantly burst into an extremely dazzling golden light. As the golden light gradually dimmed, a figure more than 10 feet tall emerged from the air. This was a majestic warrior in golden armor, with all his body, even his face, wrapped in armor, just like a golden tin can. In his hand, he held a golden halberd more than 2 feet long, surrounded by golden light and filled with passionate fighting spirit. Looking at the golden armored warrior opposite, Su Fan frowned immediately. He could clearly feel the powerful aura of this golden armored warrior, who had definitely reached the state of transformation. It seemed that the opponent's magical power of descending and possessing the body was extremely consumed. Before the two of them had fought for a few moves, he had already used his trump card. If it weren't for the oriental style of the armor of this golden armored warrior, he would really suspect that the Heavenly Clan followed a cultural background of Westerners in his previous life. Because the cultivation path of the Heavenly Clan is too similar to those Western gods. It's the kind of thing where the gods say there should be light, and then there is light. At this time, the golden armored warrior on the opposite side had already jumped up, leaping to a height of more than 100 feet, and then swung the halberd, whistling and slashing down from the sky towards Su Fan. Void slash. Su Fan also slashed down with a sword, and this world seemed to have turned into a vast and ethereal starry universe, endless, without boundaries and ends. Su Fan's big move containing the power of the law collided fiercely with the halberd of the golden armored warrior. Boom boom, with a deafening roar, a huge explosion broke out suddenly. The aftermath of the explosion set off a gray-white aura visible to the naked eye, and the sharp and boundless aura seemed to have been cut into pieces around it. The vast and ethereal starry universe was shattered, and the golden armored warrior was also shaken by the powerful impact and flew backwards. Despite this, the golden armored warrior was not hurt at all, waving the golden halberd in his hand and rushed towards Su Fan again. It just withstood Su Fan's void slash containing the power of the law, but not only was it not hurt, but it immediately launched a counterattack. This shows how strong this golden armored warrior is. Fortunately, it seems that in addition to its strong physical body, it cannot use any kind of magical power, and it relies entirely on its strong defense and strength to attack its opponents. Moreover, this golden armored warrior should be immune to spells, and it is almost unsolvable for other cultivators. Unfortunately, it is facing Su Fan, a pervert who defies the heavens. For other cultivators, the golden armored warrior is a disaster, but in Su Fan's eyes, it is the easiest existence for him to deal with. Su Fan simply put away the demon-slaying sword, and his whole body flashed with blood, and he had already come to the side of the golden armored warrior. Once he gets close, even a cultivator in the god transformation realm will have to kneel. The golden armored warrior was holding up the golden halberd and whistling towards Su Fan, but in the blink of an eye, that guy had already appeared beside him. An inch longer is an inch stronger, and an inch shorter is an inch more dangerous. The golden armored warrior held a golden halberd more than 2 meters long, and could not attack Su Fan who was already close. It could only throw away the halberd in its hand and fight Su Fan in close combat. But the golden armored warrior had lost the initiative. Su Fan had already launched an attack, and saw his body tightly collapsed like a big bow, and then suddenly ejected a punch. Burst tiger collapse, Su Fan punched the chest of the golden armored warrior, and with a loud bang, a deep pit with spider web-like cracks was smashed in its chest armor. He took advantage of the situation and chopped the golden armored warrior's head with his right arm like a battle axe. Stone axe, with a loud bang, the helmet of the golden armored warrior was also smashed to pieces. After smashing the helmet, Su Fan found that this golden armored warrior had no head at all, and now looked like a headless armor. Su Fan was stunned. This was not a golden armored warrior at all, but just a set of spiritual armor. In the moment he was distracted, the base armor that had lost its first move had already raised its right arm to attack him. Su Fan's feet flashed with lightning, and he had already appeared behind the golden armor. A phantom of an ancient gray bear suddenly rose behind him. Shang Shan KO, Su Fan hit the back of the golden armor hard, knocking it flying. Next, he continued to use the Thunder Ghost step, constantly changing his position around the golden armor and launching crazy attacks. Turbulent Tiger Collapse, Stone Apex, Mojio Swing, Queen Liu Hammer. It only took a few times to smash the golden armor into pieces. The Heavenly Clan monk in the distance saw that the golden spiritual armor was about to be dismantled by the opponent, and hurriedly pinched the seal with his hand to activate his magical power. But before he could cast the spell, the air next to him suddenly fluctuated, and an invisible and intangible air blade swept towards him. Zuxu had sneaked up behind him, and when he saw that the other party wanted to cast a spell, he instantly activated his magical power. The celestial race monk was shocked and quickly activated a protective J talisman, which barely blocked the magical power launched by Zuxu. But he was also entangled by Zuxu and could not attack Su Fan at all. The battle on Su Fan's side was coming to an end. The golden spiritual armor was torn to pieces by him, leaving broken armor all over the ground. After dealing with the golden armor, Su Fan's feet flashed with blood, and his figure appeared next to the celestial race again. Although the other party launched several life-saving trump cards in succession, under the joint efforts of Su Fan and Zuxu, not to mention a celestial race Yuanying monk, even a monk in the god transformation realm would be hammered to death. Bang! Su Fan punched hard and smashed the head of the celestial race monk. With a whoosh, a golden shadow sprang out from his body, but how could Su Fan let the opponent's nascent soul escape? Paw! Su Fan stretched out his hand and grabbed the golden little man. Just as he was about to crush the opponent's nascent soul, a deep voice suddenly came from his mind. Human race, stop now, I'll leave you a whole body, Hearing this voice, he was already dumbfounded. Su Fan has lived for 2 lifetimes, and he has never seen such a threat. It's simply a weirdo. Death is either way, what's the point of leaving him a whole body? Su Fan sneered, exerted force with his right hand, and crushed the opponent's nascent soul with a paw. Although he was threatened by a high-level boss of the heavenly race, even if he let go of the nascent soul of this heavenly race cultivator, he would still have no way to survive. This group of heavenly race cultivators are the most narcissistic race he has ever seen. That kind of inexplicable sense of superiority is simply incomprehensible. If he was promised some benefits, he could really hold back. After all, he had no personal grudge against the celestial race cultivator. But this old bitch threatened me as soon as he came up, so why bother talking to him? He actually dared to threaten me. The celestial race has a few more. Su Fan has already made up his mind that in this fragmented space in the future, as long as the celestial race cultivator must be killed. At this time, with a whoosh, Sister Zhen jumped out of the portable secret realm and began her best job, cleaning the battlefield. Not only did she plunder the 3 corpses on the battlefield, she also detained their souls and sent the corpses into the Juan secret realm. Su Fan stood by and took out a miniature array disc from the ring to observe the situation on the light curtain map. He saw 2 light spots of different colors not far away, approaching him rapidly. Su Fan sneered, these 2 guys must have been thinking of sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Now that the war is over, they are also ready to come and take advantage. At this time, several black dots appeared on the horizon in the distance, and then there were more and more black dots, and finally it turned into a dense swarm of insects. It is said that the Zerg race is stupid, but this Golden Worm King is not stupid at all. This is to take advantage of the fact that Su Fan has just experienced a melee, and the consumption must be large, and there is even the possibility of serious injury. So the Golden Worm King, who has been hiding nearby, directly summoned the swarm of insects and killed them in an overwhelming manner. The monk in the other direction of the map has now stopped. The purpose of this guy is to continue to be a yellow bird. Su Fan put the microarray into the ring, then turned around and looked at the swarm of insects covering the sky in the distance. Among the several races that entered the fragment space this time, he was most willing to meet the Zerg monks. In addition to relying on the advantage of the number of swarms, the strength of the Worm King is nothing. Moreover, the swarm of insects that other monks think are more difficult is not a problem at all for Su Fan. Su Fan's several large-scale magical powers, including Purifying World Red Lotus, Erosion Bone Yin Wind Scroll, 9 Nether Yellow Spring Rain and Netherworld Poison Mist, are extremely destructive when used to deal with insect swarms. Needless to say, Netherworld Yin Fire Domain is already a magical power of the Dharma Domain. Once the endless swarm of insects is absorbed into the Netherworld Yin Fire Domain, no matter how many swarms of insects there are, they will not be enough for the Netherworld Yin Fire to burn. At this moment, the endless swarm of insects has already covered the sky and earth. The terrifying momentum that rolled in from afar like a tsunami and swept across the sky seemed to suppress the entire world and collapse the entire world. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he pinched a few strange finger gestures with his hands, and activated the magical power 9 Nether Yellow Spring Rain. The sky was gradually covered by a dark cloud, and in the blink of an eye, the dark clouds had covered the entire sky. The dark clouds made the sky above seem to be pressed down and within reach. The clouds rolled violently, like a galloping army, rolling and sweeping rapidly from the top of the sky. At this time, a drop of rain fell from the sky and instantly landed in the dense swarm of insects, and the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly. This drop of rain directly penetrated the thick swarm of insects, and then fell on the ground, smashing a huge deep pit in the ground. The pale white frost quickly spread from the bottom of the pit to the top, and then turned into pieces of cold ice to freeze everything around. The dense crawling insects on the ground were suddenly frozen on the ground in pieces, motionless. Moreover, the extremely cold breath began to spread among the insects, and a large number of insects frozen into ice sculptures fell down with crackling sounds. Next, drop after drop of rain fell from the sky. At first it was sparse, and then it became more and more urgent, mixed with a strong wind, and turned into torrential rain. The dark night sky was filled with dark clouds, and heavy rain poured down. The rain curtain covered the entire insect swarm. One by one, the raindrops, like huge rocks, fell into the insect swarm. The temperature dropped suddenly, and the frost spread rapidly. Countless insects were smashed to pieces and scattered from the sky. Even the insects that were not hit by the raindrops were frozen into pieces of ice sculptures by the rapidly spreading frost. With the devastation of the 9 nether yellow spring rain, a large area of the insect swarm that originally covered the sky and the sun was wiped out. Moreover, the extremely cold and pale white frost was still spreading around. More and more insects had their wings frozen and fell from the sky. Hiss, hiss. At this time, a series of shrill hisses sounded behind the insect swarm. The insect king realized the crisis and quickly ordered the insect swarm to attack Su Fan. The endless insect swarm rushed towards Su Fan frantically. Unfortunately, facing the pouring 9 netherworld rain, the overwhelming swarm of insects rushed into the rain and were instantly frozen into pieces of ice sculptures. Su Fan once again pinched his fingers and chanted a spell, and activated the magical power bone-eroding Yin Wind Scroll. The surrounding aura dropped sharply, and suddenly a gloomy wind vortex was aroused, which kept spinning around Su Fan. An extremely cold storm spread and raged everywhere, and instantly formed a terrifying eye of the storm. The gloomy cold wind whistled towards the swarm of insects, and countless insects were blown to ashes, gradually turning into powder and drifting into the air. Chapter 764 How can I allow others to sleep peacefully beside my bed? Hiss, hiss. Seeing his swarm of insects being wiped out by this human cultivator, the insect king hiding in the depths of the swarm was immediately enraged. It activated its innate magical power, and heard a piercing hissing sound from a distance. A visible sound wave spread in the air, forming circles of ripples like the tide, turning into a terrifying hurricane that rushed in instantly. The extremely terrifying sound wave was like a substance, turning into a mighty tsunami that destroyed the world, rolling in wave after wave, drowning everything. Wherever the sound wave passed, the endless swarm of insects was instantly turned into powder, floating in the air. The weathered mottled ground in the fragment space was also swept up, turning into gravel and gravel all over the sky and being swept into this sound wave tsunami. Facing the sound wave magical power of the insect king, Su Fan sneered. You want to play with me, right? He has never been afraid of anyone. Takes a slashing mysterious sound, Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he instantly condensed a divine blade of more than 100 feet high, facing the sound wave tsunami, whistling and slashing. Woo-hum, the entire void trembled violently at this moment, and the invisible and intangible sound waves of Zuanayan spread out, turning into a sharp giant blade whistling down, sweeping across the entire world in an instant. Boom, the terrifying giant blade transformed by the Zuanayan sound wave fiercely chopped on the majestic and surging sound wave tsunami. With a loud bang that shook the earth, the majestic and surging waves transformed by the sound waves were instantly chopped and exploded by Su Fan's takes a slashing mysterious sound, turning into nothingness. Hiss, hiss, the soul and supernatural power of the insect king were backfired, and the sea of consciousness was also severely damaged, emitting bursts of shrill and painful hissing sounds. Although the realm of the insect king is equivalent to the human race's nascent soul realm, the higher the realm, the greater the damage of the soul backlash. It is said that the insect king's soul is extremely powerful when he controls an endless swarm of insects, but who made him meet Su Fan, a pervert? This guy's soul is so powerful that even the soul strength of a cultivator in the transformation realm may not be stronger than his. Moreover, the power of the Taoist art Taixu Zani and Zuanayan is indeed terrifying. Powerful Taoist arts like this are often easy to learn but difficult to master, and it is extremely difficult to practice, generally taking up countless time and energy. Only by years of persistence and hard work can this powerful Taoist art be brought into full play. But for Su Fan, who has a game panel, it is not a big deal. The game panel is really amazing. Even the most ordinary spells or magical powers can often turn decay into magic by using this bug. Since learning the Yuanying realm Taoist art Taixu Zani and Zuanayan, Su Fan has never used it in a fight. Although he has not spent his energy on this Taoist art in recent years, he has also used the game panel to brush up on the true art. I didn't expect that the first time I used it today, the effect would be so amazing. The sharp giant blade transformed by my divine thoughts actually defeated the insect king's magical power in an instant, and also caused the opponent's soul to backfire. Shui, at this time, there was a slight wave in the air near the insect king in the distance, and an invisible and intangible sharp blade whistled across. The huge insect body of the insect king, which was dozens of feet in size, had been cut in half. Zuxu, who had sneaked to the side of the insect king, suddenly attacked and killed the insect king directly. The fall of the Insect King also caused the endless swarm of insects around to lose control. Countless insects fell into chaos and flew around like headless flies. Sufan's body flashed with blood, and he had appeared next to the Insect King. Zuxu also appeared from the air, and the huge phantom shook his head and rushed over to share the joy of success with his master. But in Sufan's eyes, this guy's behavior was more like showing off. It is estimated that Zuxu will develop in the direction of the second senior brother in the future. He is best at beating the downtrodden dog. However, now Zuxu has grown up. Although the two magical powers he awakened are not powerful enough to kill with one blow, they can help him share a lot of work. For example, reconnaissance, surveillance, sneak attacks and harassment. Just now, it was it that entangled a Mahu Heavenly Clan monk, which allowed Sufan to concentrate on dealing with his spiritual armor. Swoosh! At this time, a black shadow rushed out from the portable secret realm on Sufan's waist. Sister Zhen circled around him for a few circles before floating in front of the huge insect body of the Insect King. Sister Zhen moved quickly and looted everything on the Insect King in a short while. Not only that, she didn't even let go of the 2 pieces of the Insect King's corpse, and even the few pieces of remnants on the ground were all collected into the joined secret realm. Sufan returned Zuxu and Sister Zhen to the portable secret realm, and then asked Ghost Crow Yaksha to send a large number of ghost soldiers and ghosts to expand the territory for him. He took out the communication array, and after activating it, a huge light curtain rose up. At this moment, the territories of the 4 monks of other races have all turned red, connecting with the territory he originally occupied. Sufan's eyes condensed, and the map on the light curtain began to slowly enlarge. At this time, the situation in the space debris was clear at a glance. At this moment, the areas of various colors on the light curtain map have been intricately intertwined. Some areas are still in a complex situation of you and me, and I and you. There are even some areas where the color suddenly changes from time to time. It seems that the battles between the monks and various star fields are very fierce. Moreover, many areas of the same color are constantly trying to get closer. The monks in the same star field are trying every means to gather together. Fortunately, Sufan's position at this time is at the edge of this space fragment. Except for the monks from the several star fields just now, the other light spots are moving towards the middle of the space fragment. Now there is only one monk from another star field left around Sufan. Just now, the opponent and the Zerg monks were waiting for the opportunity, but this guy was very cautious and kept his troops on the sidelines. Even though the fight between Sufan and the Insect King was over, the other party still did not rush to kill him. Since you dare not come over, I will go find you. How can I let others sleep peacefully beside my bed? Sufan waved his hand and summoned the Ghost Crow. He jumped onto its back and then controlled the Ghost Crow to fly in the direction of the other star domain cultivator. At this time, a human demon sect cultivator was sitting cross-legged on the back of a bone sculpture, looking at the map on the light screen with a serious face. This demon sect cultivator had the same idea as the Insect King, and wanted to take advantage of the desperate battle of several people to kill and become a yellow bird. Who knew that the red light spot actually destroyed all the other star domains, which made him nervous and he did not act rashly. His intuition told him that this guy was very powerful. When he saw a light spot flying towards his position, he suddenly became nervous. The other party had just experienced several fierce battles and killed him without even resting, which meant that he had not spent any effort to deal with the others just now. The demon cultivator hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether to fight the guy opposite or turn around and flee. After some consideration, he finally decided that he should have a fight with the other party to test the other party's foundation. This demon cultivator came from the Zhuangsu star region, where the human race and the demon race and the insect race have been fighting for resources for many years. He was confident that with his own strength, even if he could not defeat the other party, he could still escape from this place. Just as he was thinking about it, he looked up and found that the red light spot on the light curtain map was not far away from him. The other party was too fast and was about to kill him. The demon cultivator stood up from the back of the bone sculpture, and then quietly waited for the other party to arrive with his hands behind his back. But after a while, the red light spot on the light curtain map had almost overlapped with him, but the other party's figure had not appeared. The demon cultivator frowned immediately, and his whole body suddenly collapsed tightly, and he became alert with full concentration. Sufan put on the infinite cloak of invisibility and rode the Ghost Crow into invisibility. Zuxu in front sent him a thought that the cultivator opposite was actually a human. Since they were all human cultivators, they should go over and say hello to each other. Su Fan took off the infinite cloak of invisibility and put it into the storage ring, then patted the ghost crow towards it to speed up, and at the same time he also lifted the invisibility state. After a while, he saw a huge bone sculpture with a wingspan of more than 10 feet suspended in the sky in the distance. Su Fan didn't expect that the other party was also a demon cultivator. Seeing his figure, the demon cultivator opposite was obviously relieved. Although there are many contradictions between the various sects of the human race, at this time, they can still temporarily put aside their prejudices and unite against the outside world. He smiled and arched his hands to Su Fan. I am Wei Donglin from the Zhuangsu Star region, nice to meet you. Su Fan also bowed his hands and said, I am Fan Su from the Chaoguang Star region, nice to meet you. Taoist Donglin. Wei Donglin laughed and waved his hand, and a table and 2 cushions appeared on the broad back of the bone sculpture. Taoist, come and have a cup of tea. Su Fan nodded. And a flash of blood appeared on his body. He appeared on the other's bone sculpture, and then sat cross-legged opposite Wei Donglin. Donglin's Henjin personally brewed a pot of spiritual tea for Su Fan, and then poured him a cup. Taoist, try my Bilo Oshuanghua, which is unique to my Zhuangsu Star region. Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip, then closed his eyes and savored the tea fragrance and the rich spiritual energy. Not bad, good tea. After hearing Su Fan's words, Donglin's Henjin took out an exquisite wooden box from his ring and placed it in front of him. Since you like it, I'll give you some, thank you. Su Fan didn't hesitate and put the wooden box into his ring. You killed several cultivators of other races in a row. You are very powerful. I just don't know which star regions you killed. Su Fan didn't hide anything after hearing it, so he narrated the process of the previous several battles in detail. Donglin's Henjin couldn't help but take a breath of cold air after hearing it. Not to mention the violent bear monster and the demon elite, he couldn't take down the celestial race cultivator alone. After all, the legendary celestial race cultivator is very powerful, and he knows nothing about the other party. He looked up and glanced at Su Fan. What is the origin of this guy? He is so powerful. Fellow Taoist, the celestial race cultivator is difficult to deal with. Su Fan nodded, and told the other party the characteristics of the celestial race cultivator in detail. Because the celestial race is sparsely populated and almost never communicates with other races, it is difficult to encounter them. Therefore, in this world of cultivation, the celestial race has always been relatively mysterious. Although it is said that they are extremely powerful, very few people have seen the celestial race cultivators. After listening to Su Fan's narration, Donglin's Henjin showed an extremely solemn look on his face. In fact, even in Su Fan's eyes, the celestial race cultivators are the most powerful race he has ever encountered. The celestial race cultivator just now obviously underestimated himself and mistakenly regarded the demon cultivator as his biggest opponent, and used the real big move on it. The beam of light that fell from the sky made the opponent's strength many times stronger. Even if he faced the dazzling golden beam, it was extremely difficult for him to withstand it. I don't know what you will do next. How about we two join forces? Su Fan shook his head and said with a wry smile, I'm sorry, I can't obey your order. I've been seriously injured in the previous few fierce battles. I need to heal here for a while. Hearing Su Fan say this, Donglin's Henjin felt a little better. It seems that this guy must have activated a secret technique. Once the time limit of the secret technique is over, various sequelae such as physical weakness will definitely follow. If Su Fan is not injured, it would be unfair. Donglin's Henjin thought for a while, took out a jade talisman from the ring and handed it to Su Fan. In this case, let's say goodbye here. Wait until your injury stabilizes. Contact me at any time. After Donglin's Henjin left, Su Fan asked Yaksha to arrange some ghost soldiers and ghost generals to spread around the territory for vigilance, and then entered the portable secret realm. He said hello to Sister Jin who was cooking. Then walked into the hall of the thatched cottage and sat down cross-legged. Su Fan took out all the spoils and checked them one by one. He first picked up the ring of the celestial race monk and poured out all the things inside in front of him. He originally thought that he would make a small fortune, but the result disappointed him greatly. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Su Fan rummaged through a pile of things for a long time and found that there was not much he could use from the spoils in the ring. It was just a few 100,000 spirit crystals, which he could still use. Things like talismans, elixirs, magic tools and formations were completely different from his. Some of the celestial race monks were like those who became enlightened through incense and worship, and they usually practiced skills and magic similar to divine arts. Chapter 765, A Small Corner. There are quite a few magic weapons and jade talismans in the ring of this celestial race monk, but they all need to be used through divine arts. Moreover, the writing of the two races is different. Su Fan can't read the various jade slips and ancient books he seized. The writing of the celestial race is like a heavenly book, extremely obscure and complicated. Each character is like a picture, which is much more complicated than the writing of the human race. Not only is the writing very obscure, but even the runes are the same, very complicated and trivial. Even the simplest runes will make people dizzy after looking at them for a long time. Celestial race is what others call them. In fact, their tribe calls themselves God race. Anyway, the celestial race is narcissistic enough, and they are also very showy. It must be said that every celestial race monk is outstanding in both figure and appearance. Not only the cultivation methods of the celestial race monks are completely different from those of the human race, but they can also obtain divine arts by offering sacrifices to gods. What's even more amazing is that the celestial race monks can actually awaken the blood power of their ancestors and obtain various powerful magical powers. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh at the celestial race's cultivation system. No wonder these guys are so narcissistic. Compared with other races, the celestial race can indeed be regarded as the chosen race. However, the various rare weapon-making materials and alchemy herbs in the ring of this celestial race monk are not only of very good quality, but also in large quantities. Su Fan shook his head and put away the celestial race's ring. He looked at the bone ring of the demon monk again. It was as big as a car tire, and it was full of various strange things made of animal bones. The human race and the demon race also have completely different cultivation systems, so their spoils are also useless to Su Fan. Moreover, the various materials of the demon race are also very crude and ugly, and the appearance is simply unbearable to look at. Even the spirit crystals are unprocessed spirit crystal ore. The demon monks can only wait until this mission is over and return to the Xiangsu market to find a way to sell these spoils. After all, this is the falling star Xiangsu, which attracts monks from various star domains to come here for exploration every year. The storage space of the demon race is generally refined in the internal organs of the body. The storage space of the violent bear monster is his stomach. Su Fan cut open the stomach of the violent bear monster, and a large amount of supplies suddenly jumped out, as high as a hill. After Sister Zhen's summary and sorting, these huge amounts of spoils actually surprised him. The stomach storage space of this violent bear monster is filled with various valuable rare minerals and spiritual herbs. Many of these precious cultivation materials are very rare even in the Chaoguang star domain. If you take them back and multiply them several times, there will be no problem. The Insect King is a very powerful golden insect race, named Ghost Face Moth, who is good at performing various soul-like magical powers. If it weren't for Su Fan, this pervert, it would be really troublesome for someone else to encounter it. The spoils that Su Fan seized from this Ghost Moth Insect King were much more shabby. In addition to a huge insect body that was dozens of feet long, there were countless 5th and 6th level Ghost Moth corpses, which could be sold for some spiritual crystals. The most valuable spoils were a space insect nest, which had a very wide space inside, with an area of hundreds of miles in radius, which was equivalent to a portable secret realm. Su Fan went in to clean up and killed all the insects in the insect nest, and found that it was full of countless ghost moth eggs. He did not destroy the ghost moth eggs in the insect nest. After all, they were relatively strong golden insects, and it would be a pity to destroy them all. In the future, he would find a way to inherit the magic sect insect poison and hatch these ghost moth eggs. Su Fan put all the spoils into the ring, and then took out the corpses of several alien monks. These alien cultivators are all equivalent to human Yuanying realm cultivators. Especially the celestial race cultivator, because the number of the tribe is extremely rare, it is difficult to see their figures in the entire world of cultivation. When Su Fan killed this celestial race cultivator, he found that his blood was actually golden. I just don't know if the fusion of the celestial race blood will give him some unexpected gains. Thinking of this, Su Fan's eyes suddenly condensed. Dense blood witch patterns suddenly appeared all over his body, and rich bloodlight filled his body. Buzz, with a dull humming sound, a blood shadow descending array with a radius of hundreds of feet formed with him as the center. Immediately afterwards, Su Fan's whole body was filled with blood, and a fierce storm formed around him. At this time, golden bloodlines snaked out from the body of the celestial race cultivator, and then were instantly swallowed by the blood storm. It was not until the celestial race monk turned into a pale skeleton that Su Fan lifted the blood shadow descending Gatorade and blood mist. He sat cross-legged on the ground, then slowly closed his eyes, sensing the changes in his blood. After a long while, he felt nothing. Su Fan smiled bitterly. He was indeed a little greedy. A monk of the same level as himself, even if he had golden blood, would not be able to give him anything. If this could gather 100 or 80 celestial race corpses, it would be about right. The demon monk and the violent bear monster have strong bodies, so they can be refined into 2 6th-level zombies. As for the ghost-faced moth insect king, the physical strength is very average, so just refine a skeleton king. In addition, the souls of several alien monks were detained and refined into 6th-level evil spirits. Although their strength is just so-so, they are still good as cannon fodder. Su Fan collected the corpses of several alien monks into the Join's secret realm, then took out a microarray plate and looked at the situation on the light curtain map. The territory he now occupies is only a small piece on the entire light curtain map. Perhaps because it is located at the edge, some light spots of different colors around are moving towards the middle of the space fragment. In the initial period of the mission, all the monks of various races who enter the space fragment will definitely try to get closer to their own race. After all, in such a complex environment, if one person fights alone, he will definitely fall into an extremely passive situation. However, Su Fan has no idea of joining forces with other human monks. At present, he is at the edge of the light curtain map, and several alien monks around him have been killed by him. At least for a long time, no one will come to harass him. Of course, he will not continue to expand his territory, and will stay here for a while. Anyway, there is still a year for the mission, so let them fight. By then, just kill a few alien monks and you will have the territory. In fact, the main reason was that Su Fan felt that it was too troublesome to kill them one by one. It was boring to rob small families, but playing landlord was so exciting. Thinking of this, Su Fan called back Yaksha and asked it to send out a group of ghost soldiers and ghost generals to be deployed around the territory for vigilance. He also found the ghost crow that was frolicking in the sky and asked it to patrol in the sky every day and report immediately when it found something. After Su Fan arranged the tasks, he arranged an 8th-level immortal formation nearby, which was the 9 heavens and 10 earths Wuji Zuanwu transformation gold immortal formation. With this 8th-level immortal formation, even if it was besieged by all the cultivators in this space fragment, it could withstand it for a while. In the following days, Su Fan did nothing else and used the game panel to brush various Taoist arts every day. Since he used the Soul Taoist art Take Suzani and Zuanan last time to defeat the soul of the ghost-faced moth insect king, he also saw the power of this Taoist art. After all, this time he was facing cultivators of the same level of various races, and those 6th-level Taoist arts were enough. The power of the Liang Yi Microdust Yuan Magnetic Light, 5 Directions Killing Evil Souls and Souls Divine Thunder, Reversing the Universe and Innate Forbidden Method, Golden Crowley Eyeing True Fire and Takes Up Slashing Thoughts and Mysterious Sounds of the Immortal Sex Magic is very powerful. If these Taoist arts are all brushed to the true meaning realm or evolution realm, when dealing with cultivators of the same level, they can definitely form a crushing situation. Over the years, he has hardly used several Taoist arts, let alone spent time practicing them. Since breaking through the nascent soul realm, the power of the previously fused spells, including God's Strange Fusion Poison Spell, 9 Nether Hiding Spell, Life Demanding Curse Spell, 9 Power Bone Transforming Hand and Slaying God and Crying Soul Spell, has been somewhat insufficient. Although these spells are all fused through the game panel, the starting point is too low. Even if Su Fan brushes all these fused spells to the true meaning realm or even the lore realm, it is not worth the loss. The power of the spells is not proportional to the time and energy he puts in, which is simply a waste of time. So Su Fan decided to give up these fusion spells and focus on the Taoist arts above the 6th level in the future, striving to brush those 6th level Taoist arts to the real artistic conception or evolution realm in the shortest time. In fact, among the magical powers brought by the heavenly demon Saint Body art, only the netherworld Yin Fire Domain and Yin Fire Entanglement are now powerful. The power of the few magical powers before the 5th level of the technique is now increasingly unable to keep up with his realm. Now it is only used as an auxiliary magical power in the battle, and then used to deal with large-scale low-level groups such as insect swarms. However, the 9 extremes continuous slash and Zingai fist can still be used. After all, they are the ancient body Tao inheritance, and the potential of these 2 body Tao secrets is very large. The secret hall of Zhenshin Taoist Palace, the body Tao inheritance Vajra Bodhi Buddha Dharma body, obtained the real Buddhist inheritance through a transaction with the evil Buddha Wangda. The Vajra Bodhi Buddha Dharmakaya that Su Fan has obtained now is more authentic than the inheritance of the secret hall of the Zhenshin Taoist Palace. Then there are the extinction of life seal, turning the world seal, dead tree blood seal, great Ming King annihilation seal and Vajra demon destroying handprint and other Buddhist body secrets, which are quite powerful and worth his time to brush up the data. The 6th level Taoist magic consumes a lot of mana and is very powerful. Every time it is performed, it is earth-shattering. Fortunately, it is the 8th level 9 heavens and 10 earths Wuji Zuan Wu transformation gold immortal formation, otherwise Su Fan would perform various 6th level Taoist magics from morning to night, which would definitely attract the attention of other cultivators. In the next 2 or 3 months, Su Fan is now almost sleepless, constantly performing various 6th level Taoist magics and various body secrets. Every time he persists until his mana and consciousness are completely exhausted, he will stop and sit cross-legged to recover. It has to be said that this bug in the game panel is really against the sky. As long as you have enough time and energy, then you can grind. Su Fan hadn't worked so hard for a long time. Watching the constant changes in the various data on the game panel, he seemed to have returned to the time in his previous life when he stayed up late to play in the wild. After nearly 100 days of hard work, the effect is still very gratifying. Especially the Liangai Microdist Yuanxi Divine Light, Wu Fang's Yuxi Dangpo Divine Thunder, Jinwu Liang True Fire and Texu's Henian Zuan of the Xianzhuang Magic Dao, the effect is particularly obvious. Both the power and the preparation time for casting have made great progress. The combat effectiveness of the Xianzhuang Magic Dao monks is extremely strong, but they have an unavoidable weakness, that is, it is difficult for one person to fight alone. If the Magic Dao monks want to exert the maximum power of the Taoist magic, they must be under the protection of the team. There is no way. Powerful spells often require a long spell preparation time, and the casting cannot be interrupted during the casting process. Therefore, the Xianzhuang Magic Dao monks generally bear the firepower output of the team, but they also need the protection of the entire team members. After Su Fan's efforts, several 6th order Taoist magic arts of the Immortal Sect have been upgraded to the true artistic realm. The preparation time for casting several Taoist magic arts has been shortened by more than half compared to the past. Although Su Fan still needs several breaths of preparation time to cast these 6th order Taoist magic arts, he can try to buy more time for casting through various means. If other Immortal Sect magic arts cultivators knew that he had shortened the preparation time so much, they would be so frustrated that they would die. Of course, no Immortal Sect magic arts cultivator would practice several 6th order Taoist magic arts over and over again like him without sleep. In addition to several 6th order magic arts of the Immortal Sect, the Buddhist Vajra Bodhi Buddha Dharma body and several Buddhist body secrets have also been upgraded to the true artistic realm. Among them, the turning the world upside down seal and the Vajra destroying demon seal have even been upgraded to the evolution realm by him, and once launched, they are extremely powerful. Then there are the 2 magical powers, Netherworld Yin Fire Domain and Yin Fire Entanglement, which he also brushed to the true intention realm. Now the power and destructive power have increased by at least several times. Finally, Su Fan also took the time to brush 9 extremes, Chain Slash and Zingai Fist to the limit of evolution realm. But now there are still only 2 sword moves, Void Slash and Infinite Slash, which can perform a sword containing the power of the law. This is not something that can be mastered by brushing data on the game panel. To perform a big move containing a trace of the power of the law, first of all, it requires a sudden enlightenment, and it can be performed under the circumstances of coincidence. Just when Su Fan was frantically brushing data on various Taoist arts and magical powers, all kinds of cruel battles were everywhere in the space fragments. Now, the monks from various races in several star fields have been killed in a bloody storm. In just a few months, nearly half of the thousands of elite monks who participated in the mission have been lost. On the current Light Curtain map, monks of various races have almost gathered together, and areas of various colors have been connected into several large pieces. What surprised Su Fan was that the celestial race cultivators in the Kyanshan star region occupied the largest territory. The second was the two demon star regions of Huanggu star region and Jiaodao star region. Although they were fighting on their own, the two star regions occupied a large territory. Then there was the coalition formed by the two human star regions of Chaoguang star region and Shenhe star region. The two different colored areas were almost connected. The areas occupied by several races in the Zhuangsu star region were very fragmented, and they were everywhere on the map. Now the area occupied by Su Fan looked very strange, a small area on the edge of the northwest. The red spot was very eye-catching, and it felt like a little red on the vast mountains and rivers. Fortunately, the cultivators in various star regions were in a fierce melee, and the number of cultivators of various races was very tight, so no one cared about this small area at all. This allowed him to live in peace in a corner, hiding in the 8th level 9 heavens and 10 earths Wujizuan Wujingxin formation every day to quietly brush data. Su Fan only occasionally glanced at the situation on the light screen map, and then never paid attention to it again. This was just the beginning, and it was still far from the state he expected. Anyway, at this time, Su Fan would not go over to get involved with him. It would be better if they weren't all dead, so that he could go out and clean up the mess. Chapter 766, Did this guy really come to my door? The Chaoguang Star Domain Control Area is located in a mountain in the east of the space debris. At this time, within a radius of dozens of miles, it has been shrouded in a defensive immortal formation. This is the site of an ancient sect. Several disciples with profound attainments in the art of formation are trying to break the immortal formation here. In the past few days, cultivators from other star domains have also discovered some ancient relics one after another. Now, each star domain has tacitly agreed to temporarily cease fighting and concentrate on developing and exploring the relics here. At this moment, Feng Qinglin sat cross-legged in the cave, and several disciples from various sects of Qiniwanshan sat next to him. Brother Qinglin, I just met Brother Su Long from the Zuanayu Sword Sect. Fan Su did join the team he formed, but since entering the fragments, that kid has not appeared. At this time, a disciple of Qiniwanshan next to him said, Brother, we have lost nearly half of our people in the Chaoguang star domain today. His disciple from a small plane should be dead. After hearing what the other party said, Feng Qinglin frowned immediately. His useless brother had come to him several times and asked him to kill Fan Su. But Feng Qinglin never took it seriously. A disciple from a small dimension, is it necessary for him to take action? But there is no way. The two are brothers from the same mother, and his mother also begged him several times, so he reluctantly agreed. As a result, when he asked someone to investigate Su Fan's information, he couldn't help but be shocked. Unexpectedly, a disciple from a small dimension actually made it into the top 1,000 of the Taoist Association competition. Especially after watching the video of Su Fan's previous rounds of fighting, Feng Qinglin also became uneasy. He is also a veteran, and knows that the useless brother has offended a ruthless person this time. If he doesn't kill that kid now, his brother will die. So he decided to find a chance to kill Su Fan after entering the space fragment. For some reason, his intuition told him that the kid must not be dead. Feng Qinglin thought for a while and said, Have you asked the rest of the team? Most of them have been asked. Now there is only one magic cultivator named Zuki left. Junior brother Xiao Yuan has contacted him. Feng Qinglin nodded. Since entering the fragment space, he has been looking for Su Fan. But at that time, the disciples of Chaoguang Star Domain were scattered everywhere and could not gather together. It was not until 2 or 3 months later that the disciples of various planes gradually gathered together. Since then, Feng Qinglin has been looking for Su Fan. It was not until a few days ago that he learned that this kid had joined a team. After receiving this news, he quickly sent people to contact the members of the team at that time. Because after learning that everyone would be dispersed, many disciples left their positioning magic tools with each other before entering the fragment space. But the people in Su Fan's team did not leave their positioning magic tools with him. At this time, a cultivator walked into the cave, came to Feng Qinglin's side, and whispered a few words in his ear. Feng Qinglin's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he quickly stood up from the ground and followed the man out of the cave. When he walked out of the cave, he saw a middle-aged cultivator standing outside. Who is the demon cultivator Zuki? Feng Qinglin cupped his hands and said, Feng Qinglin from Qiniwanshan, hello, Zuki, Hello. He put away the ring, then took out a half of the yin-yang fish of the yin-yang jade pendant and handed it to Feng Qinglin. Before entering here, I exchanged the yin-yang jade pendant with fellow Taoist Fan Su. He dropped a drop of blood essence on it. With this half of the jade pendant, we can find him. At this point, Zuki input a trace of mana into the jade pendant, and the half of the yin-yang fish suddenly flickered slightly. This half of the jade pendant emits light, which means that fellow Taoist Fan Su is still alive. After hearing Zuki's words, Feng Qinglin smiled and took the half of the jade pendant. Fellow Taoist, if you need me in the future, just tell me. Zuki nodded, then saluted and turned away. Feng Qinglin took the half of the jade pendant, returned to the cave, and then sat cross-legged in front of everyone. Brother, have you found that kid? Feng Qinglin nodded, then took off the communication array disc from his waist, and after activating it, a light curtain map rose up. He took out the half jade pendant again, input a trace of spiritual energy, and instantly determined Su Fan's location. Feng Qinglin's eyes condensed, and the map on the screen slowly enlarged. According to the direction indicated by the yin-yang jade pendant, he quickly found a small red area on the northwest edge of the map. Boy, I found you. He put away the yin-yang jade pendant and looked at the people in the cave. Qing Feng and Xiao Yuan, you two come with me, and the others will be in the charge of junior brother Yu Hai. After hearing his words, all the Qiniwanshan disciples in the cave responded loudly. After everyone left, Feng Qinglin took out a half jade pendant again and couldn't help sighing. To be honest, if it wasn't for his useless brother, he would definitely not easily provoke that guy. He watched the opponents several rounds of fighting for no less than 5 times, and each time was more shocking than the last. That guy's strength is very strong, even unfathomable. Anyway, he couldn't figure out the opponent's foundation. Feng Qinglin knew the consequences of provoking such a ruthless man. Not only would his useless brother fall into extreme danger, but the family would also be implicated. Although Feng Qingshu was a waste, he was his brother from the same mother after all. So no matter what the cost, he had to kill the kid, and he had to nip all crises in the bud. Although he knew that Su Fan was very powerful, he didn't care too much. He didn't believe that a disciple from a small plane could cause him much trouble. At this moment, Su Fan was brushing several Taoist techniques and magical powers over and over in the magic circle. He didn't know that Zuki had sold him out. In fact, even if Su Fan knew, he wouldn't care. He wished Feng Qinglin would come to him. At this time, if he killed a human cultivator in front of other people in the fragment space, it would be really inappropriate. He would inevitably be condemned by all human beings, and his reputation would be stinking. But if Feng Qinglin took the initiative to come to him, it would be like delivering it to his door. Anyway, his territory is very remote. Even if Feng Qinglin is killed, others will not know that he did it. As for how the other party found him, Su Fan can guess it. Only the demon cultivator Zuki and senior brother Su Long have the magic weapon to locate him. Senior brother Su Long should not betray him. No matter how annoying the sword cultivators are, they at least have face. So the person who betrayed him should be the demon cultivator Zuki. Demon cultivators are the most realistic, and they have almost no bottom line in doing things. It is normal for him to betray him. There is no rush for this. I will settle this account with him later. At this time, Su Fan suddenly frowned. He took out a half piece of yin-yang fish from the ring, and saw a faint flash of light on it. Could it be that this guy really came to the door? Thinking of this, Su Fan took out a microarray disc again. After activating it, a light curtain map rose up, and 3 red dots on it were seen moving quickly towards him. Su Fan didn't want to count down anymore, so he put away the yin-yang fish and the microarray disc. Let's deal with Feng Qinglin first, otherwise it will always be like a fishbone stuck in the throat, and even sleep will be restless. Su Fan quickly withdrew the 8th level 9 heavens and 10 earths Wujizuan Wu Jingxin formation. What if the other party came and saw this fairy formation and scared him away? Feng Qinglin brought 2 fellow disciples and crossed several star fields all the way, and finally came to the territory occupied by Su Fan. He activated a light curtain map of the microarray disc, and saw that the red dots of the 3 of them had overlapped with the red dots here. He's here, let's go down. Feng Qinglin put the microarray disc into the ring, and then put away the flying magic weapon and landed on the ground. Everyone be careful, that guy is very cunning. After he said that, his eyes condensed, and he released all his consciousness, and everything within a radius of dozens of miles was in sight. However, What Fen Qinglin did not expect was that this guy was actually standing several miles ahead, as if he was waiting for him to come. "He's in front, let's go," Fen Qinglin said, and then he disappeared from the spot and came to Su Fan. "You are Fan Su." Su Fan nodded and said, "You are Fen Qingshu's brother. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Why are you here just now?" Hearing Su Fan say this, Fen Qinglin laughed. "Although my brother is a waste, he is also a member of our Fen family. From the moment you offended my brother, you are already a dead man. What a boast, the Feng family is so much. I have killed many children of high families, but no one has done anything to him. Stop talking nonsense, you want to kill me, come on." As soon as he finished speaking, Fen Qinglin suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked up and found that the sky had dimmed without knowing when. In the blink of an eye, the whole world seemed to be in the dark night. At this moment, the sky was already low with lead clouds, and silver threads were looming in the dark clouds. The dull thunder became clearer and clearer, as if something was brewing. Not good. Thunder-type Taoist magic, Fen Qinglin yelled, secretly cursing Su Fan for being mean. He quickly sacrificed a protective Taoist weapon, and a small umbrella of about an inch in size instantly turned into a giant umbrella of several feet in size, blocking his head. Unfortunately, before the giant umbrella was fully opened, Su Fan raised his right hand, which had already made a finger gesture, and pointed forward fiercely. 5-direction demon-slaying soul-sweeping divine thunder. As soon as Fen Qinglin appeared, he was preparing this 6th-level Taoist magic. When he launched this 6th-level Taoist magic, the 3 people on the opposite side were caught off guard. Boom boom boom, a dazzling flash of lightning suddenly flashed in the sky, followed by a shocking explosion. An extremely thick purple thunder seemed to have found a channel for venting, instantly tearing through the void, and whistling down wildly. The thunder slammed hard on the giant umbrella above Fen Qinglin's head, which had not yet been fully opened, and instantly split this top-grade Taoist weapon away. Although the top-grade defensive Taoist weapon was struck away, it at least bought him some time and he was not hurt. But the 2 fellow disciples behind him were miserable. They were obviously a step slower in their actions and were struck by the thunder. They were seriously injured and temporarily lost their combat effectiveness. Then, one after another, thunders from heaven and earth fell from the sky. Fortunately, Fen Qinglin sacrificed another defensive Taoist weapon and activated a 7th-level protective Jade talisman, which propped up an ore shield and enveloped the 2 injured fellow disciples behind him. Finally, Su Fan's 5-direction demon-slaying divine thunder ended. The top-grade Taoist weapon sacrificed by Fen Qinglin blocked more than 10 thunders from heaven and earth, but the aura shield supported by the 7th-level protective Jade talisman was shattered. But before he could catch his breath, Su Fan's 2nd Taoist technique was ready. He pinched his fingers and pointed forward fiercely. Liang Yi microdust elemental magnetic light, 2 dazzling lights emerged from the air and swept towards Fen Qinglin and others on the opposite side. Seeing that the 2 elemental magnetic lights had already swept across, Fen Qinglin could only control the protective Taoist device to block in front of him. As for the 2 fellow disciples behind him, he had no time to take care of them. At this moment, a huge wave had already been set off in his heart. He was a Taoist monk of magic and knew too well the weight of these 2 6th-level Taoist arts. Although these 2 6th-level Taoist arts were extremely powerful, the preparation time for casting was as long as more than 10 breaths. These 2 Taoist arts can usually be launched under the protection of the team. When 2 people fight, casting 5-direction demon-slaying soul-sweeping divine thunder and Liang Yi micro dust elemental magnetic light is no different from sending oneself to death. What shocked him was that the preparation time for the 2 6th-level Taoist arts launched by the opponent was only 3 to 5 breaths. Boom boom, 2 dazzling Yuanzi divine lights fiercely swept over Fen Qinglin's protective Taoist device, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Fortunately, his top-grade protective Taoist device withstood the test. Although the spiritual charm of the Taoist device had disappeared, it at least blocked the attack of the Yuanzi divine light. But the 2 fellow disciples behind Fen Qinglin were not so lucky. They were all cut in half by the 2 dazzling Yuanzi divine lights. The 2 dazzling Yuanzi divine lights disappeared, and Su Fan nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the hard work of several months has not been in vain. The power of these 2 6th-level Taoist arts is almost enough for fighting. This is just the true art realm. If it is the evolution realm, the power of the 2 6th-level Taoist arts will definitely be greatly enhanced. And the preparation time for casting will also be shortened by 1 or 2 breaths. This is already very awesome. I have never seen anyone use such a powerful 6th level Taoist art when 2 people are fighting. After the 2 6th order Taoist tests were completed, the next step was to kill Feng Qinglin as soon as possible. If Feng Qinglin knew that Su Fan was just using him as an experiment to verify the power of the 2 6th order Taoists, he would probably be so frustrated that he would die. Chapter 767 Anyone who dares to provoke him must die. Seeing that the 2 fellow disciples behind him had died, Feng Qinglin was furious. These 2 junior brothers were the closest people to him in the sect. One was a junior brother who had been following him for many years, and the other was a cousin from a branch of the family. He was his right-hand man in the sect. These 2 junior brothers had been with him for more than 100 years, and they had a very deep relationship with each other. They were also the people he trusted most in the sect. Unexpectedly, they died in front of him today. Unfortunately, until now, Feng Qinglin still did not realize the seriousness of the problem, and still believed that Su Fan had just gained the upper hand because of the other party's despicable sneak attack. And he did not think that he would be defeated by this disciple from a small plane. Feng Qinglin looked at Su Fan opposite with a gloomy face, and waved his right hand to sacrifice a palm-sized golden ring. This Taoist artifact is called Taixun Ruai Locking Immortal Ring, which was the natal Taoist artifact that his ancestor personally refined for him when he broke through the Jinden realm. Over the years, Feng Qinglin has collected countless precious materials, spent a lot of time and energy, and constantly strengthened this life-defining Taoist artifact. It is with this Taixun Ruai Locking Immortal Ring that he has created a great reputation in the Chaoguang Star region. Feng Qinglin threw the palm-sized golden ring in his hand into the air. The golden ring gradually grew larger in the wind and instantly turned into a golden ring that was dozens of feet in size and emitting dazzling light. He pinched the seal with his hand and pointed forward fiercely. Quick, with Feng Qinglin's shout, a golden halo with a mysterious and incomparable Taoist power overturned the entire world like a tide, and whistled down towards Su Fan on the opposite side. The momentum and majestic aura of the Taixun Ruai Locking Immortal Ring almost suppressed the entire world. While controlling his life-defining Taoist artifact to attack Su Fan, Feng Qinglin freed one hand to pinch a finger seal, preparing to launch a powerful 6th-level Taoist technique. This method of controlling the Taoist weapon to attack the opponent while freeing up his hands to perform Taoist magic is not something that ordinary people can do. Facing the powerful Taixun Ruai Locking Immortal Ring, the opponent will definitely defend with all his strength. This will buy Feng Qinglin some time to prepare spells, allowing him to have enough time to prepare powerful Taoist magic. When the opponent blocks the crazy attack of the Taixun Ruai Locking Immortal Ring, the 6th-level Taoist magic he casts has already been launched. In this way, he will take the initiative to use his lifelong Taoist weapon and one after another 6th-level Taoist magic to continuously attack the opponent. Over the years, this set of tactics has been almost unstoppable, and every time it will put the opponent into an extremely passive situation. At this moment, the Taixun Ruai Locking Immortal Ring with a mysterious and incomparable Taoist power has already roared and smashed towards Su Fan. Facing the powerful golden halo, Su Fan did not even move. Now the Taoist weapons and spells launched by the cultivators of the same level are almost no threat to him. Su Fan did not activate the protective talisman. Nor did he use any protective Taoist artifacts. He just took out a dragon prisoner hand that he had obtained from the treasure hall of this ancient Taoist palace and put it on his hand. At this moment, the Taixun Ruai Locking Immortal Ring that was dozens of feet in size had already fallen from the sky, as if the entire sky was suppressed at this moment. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and suddenly a phantom of an ancient stone ape that was more than 100 feet tall rose behind him. His right arm suddenly filled with a burst of dark magic smoke, and then began to slowly expand. Black thick tendons like chopsticks suddenly overflowed from under the cortex, and spread around like earthworms. In a flash, Su Fan's right arm had expanded several times. Stone Ape Axe, he raised his demonized right arm high, and then faced the Taixun Ruai Locking Immortal Ring that fell from the sky and chopped it fiercely. Although Su Fan's demonized right arm had expanded several times, it still seemed extremely small compared to the golden ring that was dozens of feet in size. With such a huge contrast, anyone would think that Su Fan would be smashed into meat paste by the Taixun Ruai Locking Immortal Ring. Boom! With a deafening roar, The Taexuan Rui locking immortal ring that was dozens of feet in size was actually smashed away by Su Fan's punch. Feng Qinglin, who was preparing for the Taoist magic, looked at the scene in front of him with a dull face, and didn't believe his eyes at all. At this time, he had long forgotten the Taoist magic he was preparing, and his mind was full of impossibilities. How could it be possible? That was his life-defying Taoist weapon that he had invested countless resources and spent a lot of effort to strengthen more than 10 times. Just like that, it was smashed away by the guy on the opposite side with his bare hands. Feng Qinglin knew too much about the power of his life-defying Taoist weapon. Even those self-important sword madmen had to be careful when facing this Taexuan Rui locking immortal ring. Not to mention relying on the flesh to resist it with bare hands, not to mention being smashed into meat paste. It would also be smashed to the point of breaking bones and tendons. But the guy on the opposite side did it with just his physical body. Who is this guy? Looking at all the disciples of all the superplanes in the Chaoguang Star region, I have never heard of any physical cultivator whose physical body can be so strong. It was not until this moment that Feng Qinglin realized the seriousness of the problem. He knew in his heart that he might not be able to kill this guy today. At this time, he had no choice but to flee from here immediately if he wanted to escape unscathed. Of course, even if he couldn't beat Su Fan, Feng Qinglin was confident that he could still leave calmly. Before he came, the elders of the family prepared a lot of trump cards for him. He had a beautiful idea, but how could Su Fan let him leave here alive? From the moment he beat Feng Qingshu to deal with him, he and the other party had been fighting to the death. Originally, he only wanted to kill Feng Qingshu alone, but now Feng Qinglin has also got involved, and the situation has escalated. If it was just to kill a playboy like Feng Qingshu, although the Feng family would send people to investigate, the intensity would definitely not be too great. After all, he is just a waste. If he dies, he dies. It is not worth the whole family to mess around with such a trivial matter. But Feng Qinglin is different. It is said that he is the most talented disciple of this generation of Feng family disciples. Although he is nothing in Su Fan's eyes, he is a proud son of heaven with the strength of the top 100 in the Taoist competition among the cultivators of the same level in Chaoguang Star domain. If Feng Qinglin is killed, it will be a big deal for the Feng family. Don't think that you can try to hide it from the Feng family by destroying a body after killing someone and leaving no trace. How can a high-ranking family like the Feng family tell you evidence? As long as you have a motive, it is enough. And for a wealthy family like them, it is not a big deal to find a few highly accomplished divination cultivators. At this time, it is better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. But despite this, Su Fan already knows the pros and cons, but he will not let Feng Qinglin leave here alive. No matter who it is, as long as they dare to provoke him, they must be killed. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it will not work. If you are afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, and you are hesitant about what kind of immortal cultivation and the great way you are talking about, what is the point of talking about? At this moment, Feng Qinglin has already begun to retreat, but he must first block the opponent's counterattack before leaving. Because the strength of the guy on the opposite side is simply unfathomable, who knows what kind of attack he will launch, so he must first ensure his own safety. Feng Qinglin made up his mind and took out an 8th-level Jade talisman from the ring. But just as he was about to crush it, a slight fluctuation suddenly appeared in the air next to him. Swish, an invisible and immaterial ripple passed silently through the air and swept directly towards Feng Qinglin. At this time, all of Feng Qinglin's attention was on Su Fan on the opposite side, and he didn't notice the hidden Zixi who had been hiding near him. Not good, he suddenly realized the crisis and crushed the Jade talisman in his hand. But at this moment, the invisible and immaterial ripple had already swept over, and at the same time as he crushed the Jade talisman, it swept across him. One of Feng Qinglin's arms was instantly cut off at the shoulder, but fortunately, the 8th-level protective Jade talisman was activated almost at the same time, and a spiritual shield rose up to block the invisible and intangible ripples. Seeing the spiritual shield rising on the opposite side, Su Fan frowned immediately. He had long known that children of wealthy families like Feng Qinglin were not so easy to kill. There was no way, these guys had too many cards in their hands. Thinking of this, Su Fan took out an 8th-level attack fairy talisman from the ring and threw it forward fiercely. A boundless and vast momentum spread up and instantly turned into a towering giant sword more than 1,000 feet high, like a dazzling sun rising slowly. Shoo! This towering giant sword slashed down with a bang, and the whole world was like a piece of paper, and was easily cut in half by a sword. The sword light tore through the space. Wherever he looked, the whole sky seemed to be twisted and turned upside down. Invisible ripples vibrated around, and the chaotic storm swept hundreds of miles. Boom, with a loud sound that shook the world. It was like two majestic tsunamis collided with each other. In an instant, it was as if an unimaginable horrible annihilation had occurred. The whole sky was torn into huge cracks at this moment. After the sword light flashed, the 8th level protective Jade talisman that Fen Qinglin had just activated, and the spiritual shield that was supported was also chopped and exploded by a sword, and a huge gully that spanned hundreds of miles appeared on the ground. Fen Qinglin secretly cried out that it was not good. He endured the severe pain in his right shoulder and was about to take out another 8th level Jade talisman. But at this time, Zuxu had teleported to his side, and an invisible and immaterial ripple once again swept the air with a slight fluctuation. Bang! The invisible material ripple swept across him, but the jade pendant on Fen Qinglin's chest was instantly shattered, and a light shield was propped up to block in front of him. Such a thrilling blow also frightened him to death. He quickly took out an 8th level Jade talisman from his ring. But before he could crush the Jade talisman, a purple lightning flashed quickly. Pop! A Jade talisman on Fen Qinglin's waist was broken again, supporting a light shield and blocking him. But this time it was not Zuxu's magical power, but the thunder sword that Su Fan had been nurturing in his body. The power can be imagined. Boom! With a deafening roar, the light shield was instantly chopped and exploded by the thunder sword. The violent aftermath of the explosion sent Fen Qinglin flying. The 8th level Jade talisman in his hand also flew out of his hand, and the whole person flew dozens of feet away and fell heavily to the ground. Shui! At this time, Zuxu caught up again, and before Fen Qinglin landed, an invisible and intangible ripple had instantly swept across. Bang! Fen Qinglin's body emitted a burst of light again, and a spiritual light shield rose up, blocking the hissing magic power. Zhang! At this time, a sword chant that reached the sky and the earth resounded through the void. The thunder sword wrapped in purple electric light also arrived as promised, and instantly penetrated the spiritual light shield, and the sword light had already pierced Fen Qinglin's chest. Buzz! With a dull buzzing sound, a human-shaped phantom appeared in front of Fen Qinglin, waved his hand, and instantly turned into a giant palm that covered the sky and the sun. Boom! The giant palm that covered the sky and the sun fiercely slapped the thunder sword away. At this time, Su Fan's figure suddenly emerged from the air, and he swung the demon-slaying sword fiercely, and slashed the human-shaped phantom with one sword. He only felt that he was knocked back by an extremely huge force. Fuck! The clone of the god transformation realm? Su Fan raised the demon slayer sword high up with both hands before he landed. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he slashed down with his sword. Infinite slash, an ordinary sword light seemed to flash through the air. The endless cycle, endless and endless, but it washed away all the dross, as if the long river of time had flowed by. Not to mention the clone of the god transformation realm, even the real body has been killed by more than one. Boom! As the human-shaped phantom of the clone of the god transformation realm was chopped and exploded by Su Fan's sword. Fen Qinglin's last trump card was also shattered. Almost at the same time, Zuxu, who was hiding next to him, also launched his magical power, and an invisible and intangible ripple swept across. Although the magic weapon on Fen Qinglin's body once again allowed him to escape a disaster, it did not block the attack of the thunder sword. A sharp sword light wrapped in purple thunder whistled through Fen Qinglin's head. Su Fan was relieved until Fen Qinglin's body fell to the ground. He finally killed this guy. These children of wealthy families are too damn hard to kill. In fact, this human-shaped phantom is not a real incarnation of the god transformation realm. No matter how arrogant the Feng family is, they dare not have an incarnation of the god transformation realm to follow the children of the family in this mission. If it is really an incarnation of the god transformation realm, it will be quite troublesome to kill him. It is just that Fen Qinglin is unlucky to meet Su Fan, a pervert. If someone else wants to kill Fen Qinglin, even if he stands and does not fight back, no one may be able to kill him. In any case, Fen Qinglin's death will definitely set off a huge wave in the Feng family. This also means that he and the Feng family have a blood feud that will never end. But Su Fan does not regret it. You come to kill me, and you don't let him fight back. How can this be justified? Why? Just because you are the children of a noble and wealthy family, and I am just a lowly grass. Chapter 768. The world of cultivation is so unreasonable. Swoosh! As soon as Feng Qinglin's nascent soul rushed out of his body, Su Fan grabbed it in his hand. The little man, several inches in size, struggled violently, and his twisted little face stared at him fiercely. At this time, Su Fan suddenly frowned, and a thought came to his mind. Boy, as long as you let Qinglin's nascent soul go, no matter what you ask, our Feng family can agree to it. You can't pull it. After killing Feng Qinglin's body, he and the Feng family will definitely fight to the death. Even if Feng Qinglin's nascent soul is bypassed, it is impossible to expect the Feng family to laugh and forget their grudges with him. Pa! Su Fan exerted force with his right hand, and instantly crushed the nascent soul in his hand. He couldn't help but sigh. It seems that he couldn't hide it anymore. Just now, Feng Qinglin's nascent soul actually hid a thought of the old monster of the Feng family. Whatever you want. He can't just let others kill him. But the world of cultivation is so unreasonable. Most people don't dare to provoke the disciples of the super sects and the children of the rich and powerful families. Once you provoke them, there will be no end to it. Anyway, the person has been killed, so the worst thing is to flee to the ends of the earth. Su Fan is a lonely ghost. He is not afraid of those who wear shoes even if he is barefoot. If the Feng family wants to take revenge, just come on. He slapped the portable secret realm on his waist and summoned Sister Zhen. Seeing the 3 corpses of human monks on the ground, Sister Zhen suddenly became energetic and floated over excitedly to clean up the battlefield. Su Fan stretched out his hand to imprison the 3 souls floating around, and sealed them in a ghost weapon. He sent the 3 corpses into the Zhuan secret realm. These are all corpses and ghosts of the human Yuanying realm. They will be refined into zombies and ghost kings in the future. They will be a great help to him in the future. At this time, Sister Zhen floated to his side, holding 3 storage rings in both hands. Master, this is their storage ring. I have picked up the 8th level Jade talisman and the best Taoist artifact for you. Su Fan took the storage ring, then entered the portable secret realm, and sat cross-legged in the hall of the thatched cottage. He placed the 3 storage rings in front of him, then his eyes focused, and his consciousness swept over the storage rings, and a smile appeared on his face. After all, they are disciples of the super plane. These people are really rich. Their storage rings are filled with various cultivation materials and daily necessities. Especially in Feng Qinglin's storage ring, there are hundreds of rare magic weapons, elixirs, formations, and talismans, and the quality of each one is the best of the best. There are 5 8th level Jade talismans that Su Fan has always been thinking about in his storage ring, and this is not counting the one he has used. This thing is really the lifeblood of the Feng family. The family is worried about his safety, and it is also this guy's bad luck to meet Su Fan, a pervert. Although the things in the rings of his 2 fellow disciples were slightly inferior, they were definitely presentable. Unfortunately, perhaps because of the space fragments, Feng Qinglin and others had almost no jade slips of Taoist inheritance in their rings. Su Fan smiled bitterly, thinking that he was a little greedy. After seizing so many spoils, why should he be dissatisfied? What else could he want? At this moment, in a cave in Cunyanshan, several masters of the Feng family in the refining void realm were sitting cross-legged together and drinking spiritual tea leisurely. At this time, a cultivator of the transformation realm hurriedly ran in from outside. Second uncle, Qinglin. Qinglin. The other party was already a little incoherent, and he couldn't even speak clearly, as if he had garlic in his mouth. The leader of the refining void realm master frowned immediately. Why are you so flustered? What happened? After being scolded by his elders, the son of the Feng family quickly knelt on the ground. Uncle, Qinglin. Qinglin's life card is broken. Hearing his words, the Feng family's refining void realm masters who had just looked terrified were all shocked. What did you say? Qinglin's life card is broken. Impossible. How could Ioc die? Did you see it clearly? Did you see it wrong? Qinglin's strength, even the transformation realm may not be able to suppress him. Faced with a harsh scolding of several elders, the Feng family member hurriedly explained. How could I see it wrong? Qinglin's life card is indeed broken. It was not until hearing this that the several refining void realm old monsters who were still holding on to luck believed this fact. Feng Qinglin is the most talented one among the children of this generation of the Feng family, and his future is limitless. Moreover, the younger generations of the Feng family have been getting worse and worse over the years, and finally Feng Qinglin has emerged as a seedling. Therefore, From the ancestors to the ordinary children in the Feng family, they all regard him as the future of the Feng family. Over the years, the Feng family has invested countless resources in Feng Qinglan, and he lived up to expectations. At a young age, he created a great reputation in the Chaoguang Star region. But what the Feng family did not expect was that Feng Qinglan would actually die in the falling star sky ruins. For the Feng family, this was like the sky falling. The faces of several Feng family members in the refining void realm were as gloomy as water. Until now, they could not accept this matter. Before Feng Qinglan left, the family prepared a lot of life-saving trump cards for him. Not to mention the cultivators of the same level in the space fragment of the falling star sky ruins. Even if they met an old monster in the god transformation realm, they could not take him down. At this time, a thought came to the minds of several Feng family members in the refining void realm at almost the same time. I already know who killed Xiaoxir, and the Feng family cannot die in vain. After receiving this thought, several Feng family members in the refining void realm hurriedly knelt on the ground. I will follow the order of the ancestor. The news that Feng Qinglan's life card was broken soon spread in the Feng family, and then spread to other places, and also set off an uproar in Qingyuanshan. The Feng family acted very quickly. Soon after Feng Qinglan's life card was broken, several luxurious star-field flying boats left the Feng family and flew straight to Qingyuanshan. At this moment, in a temporary cave in the Chaoguang Starfield Assembly area in the fragment space, several disciples of Qingyuanshan were gathered together. At this time, a disciple stared blankly at the positioning magic weapon in his hand, his face full of shock. Senior Brother Qinglan. Senior Brother Qinglan's breath disappeared. The people in the cave were all frightened when they heard it. Senior Brother Qinglan is the backbone of these Qingyuanshan disciples, and everyone follows his lead. Everyone knows the purpose of his leaving here. Could it be that Senior Brother Qinglan was harmed by that kid? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Senior Brother Qinglan went there with two fellow disciples to kill a disciple from a small plane. How could he fail? So they all suspected that Senior Brother Qinglan must have encountered cultivators from other star fields on the road. The news that Feng Qinglan might have met with an accident quickly spread throughout the Chaoguang Starfield disciples' residence. In the past few months, nearly half of the Chaoguang Starfield cultivators who entered the fragment space have been killed. Although Senior Brother Qinglan is powerful, the people from the other star fields are also elite cultivators who have been carefully selected. Now in the fragment space, any accident can happen, so Senior Brother Qinglan's death did not cause any waves in the Chaoguang Starfield. Hearing this news, the only one who was not calm was the demon cultivator Zuki. For some reason, this news gave him a sense of foreboding, and his intuition told him that Feng Qinglan's death must be related to Su Fan. In the following days, Zuki began to be in a state of panic, fearing that Su Fan would suddenly appear one day to settle accounts with him. Su Fan knew nothing about what happened in the outside world. After dealing with Feng Qinglan, he began to use the game panel to brush various spells and magical powers. When he was fighting with Feng Qinglan, he deliberately used the 5 directions Divine Thunder to punish evil and shake the soul and the 2 polarity Microdust Yuan Magnetic Divine Light. He was very satisfied with the power of the 2 6th level Taoist spells. At least there would be no problem using them to deal with cultivators of the same level. Su Fan also became energetic immediately, and now he is almost sleepless to brush data. He didn't sit cross-legged until all his mana was exhausted. He practiced to restore his mana. When his mana was restored, he continued to brush various spells and magical powers over and over again. At this time, everyone is exploring outside several ruins, and the cultivators in several star fields in the fragment space have tacitly ceased fighting. In fact, everyone knows that the real decisive battle will be in the last 2 months of the mission. I came back late, and I rushed to update 1 chapter. I will make up for it later. Although there is still a small chapter owed, Lao Bu will try his best to make up for it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 769, The World of Cultivation is So Cruel. Su Fan bent his left middle finger, ring finger and little finger together, and formed a complex hand seal on the middle section of his thumb. Hey, with a loud shout, Su Fan spoke like thunder, and a magnificent Buddhist Zen sound suddenly sounded like thunder. At this moment, the dazzling golden Buddha light exploded horribly, and the explosion was louder than thunder. In an instant, it turned into a terrifying storm. The terrible Buddha light ripples that burst out in a radius of dozens of miles were like a hurricane sweeping across, and the dust on the mottled ground was swept up wildly. The wind rolled and the clouds moved, shaking the earth. After a long time, the Buddha light dissipated, the hurricane subsided, and the dust floating around slowly fell down. At this moment, Su Fan's Buddha energy was boiling, and his whole body was like a layer of gold powder. Behind him, a golden Buddha over 100 feet tall instantly appeared. He pinched a strange Buddha seal with his left hand, slowly raised his right hand, and then slapped it down. The Vajra demon-slaying handprint, as the golden Buddha light radiated, it instantly turned into a golden giant palm that covered the sky and the sun, suppressing the heaven and earth with great force, almost covering the entire sky. Boom! As the golden giant palm that covered the sky and the sun fell, the space collapsed and all things were shattered. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion occurred that almost overturned the entire sky. The energy was like a tsunami that swept across dozens of miles. Su Fan was suspended in the air and looked down at the barren land below. A huge palm print that spanned several miles was left on the ground. He took a deep breath and then fell to the ground. After several months of hard practice, he had already brushed the Vajra Bodhi Buddha Dharmakaya and several Buddhist bodybuilding magical powers to the true artistic conception. Moreover, when activating the Vajra Bodhi Buddha Dharmakaya and performing several Buddhist bodybuilding secrets such as the Vajra demon-slaying handprint, the power was at least several times greater than before. Not only that, he also upgraded several 6th-level Taoist arts and 2 magical powers of the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Saint Body Art, Netherworld Yin Fire Domain and Yin Fire Entanglement, to the Evolution Realm. However, if he wants to upgrade to the Lore Realm, it is definitely not possible to rely on the game panel to brush the data. The Lore Realm is not something that a Yuan cultivator can easily comprehend. It not only depends on the cultivator's comprehension, but also requires opportunities. Although it took so long and no Taoist arts or magical powers were brushed to the Lore Realm, Su Fan was very satisfied. The magical powers and Taoist arts of the Evolution Realm are already very powerful, at least they are absolutely crushing among cultivators of the same level. A few more months passed, and he had been brushing data without sleep, and he didn't know what the situation in the fragment space was like. Thinking of this, Su Fan took out a microarray disk from the ring, and a light curtain rose after it was activated. He looked at the light curtain map and frowned immediately. The territory of the Heavenly Clan representing the Golden Kyanshan Star region has expanded by nearly 1-fold. The 2 Demon Star regions, Huanggu Star region and Jiaodao Star region, have also expanded their occupied territories. Most of the territories swallowed by these 3 star regions belong to the territories of Zhuangsu Star region. The most surprising thing is that only the territories of Chaoguang Star region and Shenhe Star region have hardly changed. Su Fan had a bad feeling in his heart. The situation of the 2 human star regions in the fragment space was very unfavorable. Because the 2 human star regions were in an alliance, Kyanshan Star region, Huanggu Star region and Jiaodao Star region should also be aware of this. So Su Fan guessed that the 3 star regions should have reached some kind of tacit understanding, which can be seen from the current situation on the light curtain map. As long as they digest the swallow territories, they will definitely attack the territories of the 2 human star regions from 3 directions. Su Fan put away the microarray plate. Although the 2 human star regions were already in an unfavorable situation, he did not take it too seriously. He had no idea of resolving the crisis of the 2 human star regions. Anyway, they were both powerful superstar regions with countless genius disciples. Even if all the human disciples died in the fragmented space, the 2 star regions would not be seriously injured. Moreover, the disciples of the 2 human star regions would certainly be aware of the dangerous situation on the light curtain map, and would probably make some necessary preparations. Although the individual combat effectiveness of human disciples is not as good as that of the celestial beings and the demons, they are good at team combat. Although their offensive capabilities may be insufficient, their defensive capabilities are quite strong. The future achievements of human disciples who can survive in such an extremely dangerous environment are definitely limitless. In fact, all the sects of the human race and the world of cultivation train disciples in the way of raising gu among the nearly 1,000 disciples in the Chaoguang Star region. Even if 1 or 2 of them can be trained to become talents in the future, it is already a very high probability. As for the remaining so-called genius disciples, they can only be foils. The world of cultivation is so cruel. However, the mission will be completed in 2 months, and it is time to move now. Thinking of this, Su Fan sent a thought to Gui and Yaksha respectively. After a while, the ghost of Yaksha emerged from the air. Old slave, I pay my respects to my master. Go and collect all those ghost soldiers and ghost generals. We should change places. After hearing Su Fan's words, Yaksha bowed to Su Fan. I will obey my master's decree. As soon as Yaksha left, the huge demon body of the ghost crow also appeared from the air. It turned into a blackbird the size of a sparrow, circled around Su Fan for a few times, and then landed on his shoulder and chirped. Su Fan gently stroked the ghost crow, and then looked at it lovingly. Stop making trouble, we should leave. At this time, Yaksha had collected all the ghost soldiers and ghost generals, and then turned into a black smoke and drilled into the Juan's secret realm. Swoosh, the ghost crow also soared into the sky from his shoulder, and turned into a huge demon body with a wingspan of more than 10 feet. Su Fan jumped onto the back of the ghost crow, and then gently patted its feathers. The ghost crow flapped its wings, and the huge demon body whistled and flew away, and then disappeared into the air. At this moment, the genius disciples from various planes of the 2 human star fields could of course see the dangerous situation on the light curtain map, so they quickly made adjustments to respond. At present, all forces have been shrunk to the gathering place, and a large number of defensive formations have been arranged day and night. Now there are less than 2 months before the end of the mission. As long as the human cultivators in the 2 star fields can hold on until the end of the mission, they can retreat unscathed with the territory currently occupied. Because only by killing them can we occupy the territory of Cheoguang Starfield. However, the right to develop and explore this fragment space for the next 100 years is estimated to have nothing to do with the 2 human starfields. There is no way. The strength of the Shinran clan in the Kyanshan Starfield is too strong. And the 2 demon starfields of Huanggu Starfield and Jiaodao Starfield are also not weak. The right to develop and explore this fragment space for the next 100 years must belong to one of these 3 star fields. Senior brother Su Long and senior brother Mu Yuan of Zuanayu Sword Sect were sitting cross-legged in a temporary cave at this time. Brother, why hasn't that guy Fansu come over to join us yet? After hearing what his junior brother said, senior brother Su Long smiled bitterly. I'm wondering too. The mission is almost over, but this guy is still lying there motionless. After he finished speaking, he smiled and said, this guy is quite powerful, but unfortunately he is too low-key. Until now, I still can't see through his strength. I heard that senior brother Kinglin from Kuniwanshan once looked for you. Senior brother Su Long sneered and said, his brother looked for junior brother Mingshan last time. It should be junior brother Fansu who offended him. I didn't expect that senior brother Kinglin would stand up for his useless brother. You mean, senior brother Kinglin and his 2 fellow disciples died at the hands of senior brother Fansu? Senior brother Su Long nodded and said, senior brother Kinglin is the lifeblood of the Feng family of Kuniwanshan. He must have a lot of life-saving magic weapons on him. Even if he encounters a cultivator in the God transformation realm, he will probably be able to escape unscathed. Senior brother, you suspect that junior brother Fansu has the strength of a cultivator in the God transformation realm? Senior brother Su Long smiled. He didn't know why, but since the moment he saw that guy, he had an indescribable feeling. But the other party was just a disciple from a small plane, and the stereotype made him not take it too seriously. He just thought that the other party was very strong, and didn't think about anything else. But since hearing the news of Fen Kinglin's death, senior brother Su Long has begun to think about it. Fan Su, this guy, must be not simple. Senior brother Mu Yuan thought for a while and said, if he really killed Fen Kinglin, then the Feng family of Kuniwanshan will definitely not let it go. After the mission is over, his situation will definitely be very difficult. Senior brother Su Long shook his head and said, yes, after the mission is over, when he returns to Kingluanshan, he will definitely be cruelly hunted down by the Feng family. Senior brother, then we. Senior brother Su Long certainly understood what his junior brother meant, and he shook his head. At that time, we will try not to get involved, but we can provide him with some help within our capacity. Senior brother Mu Yuan smiled bitterly and said, this guy is really brave. He actually dared to kill the genius child carefully cultivated by a big family. In his opinion, a disciple from a small plane should swallow his anger even if he is targeted. especially for children of a noble family like Fen Kinglin. Even if the other party wants to kill you, you can't kill the other party in return. At most you can teach them a lesson. A big family with a long heritage like this is not something he can afford to provoke. Now Fen Kinglin is dead. If there is no one to replace him among this generation of children, the Feng family will probably decline. Whether it is a sect or a family, the most feared thing is that there will be a generational gap in the disciples in the sect. If no talented disciples are discovered, once a few generations are broken, it means that the sect or family will decline. After listening to Su Long's words, senior brother Mu Yuan nodded. The Feng family is also an old-fashioned cultivator family. If it really declines, it can only be blamed on Fen Kinglin. If Feng Qingshu hadn't provoked Su Fan, Fen Kinglin, as a brother, would not have chased him. That waste has a very bad reputation. Relying on the fact that he is a direct descendant of the family, I don't know how many people he has offended outside. If the Feng family really declined, Fen Kinglin, that waste, would be the culprit. Senior brother Mu Yuan also smiled and said, who would have thought that this time we would hide a wall, and even Fen Kinglin would be involved. Boom boom, the two were chatting when a loud noise like the earth shaking sound suddenly came from outside. The cave was shaken violently, and the dust and gravel on the top of the cave fell down with a crackling sound. Not good. The defense formation was attacked, senior brother Su Long said, then stood up from the ground, and ran out of the temporary cave with senior brother Mu Yuan. The one attacking us is the Qianshan Star region. Everyone immediately take your positions. As soon as the two ran out of the cave, they heard someone shouting loudly. At this time, hundreds of surviving disciples in the Chaoguang Star region gathering place all ran out of the cave and ran to their defensive positions. Fortunately, they had practiced many times before, and all the disciples knew their battle positions. In order to defend against attacks from other star regions, disciples from various planes of the Chaoguang Star region arranged several defense formations outside the gathering place. But the spirit veins of the fragment space had already collapsed. Without the support of the spirit veins, they could only rely on many disciples to embed spirit crystals in the array disk. In this way, the defensive strength of the large array would be greatly reduced. Su Long and brother Mu Yuan came to their own battle positions to guard the array disk of a large defensive array. Boom! Boom! At this moment, countless golden light pillars instantly fell from the sky and landed around the gathering place of the Chaoguang Star domain. Then, huge spears condensed by golden light continuously attacked the defense formation of the Chaoguang Star domain from all directions. This is obviously the attack strength of a cultivator in the God transformation realm. After hearing what brother Mu Yuan said, Su Long's face became gloomy. This is the celestial race launching a sacrifice and summoning the powerful from the upper realm to possess and descend the gods. Brother Mu Yuan hurriedly asked after hearing this, then we can't defend the gathering place, so why not just kill it? After all, he is a sword cultivator, and he only has the concept of attack in his bones, and doesn't like defense at all. Wait a minute, the Celestials are not that easy to deal with. Chaoguang Star Domain is now on the defensive. Without finding out the strength of the Celestials, it would be a reckless act to attack them. As soon as he finished speaking, a defensive immortal formation arranged at the outermost of the gathering place was destroyed. Su Long and senior brother Mu Yuan were shocked. It took so long for an immortal formation arranged outside to be broken. Fortunately, the golden light pillars that fell from the sky outside the gathering place also slowly disappeared. The disciples of Chaoguang Star Domain who were guarding various positions all breathed a sigh of relief. The secret method of the Celestials to worship the gods was indeed very powerful. Chapter 770 They made a huge mistake. Seeing the light beams from Qianshan Star region dissipate, all the cultivators from Chaoguang Star region breathed a sigh of relief. This secret method of the celestial race is like cheating. Once the divine possession is activated, it is equivalent to the strength of the divine transformation realm, which is simply unsolvable. Fortunately, although the individual combat effectiveness of the human cultivators is relatively poor, they are particularly good at team combat. If the Chaoguang Star region and Qianshan Star region really fight, although the human race is at a disadvantage, the gap in strength between the two sides will not be too outrageous. Now the biggest difference between the two sides is actually the large difference in numbers. At the initial stage of this mission, because the individual combat effectiveness of the human race was relatively poor, the losses in the process of assembly were relatively large, and 40% of the disciples were lost. In comparison, the celestial race is much better. and only about 20% of the disciples have been lost until now. Now that the two human star regions have formed an alliance, the celestial race of Kyanshan star region has a very clear goal, which is to defeat them one by one and concentrate their strength to destroy the Chaoguang star region first. At this moment, dozens of celestial race cultivators are gathering outside the gathering place of the Chaoguang star region. The young celestial clan cultivator at the head stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the several defensive formations in the Chaoguang star domain. Wang, has the altar been built? Hearing his words, a celestial clan cultivator next to him hurriedly stepped forward. Reporting to Marcus Jin, the altar will be built soon. The social structure of the celestial clan is a feudal system with extremely strict hierarchy. The young man at the head was named Jin Zhang, and he was the celestial clan's decision maker for this mission. Although he was not very old, he was born in a noble family and was named Marcus at a young age. He was the person with the highest rank among all the people in the Kyanshan star domain this time. Jin Zhang nodded and said, "Tell them to hurry up and try to destroy the Chaoguang star domain before the Shenhe star domain arrives to join them. I will follow Marcus Jin's decree." Wang turned around and left after saying this, heading to the altar to supervise. "Ji Wu, have all the slaves arrived?" A middle-aged celestial clan cultivator next to him hurriedly stood up respectfully after hearing this. Reporting to Marcus Jin, hundreds of slaves are already in place and can attack at any time. Because the celestial clan's ability to reproduce is extremely poor, the clan's secret method is good at enslaving the cultivators of various races. After they entered the fragment space, they captured hundreds of cultivators of various races and used the secret method to control them as their cannon fodder. When we break the defense formation of the Chaoguang star domain, let these slaves attack. I will obey the order of Marcus Jin. After the other party finished speaking, he saluted Jin Zhang and turned away. Jin Zhang glanced at the other party's back, then took out a microarray disc from the ring, and after activating it, a huge light curtain popped out. At this moment, the blue light dots representing the Shenhe star domain were rapidly approaching their location, but they were all blocked in a nearby area. Jin Zhang sneered and said, "You all go, wait until the altar is built, and break their defense formation in one fell swoop." After hearing his words, the celestial clan cultivators around him all responded loudly and left one after another. Jin Zhang glanced at the defense formation of Chaoguang star region in the distance and sneered. "These lowly human races, do they think they can stop us, the celestial race, by hiding in the turtle shell?" At this time, Su Long, senior brother Mu Yuan and several sword cultivators of Zuanayu sword sect have gathered together. They know very well that once the defense formation is broken, they will face a fierce battle. These sword madmen have been rubbing their hands, waiting for the celestial race to attack so that they can have a good fight. Su Long, senior brother Mu Yuan and others are looking at the light curtain map with solemn expressions. At such a close distance, the guys from Shenhe star region haven't come to join us yet. What are they doing? It seems that they were blocked by the celestial clan cultivators. They must understand the principle of lips and teeth are cold. They should not conserve their strength at this time. That's not necessarily true. Shenhe star region is not the world of our Taoist sect, the three sects of Buddhism, Taoism and which coexist. How could they be united like us? Su Long couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart as he listened to the discussions of several fellow disciples. What he is most worried about now is the intrigues among the three sects of Buddhism, Taoism and which in the Shenhe star region, each doing its own thing. Fortunately, the several formations arranged outside the Chaoguang star region gathering place are arranged step by step. The two outermost defense formations are 6th order formations, followed by two 7th order formations, and the innermost are two 8th order formations. Even if the celestial clan launches the God of Descendant, it will not be able to completely break these defense formations in a short time. This kind of defense ability is only in the fragment space with thin spiritual energy. If there is sufficient spiritual energy supporting places with rich spiritual vein resources, no matter how strong the Shinran cultivators in Kyanshan star region are, they will not be able to set up several defensive formations in a few months. Thinking of this, Su Long smiled. Don't worry, the several defensive formations arranged outside can still hold out for a while. In fact, he just said that. The sword cultivators of the sword sect are probably hoping that the Shinran clan will break through several formations as soon as possible. There is no way. The sword cultivators are not mentally normal. Even though the situation of the human cultivators is very dangerous now, it still cannot extinguish the raging fighting spirit in the hearts of these sword madmen. Buzz! At this time, a violent buzzing sound suddenly came from the distance, and an extremely thick golden light column fell from the sky. Compared with the several light columns that just appeared, it was hundreds of times thicker. The whole world trembled violently at this moment, and an extremely powerful aura suddenly spread. At this moment, Su Long, Senior Brother Mu Yuan and others were also confused. And all looked at the huge light column in the distance with dull eyes. They all had a bad premonition in their hearts, because at this moment they all seemed to feel the crisis, as if some terrifying big man was about to cross the border. Then, the overwhelming terrifying pressure spread all over the sky. They only felt a chill rising from their hearts, and their whole bodies were cold and stiff. The extremely powerful aura pressed them so hard that they couldn't even move a finger. Su Long's face was as gloomy as water. A powerful aura spread from a distance, making him feel an unprecedented pressure. Not good. The celestial clan launched a sacrifice, and a powerful spirit descended. It is estimated that it is at least equivalent to the old monster of the refining void realm. After hearing Su Long's words, the faces of several people around him also changed. Although they are all warlike sword cultivators, if they are asked to fight against a big boss of the refining void realm, they are simply going to deliver food. Don't look at these sword madmen as warlike, but it depends on who they are fighting. The cultivators of the refining void realm are 2 realms higher than them. In the eyes of these old monsters, they are no different from ants. Cheating. They are cheating. These celestial clan cultivators are too shameless. Those high-level monsters, are we just going to let them do this? Although Su Long and the others were full of resentment, they also knew that it was useless to complain at this time. There was no other way, because there was no one above the Terran cultivators. Boom boom. At this time, a loud noise like the earth-shaking sound came, and Su Long and Brother Mu Yuan and the others were all dizzy. Then, the outermost defense formation shook violently, and the spiritual energy shield spread like spider web cracks everywhere, and then it was instantly collapsed by the impact of the terrifying annihilation energy. This was not over yet. The terrifying power did not dissipate because of this, and easily destroyed the second defense formation. It was not until the third 7th level defense formation was violently shaken for a long time that it slowly dissipated. Su Long, Brother Mu Yuan and the others turned pale, and the 2 outermost defense formations were broken in just one go. Fortunately, after breaking through 2 defensive formations in succession, the golden light of the huge light column that fell from the sky also became dim. Su Long and others breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the power obtained by the celestial race through sacrifices also needs time to accumulate energy after each use. But even so, Chaoguang Star region has fallen into an extremely unfavorable dilemma. At this rate, the several defensive formations they arranged outside the gathering place will not last until the end of the mission. Once the several defensive formations arranged outside the gathering place are broken, they have no choice but to fight to the death. The extremely huge golden light column outside just now released a terrifying energy equivalent to the old monster in the refining void realm. Even the most belligerent sword cultivators can't have a desire to fight. Facing the terrifying power that is equivalent to the full strength attack of the refining void realm cultivator, they don't even have the courage to resist. Now it depends on how long it will take for the huge golden light column to recover completely. Unfortunately, what happened next completely shattered the last bit of luck in the hearts of Su Long, Senior Brother Mu Yuan and others. Buzz! With a dull humming sound, a golden light fell from the sky, and the golden light column that had been dimmed had completely recovered. Su Long, Senior Brother Mu Yuan and others all sighed. It seems that they don't have much time left. It won't be long before the several defensive formations arranged outside the gathering place will be broken. Okay, don't hold on to luck. Get ready for a big battle. After listening to Su Long's words, Senior Brother Mu Yuan and others felt magnanimous. After all, they are all sword cultivators. At worst, they will die. What else can they do? When have sword cultivators ever been afraid of death? Even if they die, they have to die on the battlefield, and it is best to get some money back before they die. At this moment, Su Fan was flying towards the gathering place of Chaoguang Star Domain on the Ghost Crow. According to the situation on the light curtain map, the celestial race in Kaianshan Star Domain has now launched an attack on the gathering place of the human race in Chaoguang Star Domain. All the disciples of the Shenhe Star region have left the gathering place and are rapidly approaching the location of the Chaoguang Star region. However, they encountered trouble on the periphery of the battlefield and were blocked by the Shinran clan monks of the Kyanshan Star region. Su Fan's position was also displayed on the map, and a red light spot was seen heading north. It is estimated that even if the Shinran clan monks saw their position, they would not send people to intercept them. A mere human cultivator could not change the situation on the battlefield at all. Unfortunately, the Shinran clan monks of the Kyanshan Star region obviously underestimated Su Fan's strength. They made a huge mistake. Facing Su Fan, who is so powerful, even if he is given a chance, it will cause great damage to the Kyanshan Star region. Now the Ghost Crow is infinitely close to the 6th level monster, and it may break through when it wakes up one day. So the flying speed of this thing is now incredibly fast, not to mention that it also has the ability to be invisible. And as the Ghost Crow's strength continues to increase, its stealth ability has become very powerful. It may be that the several star regions in the fragment space have entered the final decisive battle stage at this time, so Su Fan did not meet anyone all the way. Now the monks from several star fields have gathered together to actively prepare for the upcoming decisive battle. It can be clearly seen on the current light curtain map that there are 4 areas with the most concentrated monks, including the Celestial clan in the Kyanshan Star field, the control areas of the 2 demon clans in the Huanggu Star field and the Jiaodao Star field. Then there is the alliance between the Chaoguang Star field and the Shenhe Star field, but at this time it has been isolated by the Celestial clan. Now the disciples of the 2 star fields know that they can only resist the attacks of the Celestial clan and the Demon clan by gathering together. It can be seen from the light curtain map that except for the gathering places of monks from several star fields, there are no monks in other areas. So Su Fan traveled smoothly all the way, and after 2 days of sleepless flying, he finally came to the gathering place outside the Chaoguang Star field. At this time, he could find it without a map. Because of the extremely thick golden light column in the distance, Su Fan saw it from a long distance, and just flew there directly. As he got closer and closer to the light column, Su Fan's face became gloomy. He could clearly feel the extremely powerful and terrifying aura, which was equivalent to that of a cultivator in the refining void realm of the human race. It was clear that the Shinran clan cultivators in the Kyanshan Star region must have set up an altar of considerable size. Ordinary divine possession secrets could not attract such a powerful force. Su Fan frowned and thought for a while, and felt that he should find a way to get close to the altar set up by the Shinran clan to see if there was any chance there. The biggest problem now was that his position would appear on the light curtain map. If he wanted to move past silently with his atomic body, he would definitely expose his position. However, even if the Shinran clan cultivators knew that someone had touched them, they could only see the light spots displayed on the light curtain map. But they would not be able to find him in a short time. After all, the light curtain map was only this big. Never mind, just go up and have a look. Thinking of this, Su Fan patted the ghost crow under him, and the crow flapped its wings and flew towards the golden light column in the distance. Chapter 771. This guy has a good character. Su Fan drove the invisible ghost crow and flew rapidly in the air. The environment here is relatively complex, with mountains everywhere, an endless mountain stretching as far as the eye can see. But this mountain range is similar to the plain area where Su Fan is located, without a trace of life. Looking up, all you can see are patches of dead and almost weathered vegetation, and the surface of the mountain is also mottled. The streams have dried up, revealing the pale white sand at the bottom of the river. From the harsh environment in the fragment space, you can imagine how tragic the collapse of falling star sky was. Su Fan was even more terrified when he thought about it. A group of old guys in the fusion realm were so angry that they actually broke a central plane completely. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the destructive power of those old monsters in the fusion realm was too cruel. Although this fragment space seems to have no vitality on the surface, the various mineral veins buried underground have not been affected. In addition, the ruins of various sects in the fragment space are also very valuable for development and exploration. Legend has it that falling star sky was passed down in ancient times. The plane collapsed very suddenly, and many major Taoist traditions were annihilated in this terrible disaster. Although this once extremely powerful and prosperous place of cultivation has become the miserable state it is today, to this day, the Taoist traditions in many major ruins are still priceless treasures in the eyes of cultivators. It is precisely because of this that this bet was made by several star domain fusion realm masters. Anyway, Even if this bet is lost, it is just the lives of some Yuanying realm cultivators, and there is nothing to lose. After flying for a few more hours, Su Fan finally let the ghost crow land on the ground. It is not far from the golden light column that fell from the sky in front. Su Fan received the ghost crow in the portable secret realm and frowned and thought for a while. It is not so easy to touch the altar of the celestial clan. Maybe his position has been discovered by the other party now. He took out the miniature array from the ring, activated it, and a light curtain map rose up, and then he used his spiritual sense to slowly enlarge the map. Hey! I hadn't enlarged the light curtain map just now, and the golden and red light spots on it were almost entangled. But when he enlarged the light curtain map, he found that there were some light spots of other colors in several places in the Shinran-controlled area, including quite a few red light spots. Su Fan thought for a few seconds and thought of the situation of these other star domain cultivators. It's no wonder that because the Shinran cultivators are few in number, they are good at enslaving cultivators of other races. These cultivators from other star domains must have been used by the Shinran to cast secret spells and become their slaves. Su Fan's heart moved, and suddenly he had an idea. His eyes condensed, and his body slowly disappeared into the air, and then turned into a thin mist, spreading forward among the dilapidated and mottled mountains. At this moment, more than a dozen Shinran cultivators were gathering together to drink tea and chat, and opposite them was a light curtain map. Look, there is a human from the Chaoguang star region. At this time, a celestial clan cultivator pointed at the light curtain map and exclaimed loudly. Several celestial clan cultivators who were chatting together quickly turned their eyes to the light curtain map opposite and saw a red dot moving quickly. The leading celestial clan cultivator sneered. Mizu, take your men over and capture him, follow Yingbo's decree. After hearing his words, the man named Mizu quickly led several celestial clan cultivators, and they all popped out the light wings behind them, and then turned into golden lights and disappeared in an instant. Yingxi glanced at the distance, and then continued to drink tea and chat with several tribesmen, not taking this seriously at all. It was just a lone human, who might want to meet up with the cultivators from the Chaoguang star region, so they just caught him and asked him. If he could be captured alive, he would be planted with a divine seed and sold back in the Kaianshan star region. Nowadays, in Kaianshan star region, the price of a human cultivator slave in the nascent soul realm is not low, and it can be bought for thousands of divine crystals. After a while, the jade talisman on the waist of the leading celestial clan cultivator vibrated slightly, and he picked it up and took a look. Reporting to Uncle Ying, I found that person. He wanted to escape, but I hid him with divine light, and his soul was destroyed. Yingxi looked at the light screen map opposite and shook his head with some disappointment. Although he lost a small fortune, fortunately, the cultivators of Chaoguang star region have been surrounded by them, and they will definitely capture a lot of slaves by then. Then you can come back. At this moment, in a dilapidated valley deep in the mountains on both sides have been dug into temporary caves. Hu Fei sat cross-legged in a temporary cave. His heart was dead. He was a human cultivator from the Zhuangsu star region who was captured by the Celestial Clan cultivators and now has become a slave of the Celestial Clan in the Kaianshan star region. The Celestial Clan cultivators used a secret method to plant a golden seed in his sea of consciousness. As long as the Celestial Clan monk who enslaved him had a thought, no matter what order he was given, he had to execute it unconditionally. Even if he had a slight feeling of disobedience, his sea of consciousness would collapse instantly, and he would become a soulless walking corpse. The only way to live freely was to kill the Celestial Clan monk who enslaved him. The people living in this valley were all slaves of various races like him, among which the human race monks were the most numerous. Because the human race was intelligent and had a similar appearance to the Celestial Clan, human slaves were very valuable even in the Kaianshan star region. For example, some wealthy families with titles had a large number of human slaves. The demon and monster monks were generally violent and would rather die than be enslaved, so there were relatively few demon and monster slaves here. The Celestial Clan would send demon and monster slaves to various arenas in the Kaianshan star region if they were captured. Because the Zerg race had low intelligence, the Celestial Clan monks were much more brutal to them, directly sealing their souls and turning them into a group of machines that only knew how to kill. At this time, Hu Fei, who was thinking about it, felt his scalp tingling. For some reason, he felt as if there was a pair of eyes in the darkness, peeping at him. Hu Fei was also a person who had crawled out of the pile of dead bodies countless times. He was extremely sensitive to danger. He believed that his intuition would not deceive him. Who was hiding in the dark and peeping at him? Thinking of this, Hu Fei stood up from the ground, then pushed the door and walked out of the temporary cave. At this time, the valley was full of dilapidated scenes, and a thin layer of mist filled the air, which was extremely quiet. Because the golden seeds were planted in the sea of consciousness, the Shinran clan did not restrain these slave monks on weekdays. As long as they did not leave the valley, no one would care about them. There were dozens of slave monks living in the entire valley, and there was only one Shinran clan monk who was responsible for watching over them. Although they could be free as long as they killed this person, they did not dare to have such an idea at all, because the other party could destroy you with just one thought. Hu Fei looked around and smiled bitterly. He was already a slave of the celestial race, so how could anyone come here to spy on him? He shook his head and turned back to the temporary cave. Hu Fei had just sat down cross-legged when the horrifying feeling he had just had appeared again. But before he could react, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and then he knew nothing. He didn't know how long it took before he slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he found that a human cultivator was sitting cross-legged opposite him. Hu Fei was stunned, and a huge wave of emotions rose in his heart. What frightened him the most was that he had always been proud of his powerful soul, but who would have thought that he would be easily crushed by the person opposite him? Su Fan had just used his clone to track the celestial race cultivator, and then floated into this valley. Because from the light curtain map, you can only see a bunch of dense light spots tangled together, and you can't tell which is which. In fact, he was also nervous when he did this. Fortunately, the celestial clan cultivators saw that he was alone and did not take him seriously. Su Fan was also taking a gamble. If he failed to deceive the celestial clan cultivators, he would run away immediately. Who would have thought that he really won the gamble and took the opportunity to sneak into this valley? Su Fan glanced at Hu Fei opposite him, then stretched out his hand and drew a few strokes in the air, leaving a row of handwriting. The other party was already a slave of the celestial clan, and he did not dare to take risks. If he communicated with words or thoughts, it would be likely to be noticed by the celestial clan cultivators around him. Chaoguang Star Region, Fan Su. After hearing Su Fan's words, Hu Fei hurriedly cupped his hands, and then imitated Su Fan and drew a few strokes in the air with his fingers. Zhuangsu Star Region, Hu Fei, you are controlled by the secret method of the celestial clan. Looking at the handwriting left by Su Fan in the air, Hu Fei smiled bitterly and nodded. Is there a way to remove the secret technique of the celestial race? There is only one way to remove the secret technique of the celestial race, and that is to kill the person who cast the spell. Seeing the handwriting left by Hu Fei, Su Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Is it that simple? Seeing the handwriting left by Su Fan, Hu Fei immediately covered his face. Simple as hell. Do you think that the celestial race cultivators are all noobs? If they were so easy to kill, he would not have fallen to this point. At the beginning, he and several fellow disciples surrounded and killed a celestial race cultivator, but the other party launched the secret method of possessing the god, and his strength instantly soared to the god transformation realm. As a result, several fellow disciples all died, and only he survived and became a slave of the celestial race. Daoao, I advise you to leave quickly. The Chaoguang Star region has been surrounded by the celestial race. It won't be long before the defense formation outside will be broken. At that time, Su Fan smiled. Although it is said that the celestial race cultivators are powerful, in his eyes, they are just that simple. If he hadn't been concerned about the altar, Su Fan wouldn't have been as careful as he is now. There was no way. The altar set up by the Celestials was very strange, and it could draw down the power of the cultivators of the void refining realm from the upper realm. If it was the power of the spiritual transformation realm, Su Fan wouldn't be afraid. After all, it was the power that came down from the upper realm, and the strength was much weaker. It would be good to have 60% of the strength of a real spiritual transformation realm cultivator. However, the huge pillar of light above the altar, the power that came down was the power of the void refining realm. Even if the strength was weaker, it was not something Su Fan could shake. Even if only half of the strength was left, if you wanted to kill him, you could blow him to pieces with a breath. So Su Fan had to find ways to destroy the altar, so that he could rampage recklessly in the Celestials' territory. To be honest, he really didn't take these Celestials cultivators seriously. Then he asked Hu Fei about the situation in the valley, and he had a rough plan in mind. Where is the Celestial clan cultivator who is guarding you? Hu Fei was stunned when he saw the handwriting left by Su Fan. Big brother, you are overestimating yourself. You really want to kill alone. Once you alarm the other Celestial Clan cultivators around, it will be too late even if you want to run. Devours, don't take risks. There are at least hundreds of Celestial Clan Yuanying cultivators within 100 miles nearby. It doesn't matter if there are a lot of people. It's just a bunch of Yuanying cultivators. A few hundred may not be enough for him to kill. It's okay, I'll try it. What if it works? Hu Fei got anxious when he heard it, and hurriedly tried to persuade him. Devours, Celestial Clan cultivators are very powerful. They can use secret methods to improve their strength to the God transformation realm in a short period of time. You don't need me to say this, I've seen it before. Devours, let's exchange some contact information. Hu Fei took a look at the handwriting that appeared in the air, and he quickly took off the communication array from his waist and exchanged contact information with Su Fan. Su Fan put away the communication array, then smiled and nodded to Hu Fei opposite him, and his body slowly turned into a puff of smoke and floated out of the cave. Seeing Su Fan turned into a puff of smoke and floated out of the cave, Hu Fei was immediately upset. What on earth is this thing? Even among the various populations of the demon race, there are not many who are qualified to inherit the mist body. It is often some extremely special ethnic tribes that occasionally inherit this innate magical power from the blood of their ancestors. Who is this kid? While Hu Fei was shocked, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. If this guy can really kill the Shinran cultivator guarding the valley, then he will be free. In this valley, there are more than 20 human and several demon slave cultivators. As long as the secret method of these people is lifted, everyone will definitely run away, and then he really has a chance to escape the pursuit of the Shinran. Hu Fei sat there anxiously, worried about gains and losses, and couldn't calm down at all. Suddenly, he felt a piercing pain coming from his sea of consciousness. Fortunately, the pain came and went quickly, and he recovered in an instant. Hu Fei's eyes focused, and he completely released his consciousness, and found that the golden seed in his sea of consciousness had disappeared without a trace. This kid really did it. He quickly stood up from the ground and rushed out of the temporary cave in a few steps. At this moment, dozens of slave monks from several star fields in the valley also ran out of their respective caves. They looked at each other for a while, then took out their flying magic weapons and began to rush in all directions. In the blink of an eye, dozens of monks in the valley disappeared, leaving only Hu Fei. He thought about it, took off the communication array from his waist, and sent a message to Su Fan. Fellow Taoist, leave quickly. If you need help, I'll be there right away, thank you, fellow Taoist. Please leave quickly. After taking a look at Su Fan's message, Hu Fei took out a flying magic weapon from his ring and flew away. Su Fan put away the communication array disc and looked at the Celestial Clan monk lying on the ground. Unexpectedly, this guy has a good character. Su Fan killed this Celestial Clan monk not out of kindness, but for his next plan. Only by causing some chaos here can he take advantage of it. He waved his hand to put the corpse of the Celestial Clan monk into his ring, then took out a microarray disc and activated a light curtain map. Seeing that there was a place where slave monks were imprisoned not far away, he put away the microarray disc and then turned into a gray mist and spread forward. Chapter 772, You Celestials can cheat, but I can't take advantage of you. At this moment, Yingxi was chatting with several tribesmen, and a Shinran cultivator next to him accidentally glanced at the light curtain map opposite. He saw a place where slave monks were guarded, and several light spots of different colors were moving rapidly in all directions. Yingbo. Look quickly. Yingbo frowned, then put down the teacup in his hand, turned his head and looked at the light curtain map opposite. He only took a look and stood up from the ground. Mizu, take people to intercept immediately. If one is let go, don't go back. Before Yingxi finished speaking, a Shinran cultivator next to him pointed at the light curtain map and shouted. Look, the slaves there have also escaped. Yingxi looked at the group of light spots running away on the light curtain map, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Now the personnel of Kaianshan Star region are also very tense. Not only do they have to besiege the gathering place of Chaoguang Star region, but they also have to draw forces to block the Shenhe Star region. Therefore, the tribesmen who were responsible for the outer guard mission seemed to be a little stretched. Yingxi originally thought that the mission of guarding the outer perimeter was very easy, But who would have thought that problems would arise in two places where slaves were held in succession? Quickly notify the tribesmen guarding in various places, let them all be on alert. After saying this, Yingxi took out a jade talisman from his ring, and then threw it into the air. Boom! With a bang, a brilliant golden firework suddenly exploded in the air. In fact, Yingxi didn't want to alarm others, but in this situation, relying on the tribesmen who were guarding the outer perimeter, they would definitely not be able to deal with it. Yingbo, another slave, ran away. Yingxi glanced at the map on the light screen, and then shouted to the tribesmen around him. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and support." Hearing his words, more than a dozen Shinran cultivators around him popped out the golden wings behind them, and left here with a roar. After Yingxi sent out his clansmen, he stood in front of the light curtain map and commanded the clansmen who came to support from all over to capture the escaped slaves. However, there were not many clansmen responsible for the outer defense, and they all came from other directions to support. Now that so many slave monks have escaped at once, it is impossible to intercept them all. They can only watch some of the slave monks escape from the encirclement. Even those slave monks who have been stopped are fighting desperately like crazy. Fortunately, the life-saving trump cards in their rings have been plundered, otherwise it would be really difficult to capture them. When the bright golden flames in the air exploded, hundreds of celestial clan monks around all turned their eyes here. After a while, more than 100 celestial clan monks flew over from all directions. When Yingxi saw Jin Jiang floating in the air, he bowed and saluted. "See. Welcome to the Marquis of Jin." Jin Jiang waved his hand, landed on the ground, and took a look at the light curtain map opposite. "What happened? Tell me." Yingxi smiled bitterly. How could he know what happened? But since the Marquis of Jin had already asked, he could only tell the whole story. "You said that just now a human cultivator from the Chaoguang Star region sneaked into the outer periphery alone." Yingxi nodded and said, "At that time, I sent Mizu to take people to destroy that human cultivator." Jin Jiang thought for a while and said, "Did you see his corpse? Mizu used divine light to hide him, and his soul was destroyed." After hearing what Yingxi said, Jin Jiang frowned immediately. The culprit must be that human cultivator. This guy must have used the secret method of clones to deceive Mizu and let him sneak in. After he finished speaking, he raised his head suddenly, staring at the light screen map opposite with indifferent eyes. This kid went through so much trouble to sneak in. Could it be just to rescue these hundreds of slave cultivators? What is he trying to do? Thinking of this, Jin Jiang's face suddenly became solemn. He suddenly thought of a possibility, and turned around to look at the golden light column in the distance. Su Fan killed 3 Shinran monks in succession, rescued nearly 100 slave monks from various star fields, and caused great chaos in the area controlled by the Shinran. He also took the opportunity to activate the Atomai body and successfully touch the vicinity of the Shinran altar. Because of the chaos nearby, there were only a dozen Shinran monks guarding the altar. The area of this altar is not small, with a diameter of at least 100 feet. A dozen people can't see it at all, and their minds are now on the golden flames in the distance. No one thought that someone would dare to attack this altar at this time. Su Fan found a place where no one was guarding, lifted the Atomai body, and then summoned Zuxa from the portable secret realm, letting it hide nearby to keep watch for him. The Shinran monk set up an invisible barrier for defense outside the altar. He walked over and touched it with his right hand. It was as if he touched a soft and silky film. There was a faint golden light flickering where his hand touched. If he forced his way in now, it would definitely alert the nearby celestial clan monks. Su Fan thought for a moment and took out a demon slayer sword from his ring. This demon slayer sword was very magical. It was not only specifically designed to defeat the demons, but was also immune to the defensive formations and prohibitions of other races. However, it had no effect on the spiritual shield of the human race. Su Fan took a deep breath, picked up the demon slayer sword and slowly stabbed at the invisible barrier. As a result, it easily passed through the film. Unexpectedly, it really worked. Su Fan followed through the invisible barrier, and his eyes suddenly became clear. Behind the invisible barrier was a completely different scene. The golden light column that descended from the sky illuminated the entire altar. The ground of nearly 100 meters in radius was covered with neatly arranged stone slabs, which were inscribed with dense and obscure runes. In the middle, a several-meter-high altar was built, on which stood a golden statue of more than 10 meters high. At this moment, more than 10 celestial clan monks were kneeling under the statue with great piety. It might be that the Celestial Clan monks were praying devoutly, or it might be that no one expected that an outsider would be able to pass through the invisible barrier and enter here. Therefore, Su Fan's sudden appearance did not attract the attention of the Celestial Clan monks. Seeing these Celestial Clan monks, Su Fan was also startled. But he found that no one stood up and looked back at him. How could he let go of this opportunity? Su Fan's eyes suddenly condensed, and with a hum sound, the people under the altar were suddenly shrouded in a pale white netherworld fire. The more than 10 Celestial Clan monks who were unprepared were swallowed up by the pale white netherworld ghost fire before they could react to what was going on. The netherworld yin fire is very vicious. Even if you get a little bit of it, it can burn you alive into a pile of ash. Not to mention a group of Yuanying realm cultivators. Even if a cultivator in the Huashan realm gets a little bit of the netherworld yin fire by accident, he will be finished. With a burst of rapid screams, more than a dozen Celestial Clan cultivators have turned into ash. The netherworld yin fire is so overbearing, especially when there is no defense. Even if someone around wants to save it, it is too late. At this time, Su Fan's sea of consciousness surged with anger. Then, he felt a chill all over his body, and a cold breath poured into his body along his crown, instantly taking control of his body. What the hell? Su Fan was immediately furious. He knew that he had caused trouble and angered the great power of the upper realm, worshipped by the Celestial Clan. He tried desperately to struggle, but found that he could not move at all, as if he was tightly clamped. At this moment, the little man in Su Fan's body suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of mockery appeared on his tender little face. Shui, just when Su Fan was terrified, the cold breath instantly rushed out of his body. Su Fan, who had recovered suddenly, almost fell to the ground while struggling desperately. He took a step forward and stabilized his body. Su Fan was panting heavily, and he looked up at the golden statue. This statue was a cultivator of the Celestial Clan, with the golden light all over, especially the vertical eye on the forehead, which seemed to be alive. Su Fan stepped back more than 100 steps, then took out the Demon Slayer sword from the ring and slashed it fiercely. Void slash, a silent sword light instantly crossed the sky, carrying a trace of the power of the law, and fiercely slashed the golden statue. But what shocked Su Fan was that his sword move, which contained the power of the law, slashed on the statue without even a splash. You know, even a cultivator in the transformation realm would not dare to neglect his sword. Su Fan frowned immediately. This statue was too difficult to deal with. It was difficult for him to destroy this altar with his current ability. Just when he was at a loss, he felt that something in the ring was ready to move. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his consciousness swept over the ring, and a confused expression suddenly appeared on his face. He waved his hand and took out a witch's wooden sculpture. It was this wooden sculpture that was ready to move in the ring just now. Su Fan carefully placed this witch's wooden sculpture in front of the golden statue. The wooden sculpture seemed to come alive, and the dense and mottled witch's divine patterns on it began to glow slightly. Su Fan's heart moved, and he waved his hand lightly, and dozens of corpses of cultivators of various races suddenly appeared around the wooden sculpture. His eyes condensed, and blood-colored divine patterns suddenly appeared all over his body. Buzz, a dull humming sounded, and a blood-colored witch formation with a radius of several dozen feet appeared in an instant, with him as the center. The dozens of corpses of Yuanying realm monks of various races were immediately drained of their blood and flesh, and turned into pale skeletons. Endless blood filled the surroundings, and the air was filled with a bloody smell. At this time, the dense Witchgate divine patterns on the Witchgate wooden sculpture also began to flash with dazzling blood-colored light, swallowing up the blood mist scattered in the air. Boom! With a deafening roar, a blood-colored light with a diameter of several dozen feet instantly fell from the sky, covering Su Fan and the Witchgate wooden sculpture. Su Fan did not expect that this time, the arrangement of the blood shadow descending Gata ray really allowed him to successfully establish contact with the witch world above. It seems that the woman wood carving must have borrowed the energy of this Shinran clan altar to restore the connection with the woman upper realm. At this time, a cool breath poured into Su Fan's head, and he felt that the data of all aspects of his body were rising. Although he had also activated this blood shadow descending Gata ray when communicating with the Wugout AG before, that woman always kept a trick. This time he used this woman wood carving to activate the blood shadow descending Gata ray, and the effect was completely different. Su Fan felt that he had gained a powerful force. In just a moment, his strength had reached a god transformation realm. And his strength was still rising. In the blink of an eye, He broke through to the middle stage of God transformation. Master, there are many people flying over there. At this time, a thought came from his mind. Su Fan knew that the Shinran clan monks must have reacted and seen through his thoughts, and were coming to the altar. The Shinran clan monks in the distance had not arrived yet, and more than a dozen people guarding around the altar had already rushed into the altar. But just as they rushed in, they saw a silent sword light whizzing past them. More than a dozen Yuanying realm Shinran cultivators were killed by Su Fan with one sword. Su Fan did not expect the power of this sword to be so great. He stared at the demon slayer sword in his hand in amazement, and then he remembered that his realm was already the middle stage of the spiritualization realm. In fact, his cultivation level was improved so much at once, mainly with the help of the power of the witch formation Blood Shadow God Descending Array. But you Shinran cultivators are allowed to cheat, but I am not allowed to take advantage of the situation. Su Fan turned around and looked at the golden statue in the center of the altar again. He took a deep breath and slowly raised the demon slayer sword with both hands, but he immediately put down the magic sword and took his thoughts into his body. Su Fan waved his hand and took out the immortal weapon demon, subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer from the ring. He picked up the immortal weapon and weighed it in his hand. It was a bit difficult for a Yuanying realm cultivator to use this demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer. But Su Fan's realm had now reached the middle stage of the spiritualization realm. When he picked up the immortal weapon again, he felt much more relaxed. Master, be careful, there are a lot of people outside. At this time, a thought came to his mind again. Su Fan knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He had to completely destroy the golden statue in the center of the altar before those celestial cultivators arrived. Who knows what kind of trouble those celestial cultivators will cause after they come. Su Fan didn't want to hide it anymore. His eyes condensed, and a trace of black air spread all over his body. The flesh tendons like earthworms kept rolling and squirming. His body suddenly swelled countless times and turned into a huge demon body over 100 feet tall. The demonized Su Fan's strength increased more than 10 times again. He grasped the immortal weapon demon-subduing, sky-splitting, and mountain-suppressing hammer with both hands, then swung it violently and smashed it towards the golden statue in the center of the altar. Chapter 773 The power of the immortal weapon is indeed extremely brutal. Jinjiang and his companions flew towards the altar at high speed. The golden wings behind them kept flapping, and they soon arrived near the altar. Boom! At this time, a blood-colored light column fell from the sky and landed in the altar in the distance. Jinjiang's eyes focused and he frowned immediately. He recognized the blood-colored light column that fell from the sky in the distance. There were cultivators from the human witch sect performing a blood sacrifice at the altar. Something happened at the altar. Everyone hurry up. As soon as he finished speaking, the altar suddenly flashed with light, and a huge hammer over 100 feet long rose in the air, and then fell down with a bang. Boom boom boom. Then, there was a loud noise that shook the earth, and the invisible barrier outside the altar was shattered, turning into a burst of golden light and disappearing without a trace. Seeing the altar destroyed, Jinjiang and his companions were stunned and looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. The statue of the ancestor god on the altar was not so easy to destroy. Anyway, with their current strength, they were unable to destroy it. Moreover, the huge hammer that was over 100 feet long just now was not that simple at first glance. Its power was much stronger than the Taoist weapon, and even the treasure of the cultivators in the transformation realm might not be able to catch up with a previous blow. Jinjiang and others all subconsciously stopped, floating in the air and looking at the direction of the altar. Although the celestial clan cultivators were usually arrogant, the power of the previous blow also made them feel a little fearful. Jin Hao, we are now. It was not until a celestial clan cultivator next to him asked a question that Jinjiang came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and said, use the magic, let's go over and take a look. After Jinjiang finished speaking, his eyes condensed, and bursts of golden light appeared all over his body. Then a golden light column instantly fell from the sky and enveloped him. Other celestial clan cultivators also began to cast spells, and more than 100 golden light columns fell on them one after another. Jinjiang closed his eyes, bathed in the golden light, and then suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes had completely changed, revealing a hint of coldness and indifference, and no trace of emotion could be seen. The more than 100 celestial clan monks behind him, like him at this moment, seemed to have completely become another person. Jinjiang raised his hand and waved it, and then the pair of golden wings behind him flapped, and the man had disappeared from the spot. More than 100 Celestial Clan monks followed him one after another, and with bursts of golden light flashing, they flew towards the altar with a roar. The divine arts of the gods they performed had already reached the level of the god transformation realm. Although their strength was weak, they were still the god transformation realm. More than 100 god transformation realm monks roared away, and the majestic momentum they burst out was like a dark cloud pressing down on a city. Jinjiang, who had been possessed by the divine body, had just flown over the altar, and suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. As soon as he thought about it, the pair of wings behind him shone with a golden light, and he had disappeared from the spot. As soon as Jinjiang disappeared, a boundless and terrifying aura spread out, and a huge hammer of more than 100 feet fell from the sky, like a towering mountain falling to the ground. Boom boom, a terrifying roar erupted, producing a terrifying explosion that almost overturned the entire sky, and the whole world shook violently. The terrifying mighty force rolled up a terrifying storm that spread through the sky, and a visible airflow swept in all directions. The terrifying impact of the layers of violent airflows caused the entire world within a radius of dozens of miles to vibrate violently. The sharp and boundless terrifying airflow seemed to cut the entire space into pieces in an instant, and everything in its path was reduced to dust. Although Jinjiang escaped in time, the more than 100 Shinran cultivators behind him were just caught in the overwhelming vibration of the world. The hundreds of Celestial Clan monks flying over the altar were like isolated boats caught in a tsunami, and were instantly submerged. Especially the dozen or so people who rushed to the front were instantly swept by this terrifying annihilation energy and turned into a bloody rain. The many Celestial Clan monks flying behind were also hastily caught in this terrifying storm. Although most of them launched secret methods and barely blocked this terrifying storm that penetrated the sky and the earth, more than a dozen people's bodies disintegrated in the air, and their limbs and arms fell to the ground with crackling sounds. The demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer is an immortal weapon that can only be used by the refining void realm. Its power is simply destructive. That is, all the immortal weapons of the refining void realm physical cultivators can be used by cultivators of a lower realm. If it is replaced by immortal weapons such as magic and sword, low-level cultivators are afraid that they dare not even touch them. Now Su Fan's realm has reached the middle stage of the spiritualization realm. When he uses the full force of the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer, he can already exert 10% to 20% of the power of the void refining realm. So Su Fan's full force attack just now killed more than 30 Celestial Clan cultivators at once. They were Celestial Clan cultivators who had used divine arts to possess their bodies. Their strength had barely reached the spiritualization realm. Who would have thought that they would meet a pervert like Su Fan and all of them would die? Ouch! With a horrifying roar, a huge demon body of more than 100 feet in length walked out of the void in one step, like a foreign demon that had crossed over. Seeing the demonized Su Fan, a group of Celestial Clan cultivators were also stunned. Just now, the altar was clearly a blood sacrifice by a human woman cultivator, but now it became a demon cultivator, and the other party's realm had actually reached the middle stage of the spiritualization realm. Jinjiang, who had already fled to a distance, shouted. Everyone attacked together. Hearing his shout, dozens of Celestial Clan cultivators cast their magic spells one after another, and golden beams of light swept past. Su Fan waved his hand, and the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer was instantly absorbed into his hand. He was filled with demonic smoke, and his figure swelled a little more. He swung a hammer and swept across. The power of the immortal weapon was indeed extremely brutal. Within a radius of dozens of miles, it was all under the impact of this powerful and terrifying storm, setting off a terrifying storm that shook the world. As Su Fan waved his hand, the vast and terrifying power that was as if it could turn the mountains and rivers upside down overturned the world and blasted past the golden beams. As the giant hammer swept across, the space collapsed, and all things were shattered. Boom! Boom! Dozens of Celestial Clan cultivators, who were equivalent to the God Transformation realm, cast golden beams of light, which were swept away by Su Fan's hammer. The hammer that Su Fan swung out not only broke the magic arts launched by the celestial race, but also made all the celestial race cultivators feel a sense of precariousness. Then, the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer set off a mighty and terrifying storm that swept across the entire sky. The sky seemed to be upside down and twisted, and invisible ripples vibrated towards the surroundings. Dozens of celestial race cultivators in the air were also cold and stiff all over at this moment, and they couldn't even move a finger. They had no way to escape and were instantly caught in the vast and terrifying storm. In a flash, the corpses of more than a dozen celestial race cultivators fell from the sky. Seeing his fellow tribesmen die one by one, even Jin Jiang, who was possessed by the gods, was furious at this time. Although the celestial race cultivators boasted of their extraordinary talents, it was extremely difficult for the race to reproduce, so every member of the tribe was an extremely precious treasure. Jin Jiang made up his mind and shouted loudly, launched the divine sacrifice. Hearing his shout, the remaining dozens of Shinran clan monks formed a complex and strange seal with their hands. Bang! Bang! With a series of dull sounds, bursts of blood burst out from Jin Jiang and others, and then formed a blood storm. This is a violent divine art of the Shinran clan, which consumes its own blood essence to launch a blood sacrifice and summon the gods from the upper world to descend to the earth. This violent divine art is often performed at extremely critical moments. Not only does it consume a lot of blood essence, it may also damage the foundation of cultivation. Moreover, once this violent divine art is launched, the body of the Shinran clan monk who performs the divine art will fall into an extremely weak state. But even so, Jin Jiang still resolutely decided to launch this divine sacrifice. The demon monk on the opposite side was too powerful. They couldn't stop him at all, and there were hundreds of fellow monks nearby. If this demon monk was not killed here, the fellow monks nearby would fall into an extremely dangerous situation. Seeing the blood-colored storm spreading across the opposite side, Su Fam secretly cried out that it was not good. The power from the witch world that he obtained through the blood shadow god descending array could not last long now. The opponent must be using a big move, and he must interrupt them from casting this magic. If they let their magic succeed, he would be passive. Just as he was stunned, the blood-colored storm on the opposite side disappeared in an instant. Boom, then a roar sounded, the void cracked, and a figure wrapped in golden light instantly fell from the sky. It was as if an extremely powerful force had descended on the world, and the entire sky seemed to collapse under the descending of this vast force. Not good. This is the breath of the peak of the transformation of the spirit, which is infinitely close to the realm of refining the void. Su Fam secretly cried out that it was not good, swung the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer in his hand, and then turned 7 or 8 times in place. Ouch! He raised his head and howled loudly, and then swung the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer in his hand towards the figure shining with golden light. The demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer turned into a terrifying giant hammer over 100 feet in size, and with a majestic and incomparable aura of terror, it roared and smashed over. Wherever the giant hammer passed, pure white shock waves were aroused, and everything between the heaven and earth seemed to be shaking violently. Whether it was the mottled mountains or the dense forests that were dead and weathered, they were all shaken by this invisible force and crushed into powder. The figure that descended, wrapped in a terrifying momentum, descended, and the light between heaven and earth had dimmed at this moment. But before this figure could stand firm, the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer roared over, as if it was wrapped in a force of tens of millions of pounds and smashed over. At this moment, the figure radiating golden light had already revealed his true face. This was a golden armored warrior who was several feet tall, wearing a golden battle armor, holding a Fangyan Huoji that was more than 10 feet long in his hand, looking majestic. Seeing the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer that was already whistling, an angry will was revealed from the gap of the opponent's armor. This vented anger suddenly obscured the sky, and the whole sky seemed to collapse at this moment, making Su Fam feel a tremor of boundless fear. Cut! The golden armored warrior who was several feet tall raised the golden Fangyan Huoji and chopped it down fiercely. Boom boom boom, the golden halberd slashed fiercely on the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer, like Mars hitting the earth, causing a huge explosion that almost overturned the entire sky. The aftermath of the explosion was like a tsunami, sweeping across a radius of hundreds of miles. The annihilation force formed by the terrifying shock wave raged wildly, and the mottled mountains and weathered earth were instantly crushed to pieces by a terrifying force. The aftermath of the explosion also set off a world-destroying storm, and the dozens of Shinran monks in the air were also swept into this terrifying torrent like fallen leaves. Flesh and blood bodies were turned into dust one after another, and blood mist was flying everywhere. Jin Jiang and dozens of other Shinran cultivators who were equivalent to the transformation realm were taken away by a wave. The golden armored warrior who was several feet tall was also shaken up by the terrifying annihilation force formed by this shock wave. Boom! The golden-armored warrior flew more than 10 miles away, and then fell heavily to the ground, stirring up endless dust. Su Fan thought, and a demon-slaying sword more than 10 feet long appeared in his hand. At this moment, a glimmer of enlightenment suddenly emerged in his mind, and endless resentment surged in his chest. Ouch! Su Fan's eyes were red like blood, and he roared fiercely at the sky. Boom! A thick blood mist exploded all over his body. Endless blood mist spun wildly around Su Fan, gradually forming a blood-colored storm like a tidal wave. The extremely terrifying aura spread all around, and the fierce and violent momentum suddenly soared into the sky. A majestic force that could destroy the world was slowly brewing. An indescribable sadness spread over a radius of more than 100 miles. Su Fan had accumulated endless momentum in just a few breaths, and had resonated with the heaven and earth. Boom! The scarlet storm roared wildly, and the gravel and stones within a radius of nearly 100 miles were swept up wildly. Seeing Su Fan's crazy accumulation of momentum, the several-foot-tall golden-armored warrior on the opposite side did not dare to neglect it. At this time, even he clearly felt an indescribable sadness, and was instantly replaced by the atmosphere of Su Fan's evil thoughts. Not good. The power of the law. The golden-armored warrior raised the golden halberd in his hand and slashed it down fiercely. A boundless and vast momentum rose to the sky, as if the light that cut the entire world in half rose from the sky and whistled down. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his body was filled with endless blood light. Boom! The boundless blood-colored aura rose to the sky. He held the hilt of the sword with both hands and slashed it down fiercely. Raging slash. Chapter 774, The Power of the Laws of the Divine Realm. At this moment, at the gathering place of Chaoguang Star Domain, Senior brothers Su Long and Mu Yuan were sitting cross-legged in a temporary cave. The two looked extremely solemn. The attack of the celestial clan cultivators from the Kaianshan Star Domain outside was getting more and more fierce. Yesterday, they launched a sacrificial divine art, which brought down the power equivalent to the cultivators of the refining void realm from the upper realm. The several defensive immortal formations arranged outside the gathering place are now in danger. The individual strength of the human cultivators is originally inferior to that of the celestial clan and the demon clan, so in the first few months after entering the fragment space, the two human star domains lost nearly half of their cultivators. According to the number of golden light spots on the light curtain map, the celestial clan of the Kaianshan star domain only lost 20% of its cultivators. Especially in the past few months of fighting with the celestial clan cultivators, the way these guys fight is very strange. They are often possessed by gods, and their cultivation instantly soars to the realm of transformation. This is cheating, and there is no point in fighting. Therefore, facing the siege of the celestial clan of the Kaianshan Star region, the human cultivators of the Chaoguang Star region did not want to fight them head-on. There were not many people left in the first place. If they fought to the death with the celestial clan at this time, there would probably be only a few left in the Chaoguang Star region. Now, not only Su Long and senior brother Mu Yuan were worried, but the atmosphere in the gathering place of the Chaoguang Star region was also extremely depressing. Although the Shenhe Star region was also desperately trying to get closer to the Chaoguang Star region, it was blocked dozens of miles away by more than 100 celestial clan cultivators of the Kaianshan Star region. I was wondering why that guy Fansu stayed there all the time and didn't come together. He must have expected this situation a long time ago. After listening to senior brother Mu Yuan's words, Su Long couldn't help but smile bitterly. When the Celestials come in, we will fight to the death. I guess not many of us will be able to return to Chaoguang Star region. Let's save as many as we can, senior brother Mu Yuan sighed and said, I didn't expect that the person who is most likely to survive is this guy. Boom. At this time, a dull roar came from the distance, and the two were stunned. Could it be that the Celestials from the Kaianshan Star region have started to attack again? Didn't they just attack? Look at the Celestials' altar. Just when the two were worried, they heard a shout from outside. Su Long and senior brother Mu Yuan looked at each other, quickly stood up from the ground, and hurriedly ran out of the temporary cave. As soon as they ran out of the temporary cave, they saw a blood-colored light column falling from the sky and landing in the Celestials' altar, overlapping with a huge golden light column. Wudao. This is Wudao blood. Could it be that someone from the Shenhe Star region broke through the blockade of the celestial race? Look at the light curtain map. The person who entered the celestial race's altar is a cultivator from our Chaoguang Star region. Which plane is that senior brother from? Do we have Wu sect inheritance in our Chaoguang Star region, Su Long and senior brother Mu Yuan also took out a microarray disk from the storage ring and activated the light curtain map. A red light spot was extremely eye-catching among the dense golden light spots nearby. Su Long's mind moved, and the light curtain map quickly began to zoom in, and found that the red area at the edge of the fragment space had disappeared. Could it be that guy? But isn't he a disciple of the immortal sect? How could he initiate the blood sacrifice of the Wu sect? And everyone felt that the breath of the man in the distance was rising rapidly in a short period of time, and soon it was raised to the god transformation realm. Su Long frowned immediately. It is said that the Wu sect can communicate with the upper realm through blood sacrifice and temporarily improve their strength by 1 or 2 realms. Before he could figure out the problem, a disciple in the distance roared excitedly. Look, that senior brother is going to destroy the altar of the celestial race. Senior brother Su Long and senior brother Mu Yuan raised their heads and looked in the direction of the celestial race's altar. A huge hammer over 100 feet long had already soared into the sky. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, it seemed that only the huge hammer was left between heaven and earth. The mighty and terrifying momentum almost suppressed the entire sky. The entire sky seemed to be pressed down, and the huge hammer seemed to be surrounded by a mysterious chaotic aura. Layers of terrifying auras constantly collided and eroded between heaven and earth, and the terrifying impact caused the heaven and earth to vibrate. Boom boom boom, as the huge hammer fell from the sky, there was a loud sound that shook the earth, and the extremely thick golden light column collapsed and dissipated in an instant. A shock wave like a tsunami swept across a radius of 100 miles, and the terrifying storm formed raged wildly. Even the defensive formations outside the gathering place of Chaoguang Star Domain, more than 10 miles away, were swept up in this vast and violent hurricane. 2 formations collapsed in succession before the storm subsided. Looking at the still trembling spiritual shield, the disciples of Chaoguang Star Domain were all stunned. Fuck, that giant hammer should be an immortal weapon. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even a cultivator in the spiritualization realm can't control this immortal weapon. I see. This is an immortal weapon of a cultivator of the body Dao? After the thrilling scene just now, Su Long and senior brother Mu Yuan also opened their mouths in a daze, looking at the Xianren clan altar in the distance with confusion. Senior brother, do you think the person who just took action was that guy? After listening to senior brother Mu Yuan's words, Su Long shook his head. I don't know, but who else could it be except him? This guy is hiding too deeply. His strength is so amazing. Su Long smiled bitterly. Is this guy hiding deeply? Actually, not at all. Anyway, he has never seen through this guy's foundation. Since you met that guy, can you see through his strength? Senior brother Mu Yuan shook his head and said, I can't see through it. I don't know why. I always feel that this guy is not simple, but I can't say where he's not simple, except for Su Long and senior brother Mu Yuan. The cultivators in the Chaoguang Star region gathering place could not guess who the person outside was. Just when everyone was guessing who the person outside was, someone guessed Su Fan's identity. This person was Zhu Qi. Since Feng Qinglin died, he has been paying attention to Su Fan all the time. During this period, he couldn't sleep at night, and even couldn't sleep well. He often woke up in the middle of his sleep. Zhu Qi knew that Su Fan would definitely guess that he had betrayed him. Feng Qinglin and 2 of his fellow disciples left the gathering place, but unfortunately they all died at the hands of that guy. A family disciple like Feng Qinglin who was carefully cultivated was not so easy to kill. Zhu Qi knew that he had underestimated Su Fan, and his intuition told him that this guy would come to find him sooner or later. Boom. Boom. At this time, there were bursts of violent roars in the distance again, and the aftermath of the fierce collision even shook violently here in the Chaoguang Star region gathering place. At this time, a crack suddenly appeared in the air in the distance, and a dazzling golden light appeared in the void, which made people unable to open their eyes. Although the distance was far, as a figure wrapped in golden light instantly fell from the sky, everyone felt an extremely powerful aura that was spreading all over the sky. It was like a terrifying force descended, and the entire sky seemed to be pressed down layer by layer. Senior brother Mu Yuan stared at the golden figure in the distance, muttering to himself. The peak of the spiritualization realm. No. This is the half-step refining void realm? Su Long also felt this powerful aura, and couldn't help but sweat for Su Fan. The most difficult thing about the celestial race is that these guys can summon some powerful beings from the upper realm at any time. The celestial race always claims to be the chosen race of heaven. Although this is a bit arrogant, it does have advantages that other races cannot match in this regard. Boom boom boom, suddenly, a devastating sound came from afar. A shock wave visible to the naked eye instantly rolled around, and the only two remaining defense formations in the Cheoguang star domain were instantly shattered. Su Long and senior brother Mu Yuan felt as if they were hit in the chest by a heavy hammer, and the two were blown away. Cough, cough. Su Long struggled to get up from the ground and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He covered his chest and looked around, and found that the other disciples in the gathering place were not much stronger than him. They were all blown away and fell heavily to the ground. Senior brother Mu Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, panting heavily, trying to calm the surging blood in his body. No one expected that they would be affected by the disaster, even though they were so far away. Especially after seeing the collapse of the defensive formation of the gathering place, everyone became nervous. Set up the formation quickly, others, be alert and defend your battle positions, don't hide your life-saving trump card. At this time, someone shouted at the top of his lungs, and the others reacted and ran to their battle positions. Su Long and senior brother Mu Yuan came to the battle positions panting and panting. The earth-shaking loud noise just now shook their blood and ki, and even their bodies were a little unstable. Fortunately, although the battle was lively in the distance, the Celestial Clan did not take the opportunity to launch an attack. Seeing that the Celestial Clan monks did not attack, Su Long and senior brother Mu Yuan were relieved. Su Long took out 2 pills from the ring, handed one to senior brother Mu Yuan, and then stuffed another into his mouth. As the power of the medicine dissipated in his body, the surging blood and ki finally stabilized. At this time, senior brother Su Long inexplicably felt a sense of irritability, and he glanced at senior brother Mu Yuan next to him. What's going on? Why do I feel something is wrong? What do you think? Senior brother Mu Yuan heard it and yelled at Su Long. You ask me, who the hell should I ask? He was stunned after yelling. What happened to him? Why did he become so irritable? Su Long was also confused by senior brother Mu Yuan's roar. The fire in his heart was tang and was aroused. He was about to quarrel with senior brother Mu Yuan, but he immediately realized that it was not good. No, senior brother Su Long looked around and found that other people were also angry, and many people were arguing loudly. He shuddered suddenly and understood what was going on. Su Long quickly took out a jade pendant from his ring, and then crushed it with a snap. A cool breath instantly spread in his body. He breathed a sigh of relief. His mood was obviously calmed down, and the irritability was suppressed. At this moment, everyone in the gathering place of Cheoguang Star Domain was affected by this inexplicable irritability. The grief and anger in his heart became stronger and stronger, and the suffocation in his chest made him uncomfortable, and he wanted to shout loudly. Others also realized that something was wrong, and they used various means to stabilize their emotions. At this time, an extremely resentful and oppressive breath instantly spread from a distance. The time of the whole world seemed to have stopped, and an extremely repressive breath permeated around. Su Long's emotions, which had just calmed down, became anxious again, and a resentment rose from the bottom of his heart. His eyes became red as blood, and various negative emotions such as sadness, annoyance, sadness, anxiety, inferiority, depression, pessimism, despair, etc. kept flashing in his mind. At this time, some people could no longer bear it and started to scream loudly like crazy to vent the anger accumulated in their chests. They have already shown signs of being possessed by demons. If they are not stopped, these people will definitely breed demons in their hearts. Everyone be careful, this is the power of the law. Someone is gathering momentum. At this time, someone shouted in the distance, and he obviously cast a soul spell. Su Long only felt a bang in his mind, and instantly woke up from his irritable mood. At this time, his forehead was full of cold sweat, dripping to the ground. The others also shuddered and came back to their senses from their anxious emotions. Senior brother Mu Yuan looked at Su Long with horror on his face, and then looked around. Brother, was that the power of the law just now? Su Long nodded and said, that is the power of the law, but it is the power of the law that can only be controlled by the cultivators of the transformation realm. He let out a long breath after he finished speaking. Although someone used the secret method of the soul to pull them back from the signs of being possessed by the devil, the resentment and sadness in his chest still existed, but it was only temporarily suppressed. The atmosphere around was also extremely depressing. The man who was gathering strength had already merged his momentum with the world. Swish! At this time, A sharp sword light flashed, carrying a majestic murderous aura, whistling through the void. The disciples in the Chaoguang Star region gathering place all stared at the flash of sword light. As the sword light flashed through the void, the resentment and sadness accumulated in everyone's chest seemed to be vented with a sword. Sulong's chest suddenly felt extremely relaxed, as if all the anger and sorrow that had been accumulated in his chest had been released at once. Could this also be caused by Pham Su? This guy was becoming increasingly difficult to understand. Chapter 775. Is he made of iron? Su Fan's raging slash passed through the void, slashing down with a strong power of law. This sharp sword light seemed to split the whole world in half. The mysterious power of law distorted the surrounding space, and the invisible ripples oscillated in all directions, whistling down like a tide. The face of the golden armored warrior opposite also became solemn, and a pair of cold eyes stared at the sword light containing the power of law through the gap of the mask. This is just one of his clones, summoned by the same clan. Because of the cross-domain summoning, his cultivation experience was suppressed in the realm of transformation. Originally thought that facing a cultivator of the same level in the lower realm, he would definitely be able to crush him easily, but who would have let him encounter a freak? It is clear that the nascent soul cultivator, who was forcibly promoted to the realm of transformation through blood sacrifice, can not only control the immortal weapon, but also comprehend such a powerful power of law. Even the disciples of the same clan in the lower realm, who were in the state of transformation of the spirit, might not be able to withstand the opponent's sword. He grasped the golden halberd with both hands, then raised it high and slashed it down fiercely. Buzz! With a sharp whistling sound, a golden light streaked across the sky, carrying an unimaginable terrifying annihilation force, and the whole sky seemed to be torn into a huge crack. The halberd with the power of the law also hit Su Fan's golden light fiercely. Boom! With a loud noise that shook the world, a huge explosion that destroyed the world broke out instantly. The extremely majestic aura of destruction almost shattered the void, and the space was like a mirror with ripples, and dense spider web-like cracks spread all over the sky. The aftermath of the explosion formed a world-destroying annihilation force, sweeping around like a terrifying hurricane, swallowing everything within a radius of hundreds of miles. The gathering place of Chaoguang Star Domain was also affected instantly. The defense array that had just been set up was instantly broken, so that the disciples of Chaoguang Star Domain in the gathering place were not taken away in one wave. Set up the array, continue to set up the array. With a burst of exclamations, the disciples of Chaoguang Star Domain quickly set up a series of defense arrays at an astonishing speed. Fortunately, hundreds of people gathered together, and there was strength in numbers. Facing the threat of death, they also created the fastest array speed in history. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Facing such a large-scale battle, even the nascent soul cultivators are just a small sailboat in the ocean, and they can be swallowed up by the raging waves at any time. At this time, they didn't even have the idea of escaping. No matter how fast they escaped, they would be swept into the terrifying hurricane. Moreover, no one dared to use the escape technique in the fragmented space. There were space cracks everywhere. Using the escape technique here was no different from seeking death. The Shinran cultivators within a radius of hundreds of miles were not so lucky. Hundreds of Celestial Clan monks were scattered and without the protection of a large defensive formation. The aftermath of the explosion swept them in like a terrifying hurricane. Although they tried their best and pulled out all kinds of life-saving trump cards, nearly half of them were seriously injured or even died. Su Fan was also knocked back by a huge force and flew several miles away before he could stabilize his body. He looked at the Demon Slayer sword in his hand in disbelief, and a huge wave of emotions rose in his heart. Was this sword really slashed by me? It's too powerful. At this time, the halberd that the golden armored warrior on the opposite side had just slashed appeared in his mind. The golden light that almost tore the sky apart gave Su Fan a glimmer of enlightenment. He closed his eyes, held the Demon Slayer sword tightly with both hands, and slashed it fiercely. Slash against the wind. At this moment, an extremely fine arc of light passed through the sky, like a meteor from outer space. Then, a sharp sword light illuminated the sky, and the whole sky was like a collapsed river bank, with a huge crack that spanned thousands of miles. The golden armored warrior was shocked and flew backwards for more than 10 miles. Just as he stood firm, he looked up and saw the sharp sword light. His face suddenly became solemn. Is this kid crazy? He just launched a big move of the power of law, at least he should take a breath. Is he made of iron? Even when he was in the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit, he didn't dare to be so reckless. This golden warrior was just a clone, and his physical body was fragile. He was more proficient in various divine arts, and it was too disadvantageous to fight head-on like this. This won't work, he must change his fighting style. But even if he wants to take the initiative, he must first take Su Fan's big move. There was no way. The golden armored warrior could only raise the golden halberd in his hand again and slash it down fiercely. He thought well, but unfortunately Su Fan didn't give him a chance at all. The golden armored warrior used all his strength to strike with his halberd, and finally managed to withstand Su Fan's powerful reverse wind slash. But before he could catch his breath, a sword flashed across the opposite side again. Sacrifice slash, tidal slash, ghost wheel slash, unfeeling slash. Su Fan had never expected that he would be able to comprehend the power of the law in the remaining moves in one go after just one enlightenment. The reason is actually very simple, it is nothing more than accumulation. Although only void slash and infinite slash of the 9 sword moves of the 9 extreme continuous slash comprehend the power of the law. But the other 7 moves have long been pushed to the limit of the evolution realm by Su Fan, and there is no room for improvement. But even so, he did not give up. He spent some time every day to practice these sword moves over and over again. After years of hard work, he did not even touch the edge of the lore realm. The reason why he could have a sudden enlightenment today was mainly because the several golden armored warriors on the opposite side also activated the power of the law. This made him have a glimmer of enlightenment in his heart and comprehend the power of the law. Su Fan certainly would not miss this opportunity, and used it all at once, allowing these 7 sword moves to completely break through the lore realm. Moreover, now that he has communicated with the witch world with the help of the witch master of the upper world, he has achieved the middle stage of the god transformation realm in a short time. The power of the 9 extremes continuous slash containing the power of the lot performed by the middle stage of the god transformation realm is certainly incomparable. Su Fan was very excited to chop with sword after sword, which also made others around him suffer. The human cultivators in the Cheoguang Star region gathering place did nothing else at this time, and they have been constantly arranging the defense formation. Fortunately, it does not take much time to arrange the formation, and with the strength of many people, they have arranged several 8th level defense formations. Although the formations were destroyed one by one, they were finally spared from the invasion of the aftermath of the explosion. However, the 4 big moves of the power of the lot performed by Su Fan also made them suffer enough, and they were all fascinated and almost unconscious. The sword cultivators made a lot of money. They were fascinated by the sword moves that Su Fan performed, which contained the power of the law. Although the golden armored warrior on the opposite side withstood Su Fan's 4 big moves containing the power of the law, he was only a clone after all. If it weren't for this golden armor, his physical body would probably have collapsed long ago. But even with the golden armor, if he continued to chop like this, his physical body would have collapsed. What kind of monster is this kid? How can his physical body be so strong? The golden armored warrior made up his mind, his eyes suddenly condensed, and a golden beam of light suddenly fell from the sky. His aura suddenly soared, and the golden armor wrapped around his body shone with the golden light, becoming more majestic, like a god descending from heaven. The golden beam of light that fell from the sky also made Su Fan frown. What he hated most about the celestial race was that they would communicate with the upper realm at any time, which was simply blatant cheating. Su Fan put away the demon slayer sword and then pounded his chest fiercely. Woo! He roared to the sky, stomped on the ground fiercely, and bang, a deep pit was created. The nearly 100-foot-tall demonic body rushed towards the golden armored warrior on the opposite side. Almost at the same time, a demonized gray bear phantom hundreds of feet high rose behind him. At this moment, the scene of the entire world within a radius of hundreds of miles turned into an endless wasteland, and the ancient primeval atmosphere was everywhere. At this moment, the celestial cultivators scattered around, as well as the disciples of the Cheoguang Star region gathering place, were all put into this situation. The scenes they saw in their eyes, and even the thoughts and ideas of their spiritual consciousness, were all placed in the vast and boundless ancient wasteland, as if they were there in person. Especially the demonized gray bear phantom that soared into the sky, the huge beast body hundreds of feet high exuded a vast and boundless sense of oppression that went straight to the heart, which made them feel suffocated, and they couldn't help but feel a trembling feeling of boundless fear in their hearts. The golden armored warrior on the opposite side had just communicated with the upper realm and obtained the power blessing of the deity. He had already raised the golden halberd in his hand, waiting for Su Fan's next sword move containing the power of the law. Who would have thought that Su Fan on the opposite side suddenly disappeared from the spot? Before he could react, a figure swept across dozens of miles like thunder and lightning, and rushed in front of him with an extremely terrifying momentum. The light between heaven and earth dimmed at this moment. The huge demon body, hundreds of feet tall, seemed to carry a huge force of tens of millions of pounds, rushing over like a towering mountain. Not good, the golden armored warrior secretly said that this kid's body was too abnormal. No matter what realm the cultivator is in, when facing those physical cultivators, they must do everything possible to keep a distance from them. Once these barbarians get close, even the Taoist ancestors can't stand it. The golden armored warrior hurriedly chopped down with a halberd, but it was too late. Su Fan's huge demon body, over 100 feet tall, had already roared over. Boom! With a loud noise, Su Fan's huge demon body, which was more than 100 feet tall, slammed into the halberd of the golden armored warrior. After the demonization, Su Fan's physical strength could no longer be described as abnormal, it was simply against the sky. The golden armored warrior only felt an extremely huge force coming, as if he was hit hard in the chest by a heavy hammer, and the whole person was knocked out like a rag doll. Bang! The golden armored warrior, who was several feet tall, flew more than 10 miles away, and then fell heavily to the ground, raising endless smoke and dust. He struggled to get up, and saw golden light shining on the opposite side. Su Fan's originally ferocious demon body seemed to be coated with a layer of gold powder at this time, and the whole body exuded golden light, like a golden Buddha bathing in the sun. He used the middle finger, ring finger and little finger of his left hand, bent his palm, and twisted the middle section of the thumb with his thumb, forming a complex hand seal. Mani. Pa. Me. Hum. He spoke like thunder, and the Buddha's energy was boiling. A golden Buddha hundreds of feet tall appeared behind him in an instant. With a magnificent Buddhist Zen sound, it suddenly sounded like thunder, and the dazzling golden Buddha light exploded terrifyingly. The explosion was louder than thunder. The wind rolled and the clouds moved, shaking the earth. In an instant, it turned into a terrifying storm, and the terrible Buddha light ripples that burst out were like a hurricane sweeping across. The golden Buddha hundreds of feet tall that appeared behind Su Fan slapped down fiercely. The great seal of Vajra destroying demons, the light in the sky suddenly darkened at this moment, and the whole world seemed to be left with only the terrifying Buddha's palm that covered the sky and the sun. It was mighty and suppressed the sky and the earth. The terrifying Buddha's palm that covered the sky and the sun, with endless fingers and palms, was surrounded by dense and mysterious Buddha seals. As the terrifying Buddha's palm that covered the sky and the sun descended from the sky, the whole sky seemed to collapse under this vast force. Boom! With a devastating roar, a huge handprint of dozens of miles was left on the ground. The soil on the surrounding ground cracked layer by layer, forming crisscrossing cracks that were like spider webs and stretched for dozens of miles. As if the end of the world had come. Then, a terrifying momentum like a tsunami was released in an instant, and the vast and boundless breath instantly penetrated hundreds of miles. Large tracts of mountains were destroyed and cracked in an instant like weathered sand dunes. Under the unparalleled impact, large chunks rose to the sky as if they had lost gravity, and then turned into powder, like floating dust slowly falling down. Su Fan released his human true body and flew over the huge handprint. He looked at the terrifying handprint below in awe, and couldn't help but smack his lips. Am I so awesome now? Even when he was in the nascent soul realm, he activated the Vajra Bodhi Buddha Dharmakaya to perform the Vajra demon-slaying great handprint, and the power was at least several times greater than before. Now that he is in the middle stage of the spiritualization realm, his power can be imagined. At this moment, the golden armored warrior had been smashed like a pile of meat paste, and the armor that was originally shining with golden light was twisted and deformed like a pile of scrap metal. Su Fan couldn't help but admire the other party's strong vitality. Even after being beaten like this, the other party still had a breath of life. But this golden armored warrior who descended from the upper realm now only had one breath left. He sneered and slapped the Joined Secret Realm on his waist. With a whoosh, a group of thick black smoke jumped out of it and instantly turned into the appearance of a yaksha. Old slave, pay homage to my master, you go and pull his soul out alive from me. After hearing this, the yaksha turned his head and looked at the dying golden armored warrior on the ground, and a trace of horror suddenly appeared on his ghost face. Master. Master, this should be the incarnation of some big guy in the upper world. We should not. Before he could finish, Su Fan glared at him. Go if I tell you to. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. There are few more monsters in the upper world. Come down and bite me if you dare. Do you think I'm afraid of you? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.